Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Awakening of the Dragon in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 1, Arrival. He wasn't sure what amused him more. Telling 4 legions of Chevaliers that Ferelden had handled the Blight on its own and thus they were unnecessary, or the expression on the man's face at being told this by a 16-year-old elf. The leader of the Orlesian forces all but winced every time he had to refer to Juroth as commander. Slowly, reluctantly, the Orlesian soldiers turned around. Their camps emptied quickly, for which Loghain was grateful. He'd still harbored the concern that the Orlesians would try to push their way into the border. He spared a glance for the small contingent of dwarven soldiers that King Belen had sent to observe. Juroth had ensured the soldiers were clearly visible during the proceedings, counting on Celine's reluctance to endanger her own ties with the Dwarven Kingdom to help keep everything peaceful. Questions that still need answering, the Warden Constable was saying. A full report is being prepared, Juroth replied. Senior Warden Lenora Mel will be sending it on to Weishaupt, along with the bulk of what was collected. Constable Verrill shot Loghain look just shy of hatred as Loghain shifted his position to stand behind his commander. It was a strategic move. Those Juroth didn't unsettle by merely standing there, alive, were put off balance by the presence of a man that had until recently been one of their worst enemies. Verrill tore his eyes away from Loghain, and looked back at Juroth. This changes many things. I will have to report back to my commander to determine our next moves. Inform Hassivar that the Wardens have been given Vigil's Keep in Amaranthin. We will be basing our operations there. I will. Fare you well, Warden Commander. He turned and gave the order. A few minutes later, they were heading away. That went easier than I expected, Loghain said. Juroth shook his head. We are technically on Orlesian soil. He wasn't prepared to cross that line without a more direct order. He shrugged. To cross the Frostbacks here, he'd have to deal with the forces Alistair sent to aid Orzammar, the Dwarven forces returning to Orzammar, the Dalish hunters sent to scout and take word of the new land, and the dozen mages I stationed in the pass, right by those easily loosed rocks. Loghain blinked, then shook his head as his lips twitched slightly. I had wondered where they went. We have some business in Orzammar. I assume you are finished touring Orlais. He left Loghain to oversee the soldiers. Being that nearly a third of them were men from Gweren, Loghain knew better than he did how to assign them. Hello. How can I? Danya looked up from the counter, and her eyes went wide. It's you. And it's been, well, quite a while. Enough time to get to the circle and back, I hope. She bounced. Oh, please tell me what they said. When we leave Orzammar, we'll be dropping by the circle. First Enchanter Irving has accepted you for study. Ancestors bless you, I can't believe it. There hasn't even been a Dwarven observer in the circle since Uralden in the 13th century. Will you be ready to go in 2 days? I need to pack. No. My parents would get suspicious. I need to go. Is there anything I should bring? Books? Tuition? I've taken care of it. She hugged him. He hated when they did that. Where do I meet you? We'll be with the Ferelden soldiers. If you can't find me right away, ask for Loghain. I will. Thank you again. Loghain watched Juroth press a pouch of coins into the young dwarf's hand. Danya bounced twice before hugging him, and Loghain shook his head at the expression of consternation on his face when she did. The girl climbed into the ferry gleefully. If she didn't stop bouncing, it was going to sink. The mages followed. Is there a reason we aren't recruiting any of them? They did well enough in the fighting, but I'm not sure any of them would take to life as a warden, Juroth replied. And if I have to listen to Gundbar pontificate on early Tevinter one more time, I may just kill him. Where now? Now, you take the rest of those soldiers and head south. Lots of sightings of small bands of darkspawn coming out of the wild and hitting Gweren's farms. Juroth shrugged. I'd join you, but I have to attend a wedding. What about the Elven lands? Brujhan organized the hunters, but if you can lend a hand, do so. If you find any good potential with a death wish, recruit. Otherwise, I think that Weishaupt is going to stuck us with reinforcements. Yes, Commander. He caught himself fiddling with the ring again, and clenched his fist. Vigil's keep was visible in the distance. In a way, it was good to be out of Denerim. Cathiel insisted on fussing. He wasn't entirely certain, but he believed she might have been responsible for every single servant he encountered being a comely young woman. He told himself to be grateful, as her worry meant she'd forgiven him for Loghain. A young woman met him at the crossroads. "Warden Commander." There was a note of uncertainty in her voice. He was growing used to it. "Yes. I am Harry. One of the new recruits. They sent me wait, and to escort you." She was staring at him with a mixture of awe and worship. It was more annoying than the disbelief. So he needed an escort, did he? Which meant that Weishaupt had sent forces to Vigil's keep. How many have arrived? There are a dozen wardens stationed at the keep. They arrived 2 weeks ago, and have been settling in. A dozen. It could have been worse. Hopefully, they knew their duty. He'd rather have people he knew and trusted, but since the number of those on Ferelden soil was currently, well, 1, he'd take what he could get. As they grew closer, Harry frowned. "There should be someone out to meet us." He started to reply, then something pinged his senses. He drew his weapons. Darkspawn. She didn't flinch. Just drew her blade and prepared to head in. He gave her an approving nod, and her face lit up like one of Lenor's spells. They moved in, through the lines. She had a tendency to rely too much on her shield, but training would take care of that. They found one of the Vigil's guards, beating in the head of a Hurlock. "I think it's dead," Jarath said. The guard blinked, then turned. "It's you." "Oh, thank the Maker. Where are the other wardens?" "There was someone right behind me. A mage, he might have been a warden. All I heard was screaming and..." "You need to help them. You need to do something." The man was near panic. "Useless. Get yourself to safety." "Yes, my lord." "Thank you, my lord." Harry shook her head. "We don't have a lot of time, Commander." The Darkspawn launched a sneak attack. He started forward. "That's unheard of. This isn't a blight, how could they be so organized?" "I don't understand." He nodded. Something else was at play here. "Nice sword work. I was a knight in the king's service until I was recruited. Let's move." "Right, let's teach these evil bastards a lesson." They cut their way through the courtyard, rescuing the guards that were trying to mount a defense. One was managing to hold the stairs, keeping the Darkspawn off the wounded. Jarath took a Hurlock's head, then spun as he went forward, driving his sword into the next Hurlock's chest. He continued the spin, and brought his axe down to split the Genlock emissary's skull. The guard blinked, and looked around in disbelief. He saluted, and stammered a report. "The fighting is worse inside, Commander." Jarath jerked his head at Harry, and she handed him the medical supplies they'd recovered from the body of another guard. "Stay here, we'll send any wounded to you." "Yes, Commander." Shrieks met them just inside the keep. He ducked under the claws, and swept both weapons through the midsection of the first, bisecting it, before turning to deal with the second. He moved, then twisted, sending his sword through the chest of the one attempting to come up behind him, then taking off the top of the skull of the other one as it tried to charge. Harry was managing to keep the fourth shriek away from her, but was unable to close. He flanked the beast, and when it turned towards him she took the opening to drive her sword through it. She panted. "Unbelievable, the keep has been overrun. How did the wardens not sense the Darkspawn coming? I don't understand it." He cast his senses. He could feel more Darkspawn, but where were the wardens? The wardens should be mounting a better defense. "I agree." She shook her head. "Where are they? For the Darkspawn to have ambushed the keep so effectively, I didn't know they were capable of such a thing." "It doesn't matter." He started up the stairs, to where he sensed Darkspawn falling. Someone was fighting, at least. "We will defeat them." The mage was unleashing fire on a Genlock as they entered. One would think after so much time around Lenore, he'd actually be used to the smell of roasted Darkspawn. He shook the fire off his hands, then turned and saw them. He took a step back, then glanced at where the bodies of several Templars were strewn. I didn't do it. He shrugged. Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not broken up about them dying, to be perfectly honest. Biff there made the funniest gurgle when he went down. Not too fond of them, huh? Jarath said as he continued into the room. He ran his sword through a still twitching spawn, then looked at the mage. Oh, I know, most people enjoy being kicked in the head to be woken each morning, but me, I'm so picky. I'm Anders, at your service, mage and wanted apostate. An apostate? Harry's tone was aghast. At Vigil's Keep. Anders immediately smiled at her, in what he probably thought was a charming manner. You weren't here when we arrived. I'm sure I would have remembered such a lovely woman as yourself. He shrugged. We were just stopping here on our way back to the tower. Just a short rest, they said, and now they're dead. Such a shame. Those men were Templars. So they kept saying, although, come to think of it, there's no real way to know for sure, is there? A trace of worry showed in the mage's eyes, but his voice remained light. The Templars captured me and were taking me back. And then, you know, Darkspawn attacked. Could be a sign, yes. He turned away, but was watching Jarath out of the corner of his eye. A small test. I could use your help here. Anders didn't hesitate. Then you have it. Harry, on the other hand. Are you sure about this, Commander? Anders smiled at her. I can't say I'm fond of these Darkspawn, even though I'm no Grey Warden. Let's deal with them now, and we can discuss what comes later. He was a Grey Warden. He just didn't know it yet. They rescued a small group of servants in a single guard, sending them to the fallback point. Anders didn't quite have Lenor's knack for sheer destructive capability, but he proved to be an able healer, getting the wounded back on their feet and able to flee. Jarath found the lever for the gate. As a group of Darkspawn entered, he heard an unfamiliar voice and looked over to see a dwarf start taunting the Darkspawn. Oh, we're scared now. Don't come over here. Ha! The Darkspawn began to head towards him, and then the barrel next to the wall exploded, sending Darkspawn pieces flying everywhere. The dwarf's face looked, well, it was actually just a bit disturbing. It'll take more than that to kill us, beasties. Come again if you dare. More Darkspawn flowed in. Harry, perhaps inspired by the crazy dwarf, jumped off the ledge onto one of the shrieks. Jarath gave her an annoyed look, and made a mental note to apologize to Sedida next time he saw her. Then he followed, bringing his axe into the head of a shriek, then rolling forward to send his sword up under the ribs of a Hurlock. He came up smoothly, and brought the axe down into the head of a Genlock as he pulled his sword free. If she was going to jump on things bigger than she was, he could at least show her how to do it properly. Anders took the stairs. Mages. He wished he was surprised. Shocked. Angry. Anything but slightly pleased at the sight of the dwarf in Legion armor. Okaren took the head off a Genlock, then caught sight of them and actually gave a cheerful wave before going back to fighting. A half-dozen Hurlocks were barely enough to slow Okaren down. Jarath went for the emissary, vaulting up over the railing and calling upon his Templar training as he attacked. The emissary turned towards him far too slowly, and he sent its head rolling before turning to the Alpha. Harry and Anders reached Okaren just as the dwarf brought the massive axe down with enough strength to cut a Genlock in half vertically. He hid a smile at the looks on their faces. Aha! There you are. Okaren laid his axe over his shoulders. When these Darkspawn showed up, I thought, just you wait until the new commander gets here and you'll all be spitting teeth out of your arses. Followed the screaming, and sure enough, here you are. Good on ya. Okaren. You're here. He was supposed to be in Redcliffe, with Felsi, annoying Tegan. Doubting your eyes, huh? I get like that, after the 5th bottle or so. He stretched, rolling his neck and shoulders. Came here thinking I might try my hand at becoming a bona fide Grey Warden. Harry narrowed her eyes. He was here when I left. I can't believe the Wardens didn't kick him out. Hey. If it isn't the recruit with the great rack. Yes. A prize for the Wardens, to be sure. Disapproval dripped from Harry's voice. Jiroth shook his head. He wondered how much she actually knew of the wardens. I know, too good to be true, right? Hey, Okaren ran a hand down his beard. Who's the mage? Boyfriend. Should I leave you two alone? Okaren had better be talking to Harry. Wow. A dwarf that smells like a brewery. You never see that anywhere. Huh. A mage comedian. Thought those normally died young. For a moment, things actually felt like they were back to normal. It's good to see you again. I find that hard to believe, Anders muttered. Harry chimed in agreement. He wondered if either realized they were talking to one of the gatekeepers. Granted, the slightly less impressive-looking one, but still one of the men who had held the gates of Denerim against impossible odds. Okaren unlimbered his axe. Now let's go introduce some darkspawn arses to my foot. Only polite thing to do. He could sense the taint in the man. Even if he hadn't been mortally wounded, there was already little hope for him. Harry let out a gasp, and ran ahead. The man blinked up at her. Harry. Roland. She turned to him. Commander, Roland was a knight recruited from Denerim like me. We must do something for him. There was really only one thing they could do. She was not going to like it. He looks beyond healing magic. Anders sighed. Maybe a shot of whiskey for the pain. I like the way you think. Maybe having Okaren along wasn't a good thing. Harry sounded near tears. Stop joking. This isn't funny. Jiroth moved to crouch down next to the dying man. The commander. Roland blinked up at him. I'm here, Roland. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. We only had a moment's warning before they were on us, Commander. The Senes Chal ordered a counter-attack, but they came out of nowhere. There's one with them, a darkspawn who talks, his magic is powerful. A talking darkspawn. The lad must be delirious, Okaren said. There's something in my blood. It hurts. Roland shuddered. Harry's eyes widened as Jiroth drew his knife, but Roland nodded. It was an honor to meet you, Commander. I wish I could have fought at your side just once. Harry turned away. I will avenge you, Roland. I swear it. Jiroth sheathed the knife. He touched Harry's shoulder as he rose, and she nodded. There was work still to be done. The voice was raspy, and strangely accented. It has ended just as he foretold. Jiroth held up a hand, then crept forward. He saw the darkspawn kick a guard off the top of the battlements, then turn towards where another darkspawn was holding a prisoner, blade pressed against the man's throat. Be taking this one, gently. We are wishing no more death than is necessary. The prisoner glared. Necessary? As if your kind has ever done anything else. Jiroth felt a bit of surprise when he realized the man wasn't a warden. You are thinking you know of our kind, human? It is understandable. But that will soon be changed. Others will come, creature. They will stop you. There was no way for a stealth approach. Jiroth stepped out from behind the wall. There it is, Harry said. The darkspawn turned to them. It seems your words be true, more than you are guessing. It is talking. Anders sounded fascinated by the phenomenon. Well, let's shut it up already. Okaren reached for his axe. Jiroth started forward, drawing his weapons. Capture the Grey Warden. The darkspawn gestured. These others, they may be killed. Capture. So some of the other wardens might still be alive. Good to know. He went for the leader, trusting his companions to handle the rest. It had been a long time since he'd had a fight that was truly a challenge, but this darkspawn was tough. Harry tried to come in to help, but it merely threw her aside. He had to step in to prevent it from delivering a killing blow before she could recover. Then he stepped back, giving it an opening to cast. It took the opportunity, and he sent forth energy of his own to disrupt the spell. He closed as the darkspawn staggered from the dissipated force, and ran his sword through its chest. He followed with a blow from the axe that sent its head from its shoulders. He started to give the instruction, but Anders was already freeing the prisoner and weaving the healing magic. The man got to his feet. "Commander, I owe you my life." He looked around, then his eyes widened. "Soldiers on the road. It seems we have more company." He winced. "Hopefully they're more hospitable than our previous guests." His senses told him the Darkspawn were gone. A few more survivors seemed to be trickling back to where the guards were holding. A half-dozen more Hurlocks were laying at the feet of the guard he'd spoken to earlier. Jiroth made a mental note to promote the man. He heard a few reports being given to the man he'd rescued, and then he saw the soldiers reaching the gate. He recognized the man leading them, and strode forward. Okaren, Anders, Mhairi, and the man they'd rescued fell into step with him. As the man approached, he took a knee. The rescued man followed a heartbeat later, then the rest of the soldiers. Surprise showed on Alistair's face, and then was quickly hidden. It was like the man kept forgetting he was king now. Alistair walked forward. "It looks like I arrived a bit late. Too bad. I rather miss the whole Darkspawn killing thing." Mhairi belatedly dropped to her own knee. "King Alistair." Alistair looked around, concern showing on his face. "I'd wanted to come and give the wardens a formal welcome. I certainly wasn't expecting this." "What's the situation?" "What Darkspawn remained have fled, Your Majesty. The Grey Wardens who had arrived from Orlais appear to be either dead or missing." The rescued man rose as Jiroth did. Alistair looked startled. "Missing? As in taken by the Darkspawn?" He turned to Jiroth. "Do they even do that?" "I do not know, Your Majesty," the older man continued. "I know only that we cannot account for all the wardens." "I see." Alistair gave him a concerned look that turned to relief. "At least the warden commander is still here, and alive. That's something, right?" "I'm fine, Alistair," Jiroth said. He looked around the courtyard. He could count at least 100 dead. But this makes things difficult. That's a bit of an understatement, isn't it? Alistair sighed. "What did happen?" "Still figuring that out," Jiroth said. "I arrived to find the Darkspawn holding my fort. We've taken it back, saved who we could." He saw Alistair look back at his own force. There were less than a dozen. He was surprised that Cathiel had let her husband leave with so few, and he gave Alistair a reassuring nod. He could handle the situation here. He'd rather face another archdemon than Cathiel's wrath. "You have quite the task ahead of you. Really, I'd like to help you fight Darkspawn, but you're on your own for the moment." Okaren sounded indignant. "Hey! What am I? Chopped nug livers?" Anders laughed. "From the smell, that's not a bad guess. I came here to join the Grey Wardens, and from the looks of it, you could use the extra hands. Where's the giant cup? I'll gargle and spit." Jiroth just shook his head. "Some things would never change. You're not allowed to spit." "Heh. That's what I always say." She gave him a dubious look. "Suppose all are welcome, in this dire time." Mhairi sounded like every word was being dragged out of her. "Joining the wardens, hey? Well, good luck with that," Anders said. A woman in Templar armor stepped out from Alistair's soldiers. "King Alistair. Your Majesty, beware. This man is a dangerous criminal." Jiroth wondered briefly which man she was talking about. Alistair shrugged. "Oh, the dwarf is a bit of an arse, but I wouldn't go that." "She means me." Anders hung his head. "This is an apostate who we were in the process of bringing back to the circle to face justice." "Oh please. The things you people know about justice would fit into thimble. I'll just escape again, anyhow." "Never. I will see you hanged for what you've done here, murderer." "Murderer? But those Templars were what's the use? You won't believe me anyhow. It seems there isn't much to say." Alistair blinked as Jiroth stepped forward. "You have something to add, Commander?" "I do. I hereby conscript this mage into the Grey Wardens." "Never," Relok said. Alistair gave her a look he must have picked up from Setida. "I believe the Grey Wardens still retain the right of conscription, no? I will allow it." The king gave him a look that acknowledged the alternative was Jaroth just stabbing her. If, she actually looked like she was going to pout. If your majesty feels it is best. She glared, then turned, and stalked away. Ha! Way to go, kid. Welcome aboard. Me? A Grey Warden. Anders actually sounded pleased by the idea. I guess that will work. Harry smiled. Congratulations, Sir Mage. I look forward to fighting at your side. Then if you have everything under control, I will need to take my leave. Alistair gave him a concerned look. The rescued man nodded. I believe the estate has been secured, yes. We have suffered great losses, but the Darkspawn are gone and there are survivors. He stopped suddenly, then turned to Jaroth. Oh, he straightened, and took on a more formal tone. Excuse my manners. I am Veril, Seneschal of Vigil's Keep. And I am most grateful for your timely rescue, Commander. He bowed. I will aid you in ruling the lands of Amaranthin. Are there other survivors than the ones at the fallback point? Jaroth asked. How many people had he lost before he'd even taken command? Some of the soldiers and Vigil staff survived behind a barricade. But none of the Orlshian wardens made it. Veril bowed. Come and speak to me soon. There are many matters to attend to, not the least of which is the joining. You will need to replenish your numbers. He stepped to the side at Alistair's gesture. Alistair looked genuinely worried. The security of Ferelden relies on the Grey Wardens now, even weakened as the Order is. Alistair sighed, and Jaroth realized the man was trying to be encouraging. Even inspirational. It was almost sweet. It will be up to you to deal with the vestiges of the Blight before the situation grows out of control. No easy task, but I'm confident you are up to it. Careful, Alistair. You are starting to sound like a king. Alistair gave him a smile that suggested the king was considering punching him. Good luck, Commander. May the Maker watch over you. Chapter 2, Settling In. Veril was waiting for him when he returned to the hall. Before we do anything else, Commander, there's an urgent matter we must take care of. He sighed. Right now, I know of only 2 living wardens assigned to all of Ferelden. That should be rectified. He turned his gaze over the 3 that had followed Jaroth in. The others could aid you considerably. Let's begin the joining, then. He wondered which of them he'd just condemned to death. As you wish, Commander. He had the room cleared. Veril had been inducted into some of the secrets of the Order, but it was best to keep certain things a bit more secret. Okaran, at least, knew some of what was about to happen. In the days of the Blight, they'd all spoken freely around each other. All of their companions had noted the nightmares that afflicted the Wardens. He caught himself fiddling with the ring again. The time has come for us to begin the joining. I shall speak the words that have been said since the first. Veril took a deep breath. Join us, brothers and sisters. Join us in the shadows where we stand, vigilant. Join us as we carry the duty that cannot be forsworn. And should you perish, know that your sacrifice will not be forgotten and that one day we shall join you. Veril presented the cup to the first of the potentials. From this moment forth, Okaran, you are a Grey Warden. Okaran took the cup, then blinked. What's this? The sampler size? Are you trying to say something about my height, eh? So much for a solemn occasion. Harry looked like she wanted to brain the dwarf. Veril shrugged. This is the goblet we've always used. Okaran gave him a skeptical look. Really? Huh. He drank, then belched. He actually licked his lips. Not bad. Veril sighed. Maker help us all? Jaroth just shrugged. Okaran was Okaran. He wasn't sure any ingested liquid could kill the man at this point. Anders was next. From this moment forth, Anders, you are a Grey Warden. The man looked almost fascinated. So we need to drink Darkspawn blood? That's it. That is it, yes. Well, alright, but if I wake up 2 weeks from now on a ship bound for Riven in nothing but my small clothes and a tattoo on my forehead, I'm blaming you. He drank. Veril had to catch the cup as the mage promptly fell over backwards. He lives, Commander, and will wake in time. He went to the last of the recruits. From this moment forth, Mary, you are a Grey Warden. I have awaited this moment, she said, taking the cup reverently. He knew. He wished he knew how he knew. Part of him wanted to step forward, to take the cup from her. She drank. He made himself watch her die. Veryl's voice sounded heartbroken. I am sorry, Mary. May the Maker watch over you now. He picked up her body, and carried it to where a group of servants were building pyres for the fallen. The orders he gave were crisp and clear. She was a warden. She would be given the appropriate honors. He was hanging the second of the swords behind the throne when Veryl found him. He glanced at the wooden monstrosity. They didn't expect him to actually sit in the thing, did they? Poor Mary, Veryl said quietly. You knew her. Her and Roland both. They both wanted nothing more than to be wardens. They were wardens. Veryl nodded, then gestured to a servant. Let them in. A young man in armor, and an old woman in foreign clothing strode into the room. They were arguing. The commander must be informed about the Deep Road's entrance. It could be their base of operation. You'd have the wardens chase a rumor, then, Captain. She shook her head. And even if it proves true, unless the pilgrim's path is cleared by the time your army assembles, they'll have nothing to eat but shoe leather. Veryl interrupted them. Guravel, Wolsey. The commander has had a long day. He indicated the woman. Wolsey says some merchants escaped the Darkspawn. They can reprovision you for a reasonable fee. And the vigil is ours, take whatever weapons and armor you need. We'll be waiting when you're ready. The armor and weapons he'd brought with him would suffice. He turned to the armored man. Commander, the man said, snapping to attention. This is Ser Guravel, the new captain of the guard, Veryl said. Guravel stepped forward, trying to hide his nervous expression. I have a matter to bring to your attention. Important. Potentially urgent. The Orlesians he caught himself. Wardens, I mean, began gathering information while they were here. The most promising lead they found was a wild tale a couple of hunters told. What did the hunters claim? Perhaps this lead would take him to his missing wardens. These hunters, Colbert and... He blinked. Well, the other one, claimed to have stumbled across an entrance to the Deep Roads. Darkspawn all over the place, they said. And this was before the fiends appeared throughout the whole Arling. He shifted his weight. The wardens were just about to send someone to track down Colbert. Those hunters may have found the Darkspawn breeding ground. One breeding ground, at least. Not an optimist then. Good. Colbert and She-Friend are in the city of Amaranthin. Probably amongst the refugees outside the city gate. Refugees. Another problem for the list. He turned to the woman. He did not recognize her accent. Warden Commander, a pleasure to meet you. I am Mistress Wolsey, sent by order of the first warden at Weishaupt. I am to act as treasurer of the Arling of Amaranthin. He believed local men could not be trusted for this post. Jarath narrowed his eyes. So Weishaupt was going to try to exercise some control after all. Veryl glared. One of those local men is right here, Mistress Wolsey. I have every confidence in the Vigil's loyalty in matter of arms. But gold corrupts even the most resolute soul, she said. And if Weishaupt held the purse strings, they would have final say over all his decisions. I am pleased to have your service. Sir, the Arling is on the brink of economic collapse. Trade must flow. Merchant caravans are being systematically attacked somewhere along the pilgrim's path. It is the only route that can reliably provision an army, feed a city, and maintain civilization. Is the situation really that dire? A short-term thinker sees only immediate financial loss. But without essential supplies, we can expect mass starvation and anarchy. In the city of Amaranthin, there is a trader, Mervis, whose caravans have been hit particularly hard. He may know where along the road the Darkspawn or whatever they are striking. Find Mervis, then figure out who he needed to stab to make the problem go away. He could handle that. The other matter was still a concern. Why does the first warden care about Amaranthin? About the Arling? He does not. But about the implications a great deal. She shook her head. When Warden Commander Dryden was cast out of Ferelden generations ago, it created a dangerous precedent. Her true story and that of the Warden's exile is one you yourself uncovered at Soldier's Peak. At great personal risk. He really hoped she didn't ask about the true story. He couldn't quite remember the tale Bruhan and Leliana had told. We are now presented with another precedent: wardens owning lands and commanding fealty from lesser nobles. If your Arling succeeds, it will be an example to the other kingdoms that wardens are important, blight or no. They didn't think he was up to the task. It annoyed him. That will be all, Mistress Woolsey. Very well, Commander. He turned back to Verrill. To business, then, the man said. He saw irritation on his seneschal's face. He'd caught the undercurrents then. Orlais sent a dozen wardens to the vigil to await your arrival. Nearly all died in the attack, but Kristoff is still in the field. Why was Kristoff in the field? The Orlesian wardens were uneasy that the Darkspawn weren't going to ground, with the blight ended. Kristoff was sent to track down some leads. A fortnight ago, he left in a bustle. As best we figure, he went to the city, Amaranthin. Did Kristoff reveal anything of what he found? He did, but not to me. The wardens keep their own counsel. He dismissed Gareville and Woolsey, then turned back to Verrill. What can you tell me of Vigil's keep? We call her the Vigil. She's been around for a long spell. They say the Alamari barbarians first built a fort here to stop Tevinter incursions from the lowlands of the Waking Sea. He shook his head. They say the castle is built on a mountain of bones. Much death here. And more to come. What does a Sainaz Chal do? Verrill smiled, and bowed. As much as you like, sir. Generally, the keep's Sainaz Chal takes care of day-to-day matters. If anything important arises, I'll alert you. You handle the papers, while I stab things. Verrill chuckled. More or less. The vigil is going to need to be staffed. Priority is to be given to those who lost family in the attack. We will take care of our own. Approval, and then respect, showed in Verrill's eyes. As you say, Commander. It was still raining. A young woman stood at the base of the steps. She looked at him, then looked again and snapped to attention. Blimey, Commander of the Grey. Right. She blinked, then spoke hurriedly. A while back, they caught a thief in the vigil. Took 4 wardens to capture him. Gave one of the wardens a black eye, he did. Half joking, they said he might make a good recruit. Where is this thief now? She directed him to the dungeon, then gave him some letters. A family in need of help, and a kidnapped girl. Both were on the way to Amaranthin. He could take care of them on his way there. The thief first. Ah, Commander. Good thing you're here. The guard turned and gestured to the man sitting in the cell. This one's been locked up 3 nights, now. Good men died while this one was protected in his cell. Who is he? He won't give his name. All I know is he was caught poking around the estate in the middle of the night. I'd say he was just a thief, but it took 4 Grey Wardens to capture him. You best be careful. Whoever he is, he's no ordinary burglar, that's for sure. That's what he was hoping. He had no use for ordinary. Leave me to talk with him. As you wish, Commander. I'll tell the Sainaz Chal you came. He'll want to know what you decide to do with this man. The prisoner stood. Something about him looked vaguely familiar. If it isn't the great hero, conqueror of the blight and vanquisher of all evil. The man looked him over. Aren't you supposed to be 10 feet tall? With lightning bolts shooting out of your eyes. I see my reputation precedes me. It does. The man glared. I know you best as the one who murdered my father. That really didn't narrow it down. But the man did look vaguely familiar. The prisoner shook his head. I am Nathaniel Howe. My family owned these lands until you showed up. Do you even remember my father? A blade to the man's throat, holding him still as Cathiel slowly drew back her bow. He remembered. Most assumed he'd been the one to actually kill the Arl. So you came here for revenge, is that it? I came here. Nathaniel sighed. I thought I was going to try to kill you. To lay a trap for you. He shook his head. But then I realized I just wanted to reclaim some of my family's things. It's all I have left. You tried to have me killed. That was the plan. Nathaniel folded his arms. Look, I know you're a hero. You fought a war and you won, and to the victor go the spoils, right? His lip curled into a sneer, greatly increasing the family resemblance. Whatever my father did, however, shouldn't harm my whole family. The Hows are pariahs now, those of us left. It's all thanks to you. And now you get to decide my fate. Ironic, isn't it? Cathiel had threatened to kill How's wife and children. What will you do if I let you go? Nathaniel gave him a confused look. If you let me go? I don't know. I only came back to Ferelden a month ago. He considered a moment. If you let me go, I'll probably come back here. You might not catch me next time. He liked this man. He wondered what that said about him. You're not making the best case for yourself. I could lie, if you prefer. I understand we had trouble capturing you. I am not without skills. My time abroad wasn't spent chasing skirts and drinking wine. What skills are those, exactly? Might as well see what kind of warden he'd be getting out of this deal. Hunting. Scouting. Poisons. Why? Nathaniel shook his head. What do you care? He heard footsteps on the stairs. I've decided what to do with you. Already? Good. Nathaniel turned and stalked back to the other side of the cell. I brought the Sene's Chal for you, Commander. I see you've spoken to our guest. Quite the handful, isn't he? Have you decided what's to be done with him? Did you know this was Nathaniel Howe? A Howe? Verrill actually appeared startled. Then his eyes narrowed, and anger showed on his face. The Hows are implacable enemies, Commander. He certainly hoped so. Now it was just a matter of aiming him in the right direction. I wish to invoke the right of conscription. You what? Nathaniel's jaw nearly hit the bottom of the cell. Verrill covered his surprise a little better. I'm sorry, Commander, the right of conscription? On the prisoner. Nathaniel walked towards them. No. Absolutely not. Hang me, first. Jarath raised an eyebrow at him. You don't think this is better than dying? Hard to say. You like having Grey Wardens who want you dead. He shrugged. Some of my best friends have wanted me dead. A couple had come disturbingly close to killing him, in fact. Nathaniel shook his head. I can't decide if this is a vote of confidence or a punishment. An. Verrill was looking at him like he was insane. Interesting decision, Commander. He gestured at Nathaniel. Come with me, sir. We'll see if you survive the joining. Nathaniel looked at Jarath for a moment, then wordlessly followed Verrill. From this moment forth, Nathaniel Howe, you are a Grey Warden. Nathaniel took the cup, and inhaled. The moment of truth. He drank. A moment later, he fell bonelessly to the ground. The Howe is stronger than I expected. For better or for worse, he will live. He called in servants, and had them take Nathaniel to one of the prepared rooms. You disagree with the decision, Jarath said. It is not my place to do so, Commander, Verrill replied. Jarath shook his head. Verrill, when it is just the two of us, I expect you to disagree with me as often and as vehemently as you wish. In fact, I'm going to make that an order. Verrill actually let out a small laugh. Very well, if you insist, he shrugged. I spent years trying to protect Amaranthan, and in return, Arl Howe put me in a dungeon and sentenced me to execution. Fortunately for me, he died first. My father is a peaceful man. He carries insects outside rather than kill them. Verrill gave him a confused look, and Jarath touched a hand to his sword. He nodded. I am not a peaceful man. No. I suppose you are not. Verrill nodded. We will see what kind of man Nathaniel Howe is, in the days to come. I don't mean to alarm you, Commander, but it's possible there are still Darkspawn in the Vigil. The young woman's voice was urgent. He raised an eyebrow. He didn't sense any. There are darkspawn still about. Let me explain. You know Dworkin? That met dwarf's bombs shook the whole keep. She gave a frustrated shake of her head. Some of the deep cellars caved in. I suspect that there are pockets of darkspawn below, trapped. In time, they may dig their way out. He nodded. Show me. She led him into the cellar. We have men who can unearth the rubble at your command. This far down, he could sense darkspawn moving around below. He looked over the wreckage. It wouldn't take long to clear. Our new warden will be ready soon. Have the men start work. Straight away, sir. Sergeant. Yes, sir. Good instincts. Thank you, sir. She smiled. He awoke to find the elf leaning in the corner of the room. The little knife-ear was watching him quietly. And this child was now his legion commander. Might as well be his owner. It was enough to make him want to return to the nightmares. He sat up. Jiroth gestured to the equipment he'd set on the table. These quarters are yours. I retrieved your belongings. Your knives were missing, so I took the liberty of acquiring you a new pair. He almost thanked the man out of reflex. Get dressed and ready. It seems there are darkspawn still beneath the keep. Why did you conscript me? He stood, and walked to the table. Are these your ancestral lands? Nathaniel turned to look at the commander. Yes. Were these not your people? He narrowed his eyes. Yes. They are in danger. Get dressed and ready. Show me who you are. The elf actually turned his back on him before leaving the room. For a moment, Nathaniel's hand started to go toward the bow. Then he picked up the armor, and started putting it on. Here we are, she said, leading them to the now cleared stairs. The vigil goes deep. Real deep. The hallways down here have been crumbling for years and decades. She made a vexed sound. And that blasted Dworkin's explosives didn't do the structure any favors. She stood at the top of the stairs and looked down nervously. This is where you come in. Who knows what's up ahead? Is that? Anders blinked. Are those darkspawn moving around down there? Is that what we are sensing? Songbird's right. It kind of is like having a nasty taste in your mouth. Nathaniel didn't say anything, but from the hard set of his mouth, it was clear he was also sensing them. Her eyes widened. We'll be back here. The Maberry whimpered as they approached. Her fur was caked with dirt and blood. He could feel the taint within her, still in its early stages. Lenore said Avernus's notes had spoken of Maberry being put through the joining. He stroked the hound's ears, calming it. The dog had no other chance. Perhaps he would see if she was right. He felt the scroll tucked into her collar. A woman named Audria has taken refuge in the lower levels, along with some others. They are trapped. Nathaniel immediately stepped forward. Audria? She was like a mother to me. We must save her. You heard the man. Move. Jiroth gave the order. Nathaniel actually looked surprised by it. He'd learn. The next room held ghouls, too far gone to be saved. They were trying to get at men in the cells. He made a mental note to find out who had put men down here and forgotten them. Okaren he knew. He kept a partial eye on Nathaniel as they fought. The man left the knives in their sheaths, electing instead to use his bow. He was almost as good a shot as Cathiel. Anders had potential. Oh, thank the Maker. Please let us out. Go. Head up the stairs to safety. Anders smiled as the men ran past. Nathaniel looked confused. Jiroth shook his head. He could feel the taint in the woman. It had been too late for her for some time now. Possibly even before they'd started clearing the rubble. No trace of humanity remained in the faces of those that had tried to flee further into the depths. No. No, Audria. Nathaniel was shaking his head. We have to help her. There must be some way. Audria. She opened her mouth far wider than a human could have managed, and roared. The guardswoman gave them an awestruck look as she entered behind them. You murdered a slew of darkspawn there. Well, you hear the stories about you and the wardens. Her face lit up. But to see it firsthand. It's what we do, he said, glancing at his companions. Nathaniel had schooled his face into an expressionless mask, but Okaren and Anders were looking very pleased with themselves. Well, I'm impressed, she said. She shook her head, and her voice became more businesslike. Anyway, it looks like the explosives caved this section in. She gestured to a dwarf behind her. I brought along Master Valdrike Dash. Valdrike snorted. So this is how you humans ply your stonecraft. He shook his head and kicked at the wall. Disgraceful, that is. What, this would barely last a few centuries. He thought about pointing out that he was not, in fact, human, and decided not to bother. It wasn't like elven construction was much to brag about these days. Though it had been very amusing watching Brujhan try his hand at putting up a house. The sight of the man falling through the roof he'd just bragged about constructing was the sort of memory that could keep one entertained on many a dark evening. Valdrike examined the walls. I wager these passages may go far enough to connect to the deep roads. We need to seal this section off, Jaroth said. We've my brother's bombs, but no, there's too many passages to block. He frowned. This is a grave matter. If we don't shut these tunnels, the Darkspawn can attack from below again. Andraste's blood, there are basement entrances throughout the keep. There's no way to defend against that. The guardswoman was staring at the collapse, her expression a bit frightened. Valdrike spoke before he could. Then we follow the tunnels and hope to find a single point to block off. Never you fear, lass. He patted Jaroth on the shoulder. Jaroth glared. With the warden's muscle and my stonecraft, we'll find a way. Let me know as soon as you clear the passage, Jaroth told her. He glanced at his companions. They looked well enough. We'll need some time, she told him. But as soon as we clear it, we'll let you know. Valdrike accompanied them back to the surface. So this is human construction, is it? He shook his head. My brother said you'd need a stonemason, but he didn't know the half of it. I should welcome you to the vigil. You are too kind. He gestured. The Darkspawn did a number on this keep of yours. But I suspect it was crumbling well before they showed up. Your Sanes Chal gave me some fancy decree promising men and monies to fix the vigil, but it's a paltry sum. He grimaced. I suppose it would be sufficient to reconstruct the walls to human standards. But who'd want that? Jaroth's lips twitched slightly. I might regret this. What would it take to rebuild it right? Valdrike stopped dead in his tracks. He raised an eyebrow, then considered the question for several minutes. I'm not certain of the character of stone in these parts, but we'd need more men for certain. He frowned. Proper skilled men, not some starving dusters, right? Which all boils down to coin, really. Everything always did. He calculated. I can spare 80 sovereigns. This had better be worth it. He'd have to wait until Braska finished selling the rest of their take in Antiva before he could offer much more. The nobles that had not supported the wardens at the land's meet could support them another way. The dwarf smiled broadly. It will be, warden. Good luck to anyone who tries to breach these walls. Ha! He saw the other wardens start to head back into the keep, and whistled. They all turned around. Turnable Estate sent a request for assistance. Let's go. Chapter 3, Ceremonies. They were walking towards the gate when Nathaniel quickened his pace. An elderly elf was walking towards the hastily erected structures serving as housing. Samuel? Groundskeeper Samuel? Is that you? The elf turned around. Who? He stepped backwards in surprise, and then a warm smile crossed his face. Maker's breath, if it isn't little Nate. I'd know that face anywhere. Groundskeeper, I'm overjoyed that you stayed on. A note of desperation entered Nathaniel's voice. Please, do you know how my brother died? He swallowed. And my sister? His voice hitched just slightly. Was in the Free Marches. Your brother died in the war, but Lady Delilah. Samuel put a hand on Nathaniel's shoulder. Don't you know? She isn't dead, son, Not that I know of. Last I heard, she married a storekeep in Amaranthin. Don't know which one. Poor girl. His sister was alive. After seeing Audria, he hadn't dared hope. But his sister was alive. Did you hear that? My sister's alive. The commander nodded. That's wonderful news. He turned to the man effectively owned him. Could we ask around the shops, next time we're in Amaranthin? We could take a look, yes. The man who had killed his father nodded. Thank you. I would be interested to know just what happened to her. And to learn the truth. It was too late for the Turnables. If he was any judge, it had been too late for them at least a day before he'd reached the vigil. They used already stacked wood and hay as a makeshift pyre. He assigned Anders the task of disposing of the ogre, and promptly reconsidered it when the mage nearly burned the house down. He'd send someone to deal with it later. Jiroth slowed his pace. Nathaniel glared. Audria was Andras Tien. Why do you care? Because she was one of the people I was given the duty of protecting, and I arrived too late to help her. Nathaniel blinked at him. Yes. She was Andras Tien. He walked a few moments in silence. She all but raised me. There. He shook his head. What I sensed in her. Once it has reached that far, mercy is all that can be offered. Mercy. I killed her. Do you think she would be angry that you put an end to it? Nathaniel shook his head. She would thank me. He glanced down at the other man. How many have you granted this mercy to? If we include those of today. Jiroth twitched a shoulder. 241. You. He blinked. Counted. Yes. He twitched a shoulder. So did you. 6. He sighed. Counting Audria. He nodded. 6. Another step and poor Lady Eileen dies. Anders smiled to himself. Finally, an opportunity to rescue a damsel in distress. He'd always wanted to. He watched their commander, waiting for the man to give the signal. Where's Lord Bensley? The deal was he'd give us the money himself. The bandit glared fiercely. Jiroth tilted his head to one side. His voice sounded slightly different. A little scary, actually. Lord Bensley sent the commander of the Grey instead. Half the bandits immediately took a step backward. That's the one who killed the archdemon. Andraste preserve me. The first bandit shook his head. Shut your trap. We still have the girl. There's a river of blood behind me. Touch her if you dare. The bandits looked at each other. And half of them broke and ran. Anders was pretty sure one of them actually ran off the cliff. Kill the warden. Now. The other half, well, if they hadn't been horrible kidnapping fiends, he might have felt sorry for them. Lady Eileen was suitably grateful. He healed the minor bruises she'd taken, and sympathized with her ordeal. When they reached Amaranthin, she actually kissed him goodbye. Maybe being a warden wasn't such a bad deal. They took Eileen back to the vigil, where her father's men collected her. His wardens were dragging by the time they got back. He led them to the dining hall. Servants were laying out a meal. Jiroth approached one, and whispered quietly. That's not enough food. Apologies, my lord. We were told there would only be 4. There are only 4. Bring food for 10. She blinked at him, then nodded. As you say, sir. Okaren fell to even before he was sitting in the chair. Nathaniel sent the man a disgusted look, but it didn't take long before he was also shoveling in the food. Anders actually started to lick his plate before the servant brought in the rest of the meal. Her eyes widened. He was rather glad those days were behind him. Now he only ate about twice the amount of food he'd eaten pre-joining, instead of 3 times. Some of that was likely due to him actually growing. You're quite the dirty little dwarf, aren't you? And you're quite the dirty little mage. I do my best. Still, I'm no ale-swilling mountain of belches like you. And I'm no winking, slack-jawed coward like you. True. We should form a club. Anders waved a chicken leg. So. He glanced down at his plate. This hole. He sighed. I mean, it's normal, right? It is. Jiroth shrugged. Among other things that will now be normal are sensing darkspawn, having nightmares, and being expected to solve everyone's problems. And let's not forget making all the ladies swoon, Anders said. He batted his eyes at a serving girl, who rolled her own and refilled his drink. Okaren belched, then glanced at Nathaniel. The whole, quiet and stoic, thing must get you a lot of action, huh? I take it you are an admirer, Okaren. Nathaniel's voice was dry. Okaren nearly choked on his food. What? No. No, well not unless no. Nathaniel's lips twitched just slightly. Good. Then I needn't worry about getting too drunk at camp. Okaren laughed. Heh. Okay, I like you. Just not in that way. Varel was waiting for him in the Great Hall. Commander. The Lords of Amaranthin have come to swear fealty to you and the Grey Wardens. These were Arl Rendenhau's vassals. Now they will be yours. That reminded him. He wanted to talk to Valdreich about the feasibility of adding a couple trebuchets. What do I need to know about them? Some of these lords bore Rendon no love, but others had their prospects ruined with his demise. He sighed. Tread carefully, Commander. Mistress Woolsey glanced at him. Then she glanced at him again and sighed. Then she fixed her gaze upon him and folded her arms. Well. Well what? The nobles are on their way. Shouldn't you be getting dressed? I am dressed. He was wearing the dragon skin armor Master Wade had crafted for him. The dwarven-style axe and sword hung in the Dalish-crafted back sheath. He'd left the cloak, the thing was unwieldy at best. She gave him a look. If he hadn't traveled with Wynne for over a year, it might have had an effect. In something more befitting your station. My station, Mistress Woolsey, is Warden Commander. I am here to protect Amaranthin, not play dress-up. It is best that they know from the first who and what I am. She looked him over, and then, to his surprise, actually smiled. Yes, Commander. Varel's voice echoed from the stone walls. Lord and ladies, I present the Warden Commander of Ferelden and Arl of Amaranthin. Commander, said a lord that dropped to his knees. He stepped to Varel's side, and pretended he was Setida. Our differences are many, but our cause is one. They seemed to buy it. Or maybe they just hide it well. Nobody had told him diplomacy was going to be part of his job. Ban Esmerel of Amaranthin, as is old custom, you have the honor of beginning. I promise that I, Ban Esmerel, will be faithful to the Arl in matters of life, limb, and earthly honor. She couldn't tear her eyes off his ears. Never will I bear arms against him or his heirs. So I say in the sight of the Maker. He was fairly sure she was lying. The second to step forth was the man who had knelt. I promise that I, Lord Edelbreck. And so the ceremony is complete. Finally, it was done. The urge to bite people was almost as strong as it had been when he was actively turning into a werewolf. He might have given into it. At least half of them seemed to actually be expecting it. You'd think he'd killed more than one Arl. Well, one Arl and 2 bands. Though he was credited with killing 2 Arls. And he had actively terrorized 6 other bands. And taken down a Tairn. Maybe they had a point, come to think of it. Long live the Warden Commander, Lord Edelbreck yelled. A few voices weakly echoed him. He made a mental note of the ones that turned away. Esmerel was among them. Honored to meet you, Warden Commander. You come to us during desperate times. The darker man bowed. Not more about your precious farms, Edelbreck. The man he was talking to rolled his eyes dismissively. Some in our Arling do not have the comfort of city walls. On the plains, the situation is dire. Edelbreck glared. Yet another argument. What seems to be the problem? Edelbreck turned to him. As we feast, the peasants on our lands are starving or worse. The city's defenses are more important, Edelbreck. The other man looked down his nose at both of them. There may be wheat in the silos now, but if the farmers die, where will you get your food? He held up a hand to forestall the argument. I will send the soldiers wherever they are most needed. Then I pray to the Maker that your choices are wise, Lord Edelbrecht said, before turning to continue the argument with the other man. How did Sedita do it? He sighed. Probably by being 10 years older than he was. Anders leaned on a column, watching the proceedings. He'd only known his commander 2 days, but he was fairly confident the young man was trying very hard not to just kill everyone in the room. A few of the nobles were treating him with considerable respect, bordering on hero worship. The rest looked like they were about to send him to go fetch their tea. And one was ogling him when he wasn't looking. Not that he could blame the woman, really. He caught Jarotha's eye. It's good to be Jarl, right? The bowing, the social climbers who'd do anything to get ahead. He waggled his eyebrows. If you see any stray damsels in distress, send them my way. Didn't you get your fill yesterday? Who, me? He grinned, then snapped his fingers. Ser Tamra over there has something important to speak to you about. Jaroth nodded and walked back into the fray. Anders shook his head then glanced at Nathaniel. Nathaniel's arms were folded, and there seemed to be an invisible fence 10 feet around the man in all directions. Must be the glower. Maker, was he the only one enjoying himself? Okaren belched. At least the dwarf knew how to have a good time. Ser Tamara nodded as he approached. Warden Commander. She smiled, but it did not quite meet her eyes. She was afraid. And, not of him. We've all heard so much about you. So many good things, unbelievable things. She looked around, and lowered her voice a little. But many of your deeds cost people here a chance at great advancement. So many fortunes were deeply intertwined with the old Jarl. Some nobles here. She glanced around. They seek to end your dominion over them. This much I've gathered already. A man 4 days dead could gather that much. By now, even Okaren has probably figured it out. Perhaps you do not know the full extent of their determination. I've had. She shrugged. Occasion to intercept some of their missives. They are cryptic things. Any individual message is unintelligible. But together they form a pattern. They mean to end you before you can begin. A deadly coalition. A conspiracy to murder me? I'm flattered. Did these people have any idea how many had already tried that, and failed? Maybe they'd try hiring crows again, that was always good for a laugh. I would take this matter seriously, Warden. They know of your capabilities and they're spending a fortune to see their aims fulfilled. Given a few days, I can retrieve the messages. I would have brought them tonight. But. She hesitated. I didn't know if warning you would be wise. She sighed. I've much to lose and precious little to gain. Farewell. We will meet again soon. If her information did pan out, he'd make sure she gained. It was, after all, the way the game was played. Veril leaned towards him and murmured quietly. Let me know if you want the nobles cleared out. If you want the ceremony to end, I mean. He wanted it to end half an hour ago, but it needed to play out. If he ended it now, Leliana would emerge from the stonework and start glaring at him. Edelbrecht said we're not defending the farmlands. Edelbrecht speaks truly, sir. But things are dire. Veril sighed. He and Ban Esmerel both contest the deployment of soldiers. But we don't have enough men. It's a matter of what you want to protect. The city? The land? Trade? The bloody people? Everything else could be replaced or rebuilt. Amaranthin has its walls. Let the farms have our soldiers. As you wish. I've heard of a conspiracy against me. Do you know the conspirators? The right of high justice is yours, and treachery is a capital offense. Killing everyone was an option then. Good to know. Ser Tamara doesn't know. She's bringing some evidence. She's a sly one, Ser Tamara. But knowledgeable about such things. Veril sighed. Better to be a touch paranoid than turning up face down in a ditch. To proceed, we'd need strong proof. And that'll be hard to gather. There are options. Some I would not recommend, they could turn the nobles fierce. He wanted to just issue a challenge. Say go ahead and let them try. It should be Sedita here. Braska. Or better yet, Brujhan and Leliana. A warden commander's job was to find Darkspawn and kill them. Politics was for Arls. That part had been Cathiel's idea. He took a moment to enjoy the sweet thought of regicide. Tell me about them. We could have soldiers try to spy on the nobility. I suppose that might bear fruit. There are also rumors of someone called the Dark Wolf who finds information for a fee. Dangerous fellow, by all accounts. He really had no idea. Well, at least he had the option of hiring himself to deal with the problem. What are the soldiers' odds of success? He knew the likely answer, but there was a chance Veril knew of some irregulars that might be suitable. Veril was quick to assure him that was not the case. He added finding suitable irregulars to the growing list. And this Dark Wolf? What did they know, exactly? Sort of an infamous figure. Caused a load of trouble to nobles in Denerim. They say he fled to the foreign quarter in Amaranthin to escape royal justice. Royal justice? He was pretty sure Cathiel, at least, had a notion of what he and Braska had been doing. And what wouldn't you recommend? You could invite a member of each of the noble families to stay as prolonged guests. And if anything untoward happens. He waved a hand. Well, you get the picture. It's a terribly Orlshian thing to do. As much fun as killing people was, he'd rather kill the people actually responsible. He'd deal with the matter. I'll see if I can find this Dark Wolf. You need to head to the city, then. And chase down a ghost. He needed to get to the city, anyway. He had people to find, and they'd waited too long already. Sodding politics. The ceremony has gone on long enough, Sanes Chell. Clear the hall, the commander has business to attend to. Chapter 4, Amaranthin. A few questions of the refugees led him to Colbert. The man started off hostile. Eh? What are you staring at? Looking to start something. Are you the hunter who found an entrance to the deep roads? Colbert nodded. Ah, here to investigate the chasm, are you? It's about time. He gestured at the elf standing beside him. I can't take all the credit for finding the rift, you know. Micah here fell in first. Micah grunted and glared. Tell me what happened. It's quite a ways out of town. We were tracking a buck off in that direction, you see. He waved a hand. Before this Darkspawn mess. We'd been on his tail for about a week at that point. I'd wager he thought it was great fun, leading us on a merry chase as he did. Go on. Jarath nodded. That buck was a sly one, he was. He had big feet and a dash. Micah interrupted with a grunt and an elbow. Oh, the chasm. Yes, ER. Colbert nodded. We saw it coming over a rise. He gestured as he spoke, sketching the shape in the air. It was really something to behold, a huge cleft, as though the maker himself had cracked the earth in two, like. He shrugged. Like an egg. I like eggs, Micah said. Colbert continued. It looked like someone had tried to build over it, but it must have been abandoned a long time ago. No one in town knew about it. Who tried to build over it? People, I suppose. Maybe even the Darkspawn. He began gesturing again, nearly hitting Micah in the face as he did so. Well, of course we had to investigate. That was when Micah fell in. A shriek like you wouldn't believe, and he was gone. Micah shook his head defensively. Earth crumbled. Not stable. Right, and as Micah lay there yelling about his knee or his head or what have you, the Darkspawn appeared. How many? Jarath raised an eyebrow. They seemed. Colbert frowned. Occupied, like they had some place really important they had to be. Didn't notice us at all. Thank the Maker. It wasn't what he'd asked, but it was still useful. Perhaps they'd been on their way to the vigil. But then, if they had come overland, how had they taken the wardens by surprise? This had the feel of purpose. He didn't like it. Anders folded his arms skeptically. The Darkspawn were so occupied as to overlook two screaming, injured men? Boggles the mind. I marked the chasm on my map so we could avoid it, but it sounds like you want to know where it is, so here you go. Colbert handed Giraud the heavily stained map, then looked at him hopefully. So? He raised an eyebrow. Are we getting anything for our trouble? Here's a sovereign. Colbert's eyes nearly fell out of his head. A whole sovereign? If there's ever a reason to fall into a darkspawn pit, here it is. Maker bless you. They continued into Amaranthin. Anders spread his hands and threw his head back. Ah, can you smell that? That is the smell of freedom. Walking openly into a city was a somewhat new experience for him. Usually, he had to skulk. It comes complete with the smell of dogs and dust, but the freedom is in there, too. The commander raised an eyebrow. You really don't care for the Circle of Magi, do you? Anders shook his head. I escaped from the tower 7 times. After the last time, they put me in solitary confinement for a year. He gestured with his staff. Eventually, I'm sure they would have branded me a Maleficar, true or not, and executed me. Was the Circle of Magi so bad? Anders kicked a rock as they walked. The problem is that mages are tolerated. Barely. It's like you need permission to be alive. There's nothing a mage can do to prove himself. Everyone needs to be protected from you. The end. I can sympathize. The commander shrugged. He blinked, then looked again at his commander. The words sounded honest. That's good. He smiled. Why aren't you in charge of everything, again? He sighed dramatically. All I want is a pretty girl, a decent meal, and the right to shoot lightning at fools. Giraud's lips twitched slightly. I think you're aiming too low. He laughed. True. I want a harem, a banquet, and the ability to rain fireballs upon every Templar in creation. He shook his head. Never mind me. Now and again I recall that I'm not sitting in a cell and I have to smile, that's all. He spared a glance for the man who had earlier been sitting in a cell. Nathaniel's face looked only mildly annoyed. A marked improvement from the active scowl he'd been wearing earlier. My pardon, sir. I was paid a whole sovereign to give this letter to you. She shook her head. I told him, I did, there are easier ways of getting a message to the commander of the Grey. Who gave this to you? Some visiting knight. Didn't catch his face. Full helm, you know. He said he was Ser Wolf of Riven. Wait. Wolf? As in the Dark Wolf. She would have mentioned if it had been a dwarf. Zevran, maybe? No, they'd left for Antiva the same day he'd left for Amaranthin. Ah, the Dark Wolf's nothing but a rumor. Mind you. The guardswoman frowned. He was acting suspicious. Do you remember anything else about Ser Wolf? No, sir. Again, my pardon. He added, talk to Kudrai, to the list, and continued into the city. They'd gone about 30 feet when another guard stopped them. Excuse me, but I need to search your packs for smuggled goods. Out of reflex, he started to object. And then he realized that for once, he wasn't actually carrying or doing anything illegal. Might as well set an example and cooperate. All right. I have nothing to hide. Thank you. I will make this quick. What are you doing, man? Are you accusing the commander of the Grey of smuggling? The man in fancier armor glared. But I. The guard blinked. I. He shook his head. You said everyone dash. You are dismissed. He turned his attention to Giraud. I apologize. Smugglers and thieves have all but taken over the city. Glad to see you're taking precautions. Yes, Warden Commander. The smugglers have us scrambling, to be honest. We could certainly use your help in this. Come speak to me later if you're interested. He added it to the list. If the list grew any longer, he was going to need a secretary. The man who had killed his father went straight to the market. Nathaniel followed. The past 2 days had been interesting. He still hated the man, but he was starting to rethink killing him. The man was the best chance they had to deal with the Darkspawn. And he no longer really cared for his odds. Had a man really chosen to jump off a cliff rather than face the little elf? He scanned the market, and stopped short. Delilah? Is that really you? She turned to him, and her face lit up. Nathaniel. I had feared the worst. They stood there for a moment, hugging. He looked at her. Her fine silk gowns were nowhere to be seen. In fact, she was dressed rather like a peasant. Times must have been hard, Delilah. The vigil was in a state, but they could find a place for her, and the commander had been reasonable enough. But you can do better than this. Come back to the estate until we find somewhere else. He had friends still, in the free marches. What? She laughed. Oh, Nathaniel. I didn't marry Albert out of desperation. I adore him. She gestured. I was so glad to get away from Father's evil. This life is so much better. He blinked. Father's evil? Isn't that overstating things a little? He got caught up in politics. You weren't here. You didn't see what he did, Nathaniel. She shook her head. You want the culprit who destroyed our family? It was him, without question. He shook his head. Had no idea. Of course you did. But you always worshipped Father, right from when you were a little boy. She took his hand. Come, brother. Let us sit and catch up a bit, shall we? He looked over his shoulder, at the man who had killed his father. Jeroth nodded, and gestured for him to go. He followed Delilah into her house. Warden Commander. Thank the Maker you are finally here. I was afraid our messages never got through to you. Are you nervous? Yes. Thank you for coming to the guild. We need your help. He spread his hands. Our caravans are being attacked. The wagons are burned to ashes, and there have been no survivors. He shuddered. It's gotten worse lately. People from the neighboring villages have found guards torn limb from limb and left in the village square. It sounded like a straightforward problem that he could simply stab. How refreshing. This needs to stop, immediately. Mervis smiled and nodded. Yes. That much is clear. He gestured towards the road. Whatever it is, it's completely crippled trade between Amaranthin and Denerim. No one wants to travel the road through the Wending Wood. Can the Grey Wardens help at all? I will investigate it immediately. Well, immediately after Kal Hyrule, anyway. Oh, Maker bless you and watch over you. If you can stop the killings, the Merchants Guild will make a hefty donation to your organization. You have my promise. He found the suspicious guard right where the letter said he'd be. Not a dwarf, too tall to be Zevran, and not enough hip to be Lenore. This should be interesting. He walked over. I see you got my letter, Commander. The man gave a bit of a bow. It's an honor to meet you. The Dark Wolf, I presume. In the flesh? He nodded. The less you know of me, the better. But by some, I am called the Dark Wolf. He lowered his voice dramatically. In the depths of the city, there is murmuring. Murmuring that nobles want you dead. I'd like to help. Jeroth hoped that meant this man wanted to help him, and not the nobles. He gave the man an appraising look. You are not the Dark Wolf. The man shifted slightly. I am. He heard Anders make a small choking noise. Why you are? I thought perhaps the first Dark Wolf was killed or imprisoned. I am very much alive. The man fidgeted a little. You must admit that your current position does not leave time for shadow games. He looked down, then nodded, as if to himself. You see, I have hopes that the Wardens will prove more fit to rule this land than the late Arl Rendenhau. His confederates are the conspirators. But to unearth their identities, I'll need resources. 50 sovereigns. He gestured for Anders and Okaren to stay put. Walk with me. He headed towards the gate of the foreign quarter. The Dark Wolf followed. As soon as they were alone, he began shaking his head. After the tears of Androsta, the Dark Wolf just vanished. I thought. He frowned. Well. He shrugged. It was clear he'd supported the Wardens. I just didn't know he was one. Have we met? With a sigh, the man removed the helmet. Then he smiled. You don't recognize me, do you? He shook his head. In Denerim, at the gates. Herlocks had me cornered. I saw death coming, and then there you were. I'm no soldier, sir. I was a thief and pickpocket and spy. And I owe you my life. I owe the wardens. Let me help. Jiroth nodded, and handed him a purse. I will be back in a few days. It will be done. I swear it, my lord. Oi. About time you showed up. Anders blinked. Namaya? You're still here. She poked him in the chest. I keep my promises. Here, turns out you were right. The cache is here in Amaranthin. It is? You found it. Could true freedom really be that close at hand? He noted that the warden commander had finished with his meeting and had come over. I did. What you do with that information is up to you. I, for one, am done dealing with mages. She thrust a parchment at him, and he took it. I guess I should thank you. Damned right you should. She narrowed her eyes. You get caught, Anders, I'm not helping you again. That's all I'm saying. She stalked off. He turned and rubbed the back of his neck. He turned to face his commander. Suppose that requires some explanation. No. Not at all. Don't be silly. Jiroth never changed expression. I am fluent in sarcasm. You can't fool me. The man had saved him from the Templars once already. And he'd been sympathetic earlier. Maybe. Namaya is. He shrugged. A friend. Last time I escaped from the tower, I asked her to look into some things. He sighed. That's why I was in Amaranthin. The Templars thought I'd come to take a ship, but it was to meet her. What did she learn? During the Blight, the Templars moved their store of phylacteries to Amaranthin for safety. He hesitated, then continued. My phylactery is among them, Namaya learned. So long as the Templars have that sample of my blood, they can find me. I need to destroy it. You're right. They shouldn't be allowed to control you. Ander just stared. It sounded like the man actually meant it. I know we're busy killing Darkspawn and all. But the sooner we find this vial, the better I'll feel. Nathaniel had yet to reappear. He hoped Delilah was able to set his newest warden straight. Okaren interrupted his musings. So, The dwarf wrinkled his nose. You think there's an apothecary around here somewhere? Are you injured? Okaren shifted awkwardly. You could. He shrugged. Say that. He didn't want to know. We could dig up some poultices for you. I've tried those but they only stop the itching for a few hours. He didn't want to know. He really didn't want to know. Okaren kept talking anyway. Right, look. For the past few days I've had this. He waved at his groin. Burning rash. The skin's actually got some sort of greenish look to it. The man actually started to unfasten his greaves. I'm sure it will go away soon. Okaren nodded. You know, I bet it's that Grey Warden stuff we had to drink. No one told you to drink all of it. Jiroth shook his head. Too late for regrets. He let out a long-suffering sigh. I'll just see if I can't find some nice minty balm somewhere in this town. He found them walking towards the chantry. The man who'd killed his father raised an eyebrow as he approached. With what Delilah had told him. He and Fergus Cousland had been friends, once. Fergus had been one of the few that had written to him when he was in the Free Marches. To think that his father had murdered his friend's family was unthinkable. She said she wants me to come back, once all this is done. Meet her husband. He smiled. She's due by the spring. He was going to be an uncle. He met his commander's eyes. She seems happy. She said father deserved to die. I still can't believe it. You don't believe her? Jiroth raised an eyebrow. I thought he had his reasons. It was a war, for Andraste's sake. Even if he had his reasons, the scope of what he'd done. Delilah had not pulled her punches when she'd told him what happened. He shook his head. Could he have influenced his father down a different path? Before I went to the Free Marches, he was never. He sighed. How could he have changed so much? It's not your fault, Nathaniel. What if I'd never left? I didn't have much choice, but still. He sighed. I wish I'd known some of this sooner. I feel like such a fool. He shook his head. Now, please. He glanced around. Let's get back to our business. I need to think. He was still thinking when they reached the chantry. The front of it looked different. It took him a moment. He sighed. It figures, actually. He thought he'd spoken quietly, but the elf heard him. What does? There used to be another statue here. He gestured to the marks on the ground. It was of Byron Howe, my great-uncle. He died in the rebellion, helping King Merrick reclaim his throne. Yet his statue is gone. All because of what my father did. I'll get them to replace it. Don't bother. He was surprised how touched he was by the casual offer. Nobody here will want to see it. His gaze went to the chantry's facade. There's a long line of heroes in my family. The Howes have been around since Callanhood. Now it's all gone. He clenched his fists. Curse my father and his idiot ambition. He lost everything for us, didn't he? It's up to you to turn that around. There was a challenge in those words. And, a quiet confidence. Nathaniel felt himself smile. Not too much pressure, right? He shrugged. I wonder what happened to the old statue. Likely propping up the side of the chantry or something. Poor Arl Byron. Ah, statues are for pigeons. I don't want to look at it. Something I can do for you, friend. Did a Grey Warden named Kristoff come through here? The man sneered at him. And who are you supposed to be that's asking? I would be his commander. Jarath gave him a level look. The man started to shake his head. An elf? I. He stopped, and his eyes suddenly widened. Yes, of course. He spoke with forced friendliness. Haven't seen that Kristoff fellow for almost a week now. Not sure where he went. His room's paid up to the end of the month. I guess he expected to be here a while. Did you ever speak to Kristoff? Not much. He chatted up Sorsha a bit when she brought him his dinner. Maybe talk to her. He gestured at a young serving girl. I'd like the key to Kristoff's room. Of course. Here you go. He pointed. It's the last room at the end of the hall. If he comes back and gets upset, however, it's on your head. He walked to the barmaid. She gave him an appreciative smile. I understand you spoke to Kristoff. We chatted a bit. He was a friendly sort, for a Grey Warden. Spent most of his nights here, drinking. Wasn't ever loud or too forward. Haven't seen him for maybe a week, now. Did he ever talk about what he was doing? Said he was tracking some dark spawn. One particular group that's been raiding outside the city. He told me they were acting strange, those dark spawn. Acting obvious, like they wanted to be caught or something. I expect he caught them. Probably why he hasn't been back, right? She said it confidently. Where did he go? Do you know? No. He took a lot of notes while he drank, always writing things down. Maybe there's something in his room. She smiled. Send him my best when you see him. He nodded. 11 of his wardens had been ambushed. And it seemed one of them had walked into a trap. Anders was shocked when the commander headed towards the warehouse as soon as they'd left the inn. He'd expected to be given leave to handle it, or a promise to look into it when they found the Timor. He tightened his grip on the staff and followed the man into the building. No guards? Maybe they don't want to draw attention. Jarath shook his head, and moved further in, a hand on his blade. Relok stepped out of the next room, accompanied by a dozen Templars. He really hated that woman. And here I almost believed the infamous Anders wouldn't take the bait. He really hated that woman. Ah. Yes, I suppose I should have known it would be you. She turned to Jarath. You made a poor choice with this one, Commander. Anders will never submit, not to us and not to you. So this was it, then. Wardening had been fun while it lasted. At least he'd gotten to rescue a damsel in distress. He has made a fine Grey Warden so far. Jiroth shrugged. Anders stared. Relok smirked. So far, yes. She gave Jiroth what she probably intended to be a reassuring nod. I'll make sure this murderer is never a bother to anyone again. What? No, you can't arrest me. King Alistair allowed my conscription. He was aware of the note of desperation in his own voice. She sneered. The Chantry's authority supersedes the crown in this matter. You cannot hide within the Grey Warden's ranks. No. Jirotha's voice was quiet, calm, and firm. He stays with us. Hardly surprising. The Grey Wardens have ever been a haven for criminals in Maleficar. I do not know how you inspire such loyalty, Anders, but it will avail you not. Now you come with us. She started to take a step towards him, and he felt the Templar power that negated his magic as she started to draw her sword. And then she grunted as the commander's sword pierced her side. He twisted, drawing the axe in a smooth motion and taking out the Templar to her left. Nathaniel and Okaren went for their weapons. They were defending him. He smiled as he brought his staff down on a Templar's skull. Anders still had a disbelieving look on his face. I wonder if Namea knew about this? I guess it doesn't really matter. He shook his head. Thank you. You stood by me, and I appreciate that. You're a friend. Friends stick up for each other. They were wardens. If they couldn't rely on each other, they were doomed. The man looked as if the concept were entirely new to him. Guess they do. He looked around at the corpses. Anyhow, let's go before someone rushes in to waggle a finger at us. A cleft leading into the depths sounded like their best bet. Time to see if the hunter's map was any good. Chapter 5, Kal Hirol. Nathaniel shaded his eyes from the sun. I fell down a flight of stairs once. They looked much like this particular set of stairs. They were almost to the base of the stairs when a group of deep stalkers came out of a small tunnel. Anders let out a yelp of surprise, which Okaren found absolutely hilarious. The mage started to dump rash vine leaves down the dwarf's armor when Jiroth held up a fist. Nathaniel was already going for his bow. Darkspawn. They were dragging a dwarven woman towards the mouth of a tunnel. Jiroth had his swords out and was moving as the dwarf kicked herself free and grabbed an axe. Well. She panted. That was. She winced. Close. She took a deep breath. For a moment there I thought I really was about to join the Legion of the Dead. Are you all right? Jiroth asked. If she was Legion, then it was likely she already knew what fate had awaited her at Darkspawn hands. I might have cracked a rib, but it's hard to be sure. Everything hurts. He gestured to Anders, and the mage stepped forward. Why were the Darkspawn after you? I'm sure they intended to turn me into a brood mother. They do that with females, and Darkspawn are nothing if not predictable. She shrugged as soon as Anders was done with the healing spell. Anyway, I can't chat for long. I should probably go back. She sighed. As foolish as that sounds. She turned towards the entrance into the darkness. See if there's anything I can do. He nodded. Back where? She turned towards him. The old fortress of Kal Hirol. There's something going there. I think the Darkspawn are breeding an army. The Legion went to investigate, but Kal Hirol proved too much for us. It was a massacre. And now She shrugged. I'm the only one left. So this was the breeding ground. These Darkspawn must be eradicated, he said, starting towards the opening. His companions looked at him like he was insane. So did the dwarf. That's what we thought. Oh, we'll just run in there, eradicate the Darkspawn and be back in time for supper. Well. She waved a hand. Whoops. She shook her head. The Darkspawn have changed, they're smart now. They destroyed the Legion. I saw them taking some of the women and I wasn't about to stick around for that. We will fight with you. What? Really? Did I mention Kal Hirol was a death trap? She gave him a suspicious look. Why do you want to do this? I'm a Grey Warden. Ah. My condolences. She hefted her axe and started for the opening. Let's not waste time. Kal Hyrule awaits, and Darkspawn, when left to their own devices, get up to all kinds of nonsense. A wounded dwarf was crawling towards them. Sigrun ran to his side. It's Jukka. He's hurt. Bad. Sigrun. Yes, it's me. Be still and try not to talk. The man was badly wounded, but he did not sense the taint in him. There must be something we can do. He glanced at Anders, but the man shook his head. No. I feel my death upon me. And it is a sweet release. Sigrun sounded like she was fighting tears. No, I have bandages. I can help dash. You must listen. Jukka was gasping, blood on his lips. The brood mothers. They are breeding. I saw an. He spat some blood. An army. You. He coughed. You must. He took a breath. You must stop them. He coughed up bloody froth. But. He gasped. But beware the children. They are abominations, even among Darkspawn. What? Sigrun took his hand. What children? Whose children? Jukka tried to raise his head, and gasped. Forgive me. He exhaled a ragged breath. He did not draw another one. Ancestors look kindly on you, brother. Sigrun stood. We have to finish what the Legion started. Those brood mothers need to be destroyed. He nodded. Show us where. She led them to a fortress, still strong after all these years. At the base of the stairs, she stopped them. The Legion got this far with no trouble. We got careless and complacent and stormed the main entrance, up those stairs. She turned towards him. It was a disaster. The Darkspawn were waiting. They turned the Tag's old defenses against us. He nodded. Up a narrow flight of stairs. He could hold that against an army. Traps. And more. Ancient dwarven ingenuity, used by the very monsters it was intended to kill. She sighed. We need to learn from the Legion's mistake. Avoid the main door. He turned around, scanning the courtyard. Is there another way in? Most of the old dwarven fortresses had hidden side entrances. I bet this one does too. We just need to find it. He nodded, then turned to the others. Spread out. See what you can find. I once started a rumor about secret passages in the tower. Had the Templars pressing their noses to the walls for months. Hilarious. Anders grinned as he started examining the walls. Nathaniel found the passage. Sigrun clapped. This will work perfectly. The Darkspawn will never see us coming. She giggled. He led them in through the tunnel. Ahead, he could feel the Darkspawn. He whispered the commands quietly. Nathaniel and Anders stay to the back, pick their targets. He'd take the dwarves and move in. Be careful of the traps. He waited for their acknowledgements, and opened the door. His senses hadn't bothered to mention the golems. Hey, kind of has me missing Shale, Okaran said, looking at the remains of the golem. Nathaniel and Sigrun busied themselves disabling the remainder of the traps. What few there were. Sigrun shot the mage an irritated look. Anders, you do know there are ways to deal with traps other than stepping on all of them, right? Well, I do now, the mage muttered. This is sort of my first time storming a castle. He told you to stay put. I told you to stay put. Okaran and Nathaniel told you to stay put. I wanted to get a closer look at the golem. You mean the thing occupied with trying to smash us all into greasy smears? Why are you yelling at me? He's the one that jumped on the blasted thing. Okaran snorted. He does that. You get used to it. He glanced at Jiroth. Remember that time you jumped on a brood mother and she used you as a golem hammer? No. At least, the part where he'd been used as a golem hammer was a little fuzzy, anyway. Shale still hadn't forgiven him for the dent. Sigrun blinked, then looked at him. You jumped on a brood mother. It was trying to strangle the king of Ferelden. He twitched a shoulder. She gave him a skeptical look. Right. Anders examined the rod they'd found on the Genlock emissary. It was covered with dwarven runes. He saw a golem standing in an alcove, and touched the rod to one of its runes. The golem stepped out of the alcove and went charging down the hall. He hid the rod behind his back as Jiroth turned around to look at him. I didn't do it. The commander just sighed, turned around, and kept walking. Okaren poked at some of the corruption growing up the walls. This stuff looks like Felsi's first day festival stew. The girl has her strengths, but cooking is not one of them. He glanced at the stuff, and felt his stomach roll at the thought. He was never going to be able to eat stew again. At least the golem was aimed at the darkspawn. Mages. It cleared the next room before turning around and heading back to the alcove. As they moved down the next corridor, he saw something. Spirits pressing on the veil, and then, it changed. He heard his companions gasp. He wasn't entirely sure he was relieved they were seeing it too. For generations, they have told you you were nothing, swept you away like so much dust. Now you are the only thing standing between them and the darkspawn that threaten our empire. Show them that you are not nothing. Show them that you can be warriors. Let the stone tremble with the thunder of your footsteps. Fight. The strange, foggy figures faded away as quickly as they'd come. Anders said. The rest of you heard that, right? Heard what? Nathaniel asked. Jiroth's lips twitched slightly as he kept walking. They found another group of the figures just a little further inside. They're gone. Everyone's gone. They've abandoned the Tag. We have to follow them. I am not going to stay here and get eaten by those monsters. But this is our home. We can't survive out there. We won't survive in here. Had the dwarves really abandoned the casteless to their fates? He wished it surprised him. More talking darkspawn. They were tough, and worse, the other darkspawn listened to them. Organized and with someone to call tactics, the darkspawn were considerably more formidable. He was going to need more wardens. Sigrun was as tenacious as a badger, and nearly as tough as Braska had been. She used a pair of long knives to devastating effect and moved lightly despite the heavier armor she wore. Okaren held the front line with him, while behind them Nathaniel focused his arrows on emissaries and enemy archers. Anders was starting to learn. As soon as combat started, he used his magic to enhance their combat abilities before using his staff to direct bolts of energy as they fought their way through the ruins. Press the attack. Go. A darkspawn in surprisingly well-made armor called. The lost is mine. Jiroth held up a hand. The darkspawn were fighting each other. And not just the petty skirmishes over food or weapons that he'd seen before. Active, organized warfare. That was probably not good. He heard Jiroth promise their new companion that they'd come back and help her carry the slate out as soon as they'd finished killing the darkspawn. Seeing the ghosts, casteless dwarves fighting to defend those that had abandoned them to their fates. Fighting a battle they knew they had no chance of winning. It was inspiring. Nathaniel cast his senses out again. The experience was still disconcerting. He could tell the difference between his companions and the darkspawn. He almost thought he could tell the Genlocks from the Hurlocks. The emissaries seemed to carry a different feeling along with the taint. A bit like the air during an electrical storm. He collected his arrows, and added some of the darkspawn arrows to his quiver as well. He was going to have to start carrying more. And possibly a fletching kit next time they went out. Part of him wanted to laugh. Walking through muck, facing uncountable horrors, and most likely certain doom. Maker help him if he didn't feel better than he had in years. Oh, lyrium. Anders walked towards the bucket. He could almost feel the power radiating off the blue substance. The Chantry has a monopoly on all lyrium the dwarves mine. They kill anyone who tries to get around it. And here they were, standing in a huge lyrium mine. You thinking of going into business? Jiroth raised an eyebrow at him. He laughed. Sure, why not? I've always fancied life as a lyrium smuggler. Maybe I'll wear a dashing chapeau. And a cape. Some fancy boots. I used to be a good little Andrastian. I said my prayers, repented my sins, all of it. What's the alternative? The commander poked through some of the stuff remaining in the room. Life as a hedge mage, brewing love potions for villagers and hoping nobody notices. Part of him wished he could accept that life. That the cities didn't keep drawing him back. But he liked people. It could have been worse. I could have been made tranquil, haggling over the price of a wand. The thought still haunted his dreams. Or I could be with the Qunari. I hear they leash their mages. Or I could be dead. Dead's bad. Not as bad as tranquil, but bad. Instead, you're a Grey Warden. True. Instead, he was crawling through muck and gore and golems, and the only damsel he saw looked like she could fillet him with a thought. Though the commander and Nathaniel were easy enough on the eyes. Right. Death to the Darkspawn. Rah. He shrugged. A related question, what do Grey Wardens do when there aren't Darkspawn running amok? I mean, are there parties? Do we travel the world? Take over small kingdoms? Hadn't the king and queen been wardens, come to think of it? That sounds like a good start. Jarath shrugged. Anders grinned. Ah, you are a scholar and a gentleman. He gestured. Me, I intend to take up knitting. I'll send a scarf to the Templar commander every Saturnalia. He frowned. Provided I don't end up in some ogre's belly, chewed into tiny mage pieces. But I'm an optimist. And he was pretty sure he could outrun Okaren. Thank the Maker. It's a relief to see someone who isn't one of those. The man shook the cage door. Monsters. Please, for the love of all that's good, let me out. I couldn't stand another minute with these creatures. Are you all right? Jarath asked. Yes. I haven't been injured, or infected with the Darkspawn corruption. I swear. Nathaniel tried to sense the man, and couldn't. He could sense the corruption on the walls as a vague sense of unease, and thus it seemed logical that if the man was tainted, he'd sense him. Okaren folded his arms. Huh. Why haven't they killed you then? And what are you doing here in the first place? I overheard Colbert talking about the chasm and I thought I'd. The man sighed. Sneak in past the Darkspawn to see if there was any treasure. He suddenly brightened. Well, I found something. In this place, before the Darkspawn caught me. Sigrun all but growled at him. You thief. What you have belongs to the Dwarven people. Well, they weren't here to defend it. It's not stealing if they've abandoned it. His face became hopeful. You can have it, if you let me out. I don't want it anymore, it's caused nothing but trouble. Nathaniel, mind getting the lock? Jarath said. He looked at the man. What did you find, anyway? He stepped forward, pulling out his lockpicks. And it occurred to him to wonder how the commander had known he could pick locks. He'd probably seen the tools when he'd returned his gear. The lock was in bad enough shape that it took him a moment. I'm not sure, but it looks valuable. I've a nose for these things, trust me. Come on, all I want is to get out of here. He thrust his hand through the bars to hand something to Jarath. Jarath took it, and handed it to Sigrun, who stuck it into her belt pouch. The lock clicked. Thank you. My life is worth more than this. Thank you. Thank you a million times over. Nathaniel grunted as the man actually hugged him before running off down the corridor. Jarath just shook his head. Is he at least going the right way? Sigrun asked. This anvil must be pretty old. They make them differently these days. Okaren shook his head. Branka once explained it to me, but I'll be a Nug's uncle if I remember what she said, crazy harpy. He sighed. Are you all right? Jarath glanced at Okaren. Yeah, the thing just reminded me of Branka, that's all. Okaren's shoulders drooped. Look, Warden, I know she's gone. I know it. But sometimes He sighed. Ah, sod it. I understand. Jarath nodded to the dwarf. Okaren grunted. Look at me, whimpering like a wet box of kittens. Let's go make paste out of some Darkspawn. Anders glanced at Okaren as they started walking. Who is Branka? My ex-wife. Wait. Anders blinked. Someone actually married you. He couldn't quite wrap his mind around the concept that someone out there would willingly marry the dwarf. She was, yes. Okaren glared at him. And how did this particular arrangement end? Probably by the unlucky lady sobering up. The commander there bashed her head in and kicked her into a river of lava. Anders stopped dead in his tracks. Wait, what? Branka? Sigrun asked. As in Paragon Branka. She looked at Okaren. You were married to Paragon Branka? Yes. She blinked, then looked at Jarath. You killed Paragon Branka? Yes. Anders looked from one to the other. And you two are still friends? Yes. He stared. How? She got obsessed with an anvil and went crazy, Okaren said. He said it like he actually expected it to explain anything. Okaren looked at him and sighed. Look, sparkly fingers, there were brood mothers, and golems, and this other paragon, and we needed to crown the king of Orzammar, and it was complicated, all right. She was actively trying to kill us at the time, Jarath added. Anders understood every single word in the sentence. It was the concept they conveyed that gave him trouble. Wait, crown the king of Orzammar? What? He shook his head. Never mind. You can give me the story when we aren't in a place where the walls are dripping. He wrinkled his nose. That. Maker's breath. Are they? Nathaniel stared at the strange pods that had produced the insect-like darkspawn. Growing these darkspawn. It looks that way. Jarath crouched, examining one. Why would we be seeing new forms of darkspawn? Anders asked. This isn't even a blight. That's a good question, Jarath said. Let's go find the answer. He rose. And kill it. Voices echoed down the corridor. The architect sends many, but does not come himself. He is a coward. I will kill you, and he will know that he has failed to destroy the lost. He will know that the mother will tear him apart. The voice stopped. A moment later, it growled. Who comes now? I can feel you, but you are no darkspawn. What trickery is he planning? You will die, as all who serve the architect will die. The mother demands it. They stepped out of the corridor just in time to see a truly massive golem rip a darkspawn in half. Is that golem on fire? Okaren asked. Yes. You're gonna end up jumping on it, aren't you? Jarath sighed. Probably. He saw the talking darkspawn start to gather a lightning storm. On second thought, it's all yours. He ran, dove between the golem's legs, rolled to his feet, and sent a wave of his own energy to cancel the spell. Anders felt the wave of energy. The commander was a Templar. How the, oh, right, giant fiery golem. He actually heard Okaren laugh as the dwarf charged. Sigrun attacked from the other side as Nathaniel tried to find weak points with arrows. He considered a moment, then gathered his energy and sent a wave of ice at the thing. It visibly slowed as steam hissed from its joints. Ha! He switched his spell, using the ice to coat the weapons of his companions. It seemed to help. Just, not quickly enough. The thing smashed a fist into the ground, narrowly missing Sigrun. Okaren hit it in the leg with his axe, and it swept a fist at him, striking with a glancing blow. Nathaniel moved forward, aiming an arrow at the golem's face to distract it from the downed dwarf. Anders ran in and cast a healing spell, hoping it would stay distracted long enough. Okaren grabbed his arm and levered himself back to his feet, charging back in again. He threw another ice spell at it just as Sigrun hit it again. This time, the ice seemed to get inside the joint, and there was a cracking sound. It slammed both its fists into the ground, which shook. Both Sigrun and Nathaniel lost their footing. It raised a fist to smash Sigrun, and then there was a great wash of steam as the commander's sword pierced its head. It fell forward, narrowly missing Okaren. Heh, the dwarf said. Told you he'd jump on it. He looked at the melted and twisted sword, then tossed it aside. The one the darkspawn had dropped looked serviceable. You're a Templar. He turned to look at Anders. I'm a warden. Don't lie, I saw you cancel the spell. You're a Templar. The mage actually looked affronted. I picked up a few skills. I've made no vows to the Chantry. He shrugged. But... Anders sighed. Then he frowned. Why not just tell Relock you're a Templar? Because I'm not a Templar. It would get the person who trained me in trouble. I don't take orders from the Chantry. You're one of my people. He shrugged. Pick a reason. We've got work to do still. Is anyone else afraid of what we'll find at the end of this corridor? Nathaniel asked. A bit, yeah, Anders said. Tentacles suddenly burst out of the corruption. Sod it, Okaran said. You know what that means. Jiroth sighed. Brood mother. He drew his weapons and headed in, ignoring the tentacles trying to kill him. Nathaniel and Sigrun fell into step behind him, dodging around the tentacles nimbly. Anders tried, but one knocked him down. I got the mage, Okaran yelled, and turned back to help. Sigrun shuddered. I'm afraid to look too closely. What if one of those creatures was someone I once knew? She shook her head as she glanced into the pit. Jiroth started to look for a way down, then caught sight of the chains. He looked up, and saw the giant container of lyrium. What had Anders said? Enough to kill an army. Nathaniel, the chains. He broke left. The other man broke right, catching on immediately. He caught up a darkspawn sword, and used it as a pry bar. Jiroth did the same with the sword he'd found. The ancient chains snapped, and the container fell into the pit. There was the sound of sizzling meat, followed almost immediately by an indescribably foul smell. And all the tentacles went limp. Sigrun sighed with relief. We did it. She sheathed her blades. If the rest of the Legion were alive, I know. She smiled up at him. I know they would honor you in some way. I'm sorry so many had to die. I used to wish I could get away from the others. Now I'm all alone and I just want them back. Silly, isn't it? She took a breath, then steadied herself. What's curious is that we seemed to be caught between two. She glanced back over her shoulder. Factions of Darkspawn. I've never heard of such a thing. The Darkspawn are by nature vicious, and they've always fought amongst each other. But for there to be two organized factions. She shook her head. This is something else. And it was his problem. I noticed that too. It worries me. Good, it's not just me then. Something has changed in the Darkspawn, and I don't think I like it. She shrugged, and smiled. Well, it's something to ponder. Especially when you need to be reminded that impending doom is always right around the corner. He considered a moment. What will you do now? Oh, I'll probably disappear into the bowels of the deep roads, never to be seen again. She spread her hands and gave a cheerful smile. One good thing about the deep roads is that you never run out of Darkspawn to fight. True. It was the fate that awaited them all. No reason, though, for it to be today. Perhaps you would consider coming with me? Go. She blinked. With you? But that would go against my vow and my plan to disappear into the deep, unmourned, and forgotten. I am looking for Grey Wardens. She fought like hell, and if he was honest, she was starting to grow on him a little. Join us. Be a Grey Warden? Is that allowed? Can you be both part of the Legion and a Grey Warden? If it was against the rules, nobody had told him. But then, it seemed there were many things he had not been told. And if they were going to put him in charge, he might as well abuse the authority. You'll still fight Darkspawn, and die doing so. The thought seemed to make her giddy. And I'd be more effective at killing the Darkspawn, won't I? Ha! How does one say now to this? She nodded. I will follow you. You seem an alright sword, and I'm better off with you at my back than alone. Let's go then. The Darkspawn await. She dashed off eagerly. Chapter 6, Taking Care of Business. He was dirty, dusty, and covered in things that were best left unmentioned. And there was a horde of nobles in his hall. He thought for a moment about sneaking past, then shook his head, opened the door, and walked through the crowd. Veril didn't even blink. All rise. The Warden Commander and Liege Lord of all Amaranthin enters. He gave Jarath an apologetic look when Jarath moved to stand next to him. I've held it off as long as I could, but you hold the right of high justice on your land. Certain matters of court must be decided. Right. Politics. The other half of his job. Anything I should know before we proceed? By custom, the claimants make their case to you. I'll advise you after, then you rule. He must have seen the irritation on Jarath's face. The Sanes Chal of the Vigil can hold court, as well, if the Arl commands it. Maybe next time. A little warning would have been nice. Then again, looking around at the staring faces, maybe he'd made exactly the right impression. There is a matter with Ser Temerily that simply couldn't wait. Varel sighed. Let's begin. Jarath nodded. Be seated. The Warden Commander will first hear the matter of the crown against the sheepherder Alec. Captain Garevel stepped forward. On behalf of the crown, I submit that Alec stole 2 bushels of grain bound for the garrison in Amaranthin. When confronted by soldiers, he confessed. The punishment for theft from the crown is death by hanging. What say you, Alec? Varel asked. My sheep were slaughtered by the dark spawn. My family was starving. I ask for mercy, Commander. Mercy? The poor bugger, Varel murmured. Had he stolen from anyone besides the crown, he'd escape with a flogging. He'd escaped with a flogging. They'd called it mercy. Nobles had time to plot, while their people had to steal food. Join the army and your life will be spared, your family fed. Surprise and gratitude showed on Alec's face. Thank you, thank you. He saw disapproval on the faces of the nobles. They had a duty to their people, and they were failing it. If anyone needed to be flogged. But then, all flogging had taught him was not to get caught. The next matter is of a civil nature. Lady Liza Pacton is the sovereign of Terns Down. She. The doer woman stepped forward. I prefer to speak for myself. The old Arl Rendenhau made certain promises to me. She held out a document. Some of these he committed to paper. I was given the right to the incomes of the southern bridge. Another noble shook his head angrily. One of the ones that had bent knee willingly at the ceremony. And if he recalled correctly, he'd seen the man at the land's meet as well. And what part did you take in Howe's conspiracies, Liza? To get such a fruitful prize? He turned to Jarath. I am Ser Darren, and it's my land she seeks. Taken from me because I was one of the few nobles who stood against Tern Loghain. Varel's voice was urgent. Commander, Ser Darren is an ally and Amaranthin has precious few who support you wholeheartedly. If there's any hope of persuading more nobles to your cause, you must be fair-minded. He had every intention of being fair. It's legal, Darren. But I swear I'll make this up to you. He already knew how. My father built that bridge. But the man sighed. Very well. I place my trust in you. The commander has spoken. The matter is resolved. Varel shifted his weight. Bring in Ser Temerily the ox. Garevel gave the man a hateful look. Ser Temerily stands accused of a murder most foul. He pointed at the massive man. You and your men came upon Ser Tamra in the dead of night and did cravenly ambush her. Ser Tamra was dead? Jarath narrowed his eyes. Temerily gave a smug smile. You dare too much, Captain Garevel. I am noble-born, and will not submit to your accusations. You are accused of murder, Ser. Garevel's hand twitched as if he wanted to go for his sword. My soldiers found you fleeing while Ser Tamra's blood was still hot. There's a great deal of traffic on the roads. Temerily's eyes went to Jarath's ears. Not all of it human. And it's so dangerous at night. He smirked. We were merely in a hurry to reach a nice, safe place. You mock this court with your denials. Captain Garevel growled. You have nothing, Captain. Release me, Commander. It's this common lout's word against mine. Varel sighed. You will recall Ser Tamra as the knight who warned us against a conspiracy. Ser Temerily was a confederate of Arlhau. Is there really no more evidence against him? He didn't need it, but it would be nice. Only some blood on their clothes, a sadly common sight on travelers these days. Verrill shook his head. Besides that, nothing. The captain looked into the matter thoroughly. What would happen if we executed him? Politics were a pain in the ass, but he was not going to conscript the likes of this man. There'd be some outrage. There's no love for the ox, but he's a noble. With such scant evidence. Verrill sighed. But you are within your rights to execute him. He scanned the faces of the nobles. Releasing the ox or ordering his execution would play right into their hands. Damn their bloody game. Imprison him during our very, very long investigation. The smug look on Temerlis vanished. What's the meaning of this? You can't do this. Verrill had a little trouble not laughing. Oh, but the commander very much can. He squared his shoulders. This session of the Arling's court is over. He glanced at Jarath. And Maker help me, I hope the next one is easier than this. Jarath shook his head, then walked towards the nobles. Lord Darren. Yes, my lord. He gestured for Darren to walk to the map. If I recall correctly, these are your lands. You control the forests here. He pointed at the map. He saw Pacton watching intently. Good. That's right. Darren's voice sounded uncertain. We recently liberated a dwarven city from the Darkspawn. I will be sending a letter to King Belen, and he will be wanting to send an expedition to see about recovering and resettling it. As the entrance does fall so near your lands, would you be willing to oversee the construction of a trading camp? And with the construction of a trading camp in the area, merchants would bypass the southern bridge entirely to come up the forest path. Darren's eyes widened, and his smile nearly split his face in two. I would be honored, my lord. Thank you. I am looking forward to Amaranthin's trade relations with the dwarves. Sigrun actually bounced when he took her for the joining. From this moment forth, Sigrun, you are a Grey Warden. She took the chalice. Then let it be. She drank, then fell backwards. Verrill smiled. You chose her well, Commander. She will wake shortly. The hound had survived the joining. Verrill had looked at him like he was meant for trying it, but that was starting to be a common expression for Verrill. She was weak still, but up, and moving. When he went to check on her, she licked his hand and her stubby tail thumped. Then she followed him into the room that served as an office and made herself comfortable on a chair. Cathiel said that Maberry chose their owners. He had a feeling he'd just been adopted. Verrill knocked lightly, then entered. Commander, I've collected the papers the wardens brought with them, as well as the ones sent from Weishaupt. Thank you, Verrill. He looked up, then frowned. Is something wrong? I do not know. He handed Jarath some of the papers. He took them, then started to look them over. His eyes narrowed. These are written in a cipher. I assumed it to be a warden matter. Verrill sighed. If it was on the very long list of warden matters no one had shared with him. So they'll tell you about the joining, but not a cipher. He shook his head. Whose room did you find these in? Senior Warden Renault. Your second in command. I had a second in command. He shook his head. How many other decisions were made for me before I arrived? Verrill shifted slightly, then sighed. May I speak freely? Always. Renault seemed to be under the impression that your purpose within the wardens was to be a figurehead. He chose the vigil's captain of the guard, hired and dismissed servants, and commanded the other wardens. Who assigned you the role of Seneschal? That particular instruction came from the Queen. Jarath nodded. The two of you were acquainted, then. She shot me once. His smile was fond. She was 7 and practicing for the high tourney with a bow far too large for her. She was 12 the first time she won, you know. She shot me once too. He set the papers on the desk. The wardens agreed with your assignment, but sent along someone else to hold the purse strings. That reminds me. Mistress Woolsey would like a word with you. She was most put out over the additional funds you provided to Valdreich. She's even more put out by the fact that she has no idea where those funds came from. It's Amaranthin money. Sir. How made the mistake of storing some of his ill-gotten gains in a vault with which I was familiar. He shrugged. Verrill stared at him a moment, then laughed. There is some poetic justice in that. He shook his head. And in a lot of what you did at court today. Ser Darren is sending more soldiers to aid the vigil. Jarath nodded. We've a bit of business in the city, and then we'll head out to clear the problems in the Wending Wood. As soon as that's done, assign those soldiers to the path. He considered a moment. Who chose Garavel? I did. I apologize for the presumption, but... He organized the survivors and held the fallback point. I have no objections. His room was almost as large as the house in which he'd grown up. Someone had started a fire, and it was pleasantly warm. A teapot sat near the fire, where it would stay hot. Someone had already cleaned his armor, and returned it to the stand. 3 swords were laid out, all differently styled. The lost blade had been noticed. He was angry about something. Not the papers. It was hard to focus, to identify. He blinked, then looked down at the ring. He wasn't angry. She was. Something had vexed his Morrigan. He wanted very much to find it and destroy it beyond any hope of recognition. Then he sighed. If she wanted his help, she knew where to find him. The bed was comfortable. He closed his eyes, and slipped across. It kept shifting, in the fade. Paintings changed. Even some of the statues. It's an old structure, the voice said. He turned. It was always odd, seeing his own face shaped out of the stuff of the fade. He realized he was an inch taller than the spirit. According to Verrill, the original stones come from around the time of the first blight. It's a fair bit older than that, the spirit said. What brings you? What happened here? The wardens were attacked. They responded too slowly, underestimating the threat. They were defeated. Most died here. So some live. Jarath raised an eyebrow. Some did not die here. Whether they live or not, I cannot tell you. They are nowhere I have traveled. And before the attack? Ah, a vastly more complicated question. And? The spirit frowned. One I can't wholly answer. Why not? Despite the recent reading he had done on spirits, he still had far too little idea of how the fade worked. Because the fade is based on perception, not reality. They believed they were doing their duty. You did the impossible. They do not understand, and without understanding, there is fear. You are to be watched. And, if necessary, contained. I suppose the thought of just leaving me alone and letting me do my job never occurred to them. He shook his head in frustration. I am purpose. You want to fathom the nature of mankind, find wisdom. There are other spirits, are there not? Jarath looked around. Would they answer me? You are not a mage. You shouldn't be able to enter the fade enough to talk to me. It is dangerous for you, here. Why? The spirit gestured at the shifting walls. You lack control. Focus. This is not the domain of a single spirit. You must learn, if you are to walk the raw fade without being a danger to yourself. The spirit shook its head. And you will not do this tonight. You need real sleep. Farewell. So what would you do if you didn't have to be a Grey Warden? Anders asked, trying not to give in to the urge to lick his plate clean. He had a little more dignity than the dwarf. Not a lot. But a little. He eyed the biscuit remaining on Nathaniel's plate, and the other man gave him a warning look. Sigrun quite unapologetically asked a servant to bring her another rasher of bacon. Jarath shrugged. I don't have to do anything. Really? Once you drink the blood, it's all downhill, no. He gave Sigrun a beseeching look, and she passed over some of the bacon. I've never liked the idea of being trapped somewhere, to be honest. It reminds me of the circle. He took a bite of the bacon. After my 7th escape attempt, you'd think they'd have given my credit for trying. 7 escape attempts? Sigrun asked. She snagged Nathaniel's biscuit and took a bite out of it. He glared, and she offered it back. Anders laughed. I got really good at escaping the tower. Just never at staying escaped. Until now, I suppose. He looked at the empty plate again. He was going to need new robes if this kept up. You know, there is one thing I miss about the tower. My cat. Okaren belched, and removed a flask from his pocket. The commander shot him a look, and he put it back. You had a cat? Sigrun asked before taking another bite of Nathaniel's biscuit. Anders smiled fondly. Mr. Wiggums. He wasn't my cat. He was the tower's Mauser, but took a liking to me. There were days when that stupid cat was the only person I saw. Except for it not being a person. Still, I liked him. Poor Mr. Wiggums. Why poor Mr. Wiggums? Nathaniel asked. He became possessed by a rage demon, but he did take out 3 Templars. I was never more proud. Nathaniel blinked. Can cats actually be possessed by demons? Yes, Jiroth said. Sigrun chuckled. Do we want to know how you know that? No. Anders held up his cup. A toast to Mr. Wiggums, then. May he forever eat mice in the Fade. With a giggle, Sigrun raised her own glass. The others followed. Heron and Wade. At least he knew they did good work. Heron, at least, was enthusiastic about the verdium near the keep and the iron they'd found in Kal Hirol. Wade found the shell of the golem intriguing, and actually handed him a list of other things to find. He wondered if Wade was even aware he was the Warden Commander. At least with Wade, he was sure it wasn't personal. He had his doubts the man had even noticed the blight. Still, it would be interesting to see just what kind of armor he could make. The dragon skin armor was easily the best he'd ever worn. Valdreich met him in the courtyard. The stone wasn't suitable. He listened, noting what to look for. Maybe they'd get lucky. He needed Lenore, she had a tendency to trip over things like that. He saw the dwarf that had blown up the dark spawn. The man smiled as he walked over. You arranged for quite the welcome for us, didn't you, Commander? He laughed. Not that I mind, gave me the chance to do some proper testing. You're the one who blew up those dark spawn, right? The explosion had rivaled one of Lenore's spells. Oh, kind of you to notice. That was my work. He gave a half bow. The name is Dworkin Glavonak. Some call me Dworkin the Mad. That don't ruffle my beard, though. You have to be a little mad in my line of research. Did you invent these explosives? He'd seen some used to seal tunnels. It was incredible. Cut a hole in the rock, put in a little cylinder, then run like hell as a mountain comes down. If they'd had a supply of what Dworkin had used back at Ostagar. I developed these particular formulations, but it's the Cunary who perfected the art. That just gets in my craw. Solon, ashen skin giants shouldn't be allowed to outsmart dwarves. Dworkin shrugged. So I've been conducting experiments on lyrium sand and other volatile ingredients. He needed to write to Setida. Well, he needed to write to Setida anyway. Is there any way I can help? If you've a mind to, We used up all the explosives on those dark spawn. I can make more, but I'm out of lyrium sand. Lyrium dust is all over the place, but that's too fine. He gestured at some of the blue substance on the workbench. Dust's good for fuses, but not the boom I'm looking for. With real lyrium sand, I can set the lads to work. Boom. Boom was good. He opened his pack and took out the samples he'd retrieved from Kal Hirol. What about this? Wonderful. We can start making more explosives. Warden. Valdreich's voice called out. Before you let my brother blow himself to little bitsies, tell him to be careful. Don't listen to Valdreich. I know what I'm about. And how many apprentices have you lost? 3? No, 4. We all know the risks. If we succeed, our names will go down in history. He should warn Dworkin to be careful. They'd done all right without explosives so far, right? Oh bloody hell, screw history. He wanted to blow up some ogres. Push yourselves hard. We need those explosives. Commander. He started to walk away, then remembered he'd actually had a reason for seeking out the dwarves. We found this tablet in Kal Hirol. Could you look at it? Commander. Valdrike, come over here. Valdrike's eyes lit up when he saw the tablet. Well, I'll be. He ran his fingers over the tablet. We need to send this home, brother. Dworkin nodded. Orzammar must know how the casteless of Kal Hirol acquitted themselves in their final hours. Valdrike sighed. Casteless bearing arms. Oh, that'll go over well. Those casteless are heroes. It must be recorded by the shape rate. Dworkin folded his arms. Valdrike took the tablet. Thank you, Commander. We'll see this is delivered into the right hands. Jiroth watched him go, then looked back at Dworkin. So, these explosives. Yes, Commander. Do you know how to build a trebuchet? Dworkin looked at him, then started to smile. Commander, I think you and I are going to get along just fine. He had just entered the hall when a dwarven woman planted herself in front of him. Where is he? I know he's here. Cough him up, Warden. Felsi. Arms folded. Eyes glaring. Very, very pregnant. If he survived this, he was going to kill Okaren. Do you have an appointment? You're not going to pull the moss over my eyes. She started towards him, and he started backing away. Why was she looking at him like something was his fault? Okaren, you get your hairy ass down here dash. Hang on to your beard, woman. Is this a conjugal visit? Okaren snickered. Looking for Okaren to grease the old wheel. Did the man not notice him standing right there? Why was he still standing there? He started to move, and Felsi grabbed hold of one of the straps on his breastplate and yanked him back before turning her attention back to Okaren. Don't lay a finger on me. You've done a lot of stupid things on a whim, but joining the Warden's Desha. That's why it was his fault. Okaren laughed. Didn't you say it would be? He waggled his eyebrows. Hot. We were role-playing. If either the Maker or the Creators existed, please let the floor open up and swallow him now. He started to move away and Felsi pinned him to the floor with a glare. He'd seen less frightening ogres. Come to think of it, he'd seen less frightening dragons. Look, I didn't sign up on a whim, all right? You kicked me out. Okaren pointed. You were just looking for an excuse. Felsi glared. Okaren shook his head. You kept trying to make me into something I'm not. I can't play house like you want me to. He sighed. I'm only good at one thing, Fels, and it's killing. Felsi turned to him and tapped her foot. What did she want him to say? He's right. He is good at killing. It was the wrong thing. If he started running now, he could probably make it to the window. Maybe it wasn't latched. He's always been good at killing. That and making absolutely nug-brained decisions. She poked Okaren in the chest. You had a good thing in the army. They respected you. Okaren sighed. Felsi, I finally got the OL Conquer on straight and I don't belong anywhere but here. Fine, Okaren. If that's what you want. The baby and I will just have to get by without you. She turned and stalked out. Guilt. He'd rather face a dragon. 2 dragons. Another archdemon. Okaren just stood there and grumbled. Aren't you going after her? Jiroth asked. I'd just end up being hit. She's a tiny thing but packs a surprising wallop, and in this mood she'd go straight for my danglers. Okaren walked back to the stairs. He stood there a moment. He'd really rather face an archdemon. Then he sighed, and went after Felsi. Warden. She shot him a glance when she noted he was following her. Felsi, wait. She whirled on him, and he took a step back. What? Jiroth sighed. Look, we can find a place for you and the kid here at the vigil if you want. No offense, but I think I've had my fill of wardens and darkspawn and... She gestured. This. Amaranthin then. She was pregnant and apparently now alone. And Okaren being one of his wardens made her his responsibility. Look, kid. She sighed. Commander, I appreciate what you are trying to do, but... She shook her head. Maybe this is best. He handed her a purse. This will get you a ship to Denerim. And, I don't know. Whatever you want to do when you get there. Bella, from Redcliffe, she was looking for a partner for that brewery of hers and... He trailed off. Dragons, darkspawn, and demons he knew how to handle. She took the purse from him, then her face softened. And she hugged him. Why did they keep doing that? It took almost a full minute before she let him go and went on her way. He sent a couple soldiers to make sure she reached wherever she was going safely, then went to collect his wardens. A sound caught his ear, and he looked around. He heard it again. A tiny orange tabby was sitting, wet, in the ditch. It looked back at him, and meowed pitifully. Yeah, he told it. I know the feeling. He picked it up and walked back into the fort. Nathaniel glared at the painting. It almost looked as if his mother was glaring back. Funny. Considering all the things that have been taken, it figures this would still be here. Let me guess, your mother. He turned to face the commander. Good guess. That's her. He shook his head. My father hated my mother. He only dragged this painting out when my grandmother visited. He shrugged. Which was not often. I'd be paraded before her like a soldier on inspection, and she would pick over every flaw while father awaited his turn. He didn't know why he was telling this to the other man. Do you have any fond memories of your family? There was sympathy in Jarotha's voice. But not a note of pity. That does qualify as a fond memory. I know. It's strange. He sighed. I was in the Free Marches for almost 8 years. I don't have many memories of my family at all. He gestured at the painting. Anyway, someone should take this down. I think it's staring at me. The commander started to walk away. Delilah had told him what Rendon had done in the alienage. The commander could have had him hung. Or left him in the cell to rot. Instead, he'd given him the chance to. Nathaniel sighed. You know, I'm actually not the first How to be a Grey Warden. Carrying on the family tradition, then. Jaroth turned back towards him. Following in my grandfather's footsteps, more like. He had no memories of the man. His name was Pedrick Howe. He joined the order before it returned to Ferelden, just after the war. Never contacted his family again, just vanished. Now that I know about the joining, I think he died. Many good men and women die in the joining. I know that now. Father always said he was a horrible man for abandoning the family to join a pointless cause. Sigrun had told him where the brood mothers had come from. I grew up ashamed of my grandfather, but now I see his bravery. That will take some getting used to. The only shame was your father's. The commander met Nathaniel's gaze with eyes that looked out of place in a face that young. My father often forgot that nobility has another meaning. He wouldn't. You know, my grandfather had a bow passed down from his grandfather. I wonder if it's still around. He shrugged. At any rate, we should probably get back to it. There are darkspawn to kill, I'll bet. Somewhere. We'll head into Amaranthin, get some supplies, then into the Wending Wood. Yes, Commander. Here. The commander handed him something orange. Anders caught it almost out of reflex. Then he blinked. Oh. Look at the cute little kitty. It meowed at him adorably. He looks like Mr. Wiggum's dash, he sighed. But I don't know if I should keep him. We got into some dangerous scraps. The deep roads were no place for an adorable little ball of fur with a cute little tummy. It purred and rubbed its head against him. He can stay at the keep, then. Jaroth shrugged. I suppose. A cat. He had a cat. Of his own. His commander had fought Templars for him. And then given him a cat. His own cat. A cat of his very own. Well, I'll keep him just for a while. Until I find somewhere safer. Is that okay with you, kitty? He was going to need a pillow, and a collar, and some mackerel. I'll call you Sir Pounce-a-Lot. You can stay in my pack. Just for a little while, yes. He tucked the kitten carefully into the wide pocket in his robes. It curled into a ball, and started to purr loudly. Ready to head into Amaranthin. The beautiful man that had given him not only freedom but his very own cat raised an eyebrow. Oh, yes. Yes, sir. His own room. His own cat. The ability to walk openly down the street and breathe free air. So what if there were a few dark spawn? Chapter 7, Diplomacy. Sigrun took great delight in further terrifying the man they'd rescued from Kal Hirol. He returned the talisman to Colbert and Micah, and headed on into the city. Sigrun was staring as if she'd never seen a surfacer city before. But then, she probably hadn't. Oh. Fingers. She poked through various trinkets on a stand. Twitching. So much shiny. He smiled at her. We can buy anything you want. She laughed. I know better than to nick any of this. I was just. She shrugged. Remembering. Growing up castless in Dust Town, we took what we could get, when we could get it. She sighed. But that doesn't excuse what I was, a thief and a lying, rotten duster. I knew a thief and a lying, rotten duster once. Oh. I hear they made him a paragon. She went still, then looked up at him. You know Paragon Broska? The Paragon Broska. Should he tell her about the time he and Broska broke into a noble's estate? Probably not. He was supposed to be law-abiding now. Actually, he was supposed to be the law now. The notion still made him rather uncomfortable. They were walking up the hill when someone bumped into Sigrun. Oh. Sorry about that, she blinked. Why, you ungrateful, backstabbing duster. He started to intercede, then glanced at his companion. She was staring as though she'd seen a ghost. Sigrun, what's going on? It's in the past. I don't think dash. The other dwarf stuck her jaw out at him. Name's Misha. I was a merchant until she ruined me. She was all but snarling. I had her running errands. Trying to keep one duster out of trouble. I thought I was doing a good deed. She went back to glaring at Sigrun, folding her arms. Then I hear House Bemot's lost a gold statuette of their paragon. Next day, it turns up in my shop. Sigrun. I tried to say no, but Birat said he'd kill you if I refused. He needed to get rid of it. Misha pushed a finger against Sigrun's chest. House Bemot could have had me executed. You could have spoken up, told them the truth. And then Birat would have killed me. Sigrun shook her head. Birat. He'd heard that name before. Someone Broska had killed? They were drawing stairs. He stepped forward. Sigrun has paid for her crime. I'm in the Legion of the Dead now. I'm going to die in the deep roads, Misha. Misha just grunted. I have to deliver these skins to the tanner. Need to make a living somehow. Out of my way, Brand. Sigrun sighed, and looked up at him. It's in the past. We should move on, Commander. He sent the others to do their errands, and found his man. Serwolf nodded to him. Doors busted down, skulls thumped, and vices preyed upon. But I have answers. Jiroth smiled. That was quick. My services are expensive for a reason. Serwolf sighed. I could not unearth the conspirators' identities. They are paranoid. But I know they meet at Old Stark's farm on the Faravel Plains. You have lived up to my reputation. The man actually laughed at that. Maker be with you. I've another task for you. Jiroth led him away from any chance of being overheard. Oh. The man raised an eyebrow. I need you to break a man called Ser Temerly out of prison. Without killing any guards. I can do that. Serwolf gave him a curious look. But didn't you order the man's incarceration in the first place? I did. Jiroth twitched a shoulder. Which is why it would be unseemly for me to kill him while he is sitting in my jail cell. Serwolf nodded and smiled. Consider it done. He heard a gasp, and turned around. His face broke into a smile when he saw Wynne walking towards him. Oh, it is so good to see you, my friend. I contemplated visiting you at Vigil's Keep, but things. She sighed. Got busy. What happened? And how was it going to end up his problem? The College of Magi is convening in Cumberland, and I must attend. Hopefully all this will blow over before it's begun. She sighed. But you have enough on your mind as it is. I shan't trouble you with this further. Indulge me. These events affect more than just mages. An experience was quickly teaching him that all problems did eventually end up his one way or another. Very well. Then perhaps you should know that something stirs within the fraternities. The libertarians wish to pull away entirely from the chantry. And if they get enough support. He was at a complete loss for why that was a bad thing. Next to him, Anders was gesturing wildly. Pull away entirely? That's madness. I hate chantry oversight as much as the next mage, but they can't just decide to leave. Anders shook his head. This is a recipe for disaster. That is troubling. It was about time the mages freed themselves. Still, if they could do so peacefully, that was probably better. Well, it could turn out to be nothing. But keep your ear to the ground, anyway. Now, I have a great many preparations to make before I leave for Navarra. But perhaps there is something you can do for me. One of my... She hesitated only for a second. Colleagues, Ines, has spent the last few months in the Wending Wood. The circle has been unable to reach her, given the trouble in the area. If you happen to find yourself in the woods on your travels, perhaps you could tell her about the meeting of the college. The way their luck was running, Ines would be a gigantic abomination bent on eating them. What's she doing in the Wending Wood? Oh, who knows? Rooting around in the dirt for some obscure plant or another, most likely. She has a keen interest in gardening. Oh, I'm sorry, I meant botany. Hobbies and eccentricities aside, Ines is a well-respected mage and a voice of reason, something we could use on our side. This was going to result in trees attacking him again. He hated the woods. Jiroth sent the others to the market to gather supplies, giving him a chance to talk to Wynne more privately. He caught himself fiddling with the ring again, and she gave him a sympathetic look. He decided to avoid that particular subject. Will Lenore be joining you there? As a warden, she is technically no longer a member of the circle. But I hope she will come. Tell me about this mage you've acquired. Lenore and Zevran had a child. They let Broska raise him, then sent him back through time specifically to annoy me. She laughed. You know, with those three, that idea doesn't actually seem all that far-fetched. Nathaniel had an inkling of why their commander had gone off by himself. As soon as they reached the edge of town, Jiroth ordered them back to the vigil, saying he'd catch up with them. The others began walking. Nathaniel waited a few minutes, then went to catch up with Jiroth. Jiroth glanced at him. I said go back to the vigil. You have the names of the conspirators. Nathaniel gave him a level look. Jiroth raised an eyebrow, then gave a small nod. I have my suspicions regarding who they are, and a location of where to find them. Has it occurred to you that you may be walking into a trap? Yes. Jiroth shrugged. It wouldn't be the first time. Nathaniel nodded. I'm coming with you. It would be Pacton, for certain. Which meant there would be crows. The commander was good, but the crows were sneaky. Fortunately, so was he. You'll need someone to watch your back. He expected to hear an objection. We're headed to Old Stark's farm. Know it? He smiled. We'll want to approach from the west. That will give us some cover. They dragged the bodies to a ravine, and started enough of a landslide to cover them. It would be a long time before they were found, if ever. On the way back to the vigil, they rescued a merchant. Jiroth invited her to ply her trade at the keep, and she seemed amiable to the idea. Do you think that will be the end of it? Nathaniel asked as they approached the vigil. Likely no, but perhaps we can handle the rest a bit more diplomatically. I'm not surprised Guy was there. He always was a bastard. I'm fairly sure he was the one that poisoned Delilah's little dog. Then justice has been served. Nathaniel sighed. I suppose it has. They walked in silence for a time. Thank you. For letting me see Delilah. She's your sister. But you didn't. He sighed. You aren't what I expected. The stories he'd heard. A murderous elf who killed indiscriminately. A savage who killed without reason. The man he'd heard about would have had both him and Delilah executed. I am a bit shorter than 10 feet tall. Jarath never changed expression. Nathaniel laughed. Wow. I've never seen so many books in my life. Sigrun was staring at the little library in rapt fascination. They're all at your disposal. This one is an Avaran romance, pretty spicy, too, from the looks of it. She flipped through, and scanned a page. What's an Antavan milk sandwich? She flipped to the next page, and her eyes widened at the illustration. Oh. Oh, I see. I'll just... She shoved it back into the bookshelf. Put that back. She turned to look up at him. I've only read one book. My friend Varlin taught me while we were in the Legion. He only had the one. She sighed. He's dead now. Tell me about him, Jarath offered. He was a noble, once. From House Volney. I don't know why he ended up in the Legion. He wouldn't say. I saw death take my friends, knowing it would take him as well. I fought hard to keep us both alive. Varlin embraced the Legion's philosophy that we were already dead. I couldn't let go like that. Sounds like Varlin got what he wanted. Her smile was sad. That's a nice way to think about it. Blow off the dust to find the vein of silver, huh? She sighed. If I'm going to get through all these books before the Darkspawn find me, I need to get started. Sergeant Maverilis found him. Commander, the men cleared the rubble. You'll have to see what they found for yourself. She led the wardens down the tunnel, to a Darkspawn-constructed staircase. Valdrike was waiting for them. I knew it led to the deep roads. I could smell it. He knelt and examined the stairs. It looks safe enough to climb down. Find a way to stop the Darkspawn from coming back this way. Good luck, Sergeant Maverilis added. A strange, glowing, obviously magical apparatus. Containing a demon. And nobody was activating it. How refreshing. Dead end? Nathaniel asked. Jarath nodded. Perhaps that other cave-in we noticed. Why are we clearing the cave-in instead of caving more things in? Anders asked. Because there are at least 8 different paths down here, and they must converge past this point, Nathaniel said. How much exploring did you do down here as a kid? Sigrun asked him. Not this far. At least, not down this path. I never tried opening that portcullis we found. He frowned, then moved closer to one wall. Commander, look at this. Jarath moved towards him, and examined the edge. It's a door. There must be some way too. They both sighed and looked back at the apparatus. He stepped away from the dead ogre, sheathed his weapons, and looked at the strange mechanism on the wall. Nathaniel turned towards him to say something, and the man's eyes suddenly went wide as he reached for his bow. Jarath immediately rolled to the side, narrowly escaping the ogre's fist slamming down where he'd been standing a moment before. It got back up. Sigrun yelled. It's not supposed to get back up. It's possessed by a demon. Anders yelled back. Jarath tried to go for his blade, then had to roll out of the way again. The ogre turned faster than he would have expected, and he narrowly dodged a blow from the thing's other fist. Okaren smashed his axe into the back of the thing's legs. It staggered forward, then kicked its leg out backwards, sending Okaren flying. Jarath went for his blade again, and the ogre grabbed at him. He threw himself backwards, and the thing's fingertips brushed by close enough to just touch his armor. His back hit the wall, and the thing grinned at him as it came in for another blow. He kicked off the wall and rolled, going between the thing's legs. The thing turned to give chase, and Nathaniel caught it in the eye with an arrow. It dropped. They stood there for a minute, weapons in hand. Is it dead? Sigrun asked, watching it suspiciously. Anders. Anders frowned. Think so. He looked around. Someone should go poke it with a stick, just to be sure. I nominate Okaren. Throw a spell at it, Sigrun suggested. Anders nodded and threw a small fireball at it. There was the acrid odor of roast Darkspawn, and it failed to react. Yep, it's dead. Again, Sigrun said. It's dead again. Nice shot, Jarath told Nathaniel. Thank you. Commander, the ancestors favor us indeed. This is a dwarven barrier door. Valdrite caressed the mechanism. Before old Kal Hero fell, she nearly had it complete. Only the mechanism needs work. He sighed. If they'd only had a bit more time to finish, Orzammer wouldn't be all alone. Can you finish what Kal Hero began? Won't take me long to fix up the mechanism. Poursods were nearly done. I'll have some soldiers sent to guard you. He considered a moment. Anders, Sigrun, stay here, keep an eye on things. Nathaniel, Okaran, you're with me. Let's go see what's happening in the Wending Wood. Chapter 8, Wending Wood. It's no wonder Mervis sounded desperate. The guild must be losing a great deal of money. I'm guessing trouble. Jiroth checked his senses. I don't feel any dark spawn. Nor do I, Nathaniel said. But I do see someone moving over that way. They readied their weapons and headed over. One of the men looked up, and said something about another elf before the scavengers and bandits attacked. The fight was over quickly. Idiots, Okaran said, kicking the body of one over. Think these are the folks responsible? No, Jiroth said. Merchant guards could have dealt with these. And the caravan we found was scavenged, not robbed. And the dead guards displayed, Nathaniel added. A message, not a raid. Weapons ready. Nathaniel disabled the trap, then frowned at its position. Commander, these traps. He moved on to the next one. They aren't meant for the caravans. The bandits were trying to protect themselves. They did a bad job, Okaran said. He's right, Okaran, Jiroth said. There is something in these woods that scares the bandits more than we do. Well, that's just plain insulting. Okaran spat. Let's find it, and you can jump on it and kill it. Jiroth sighed. A bandit came running towards them. Out of my way. I need to get out of here. Who are you? Jiroth moved to block his retreat. I'm no one. The man ducked and tried to hide behind Okaran, peering out to look back up the path. I just want to get out of here. What do you know about the caravan attacks? Nothing. We heard about the caravan attacks, but it wasn't us, I swear. We just thought there would be valuables left behind. But then dash. The tree leaves rustled as the wind shifted. He gave a plaintive wail. Make her help me. She's here. Got to get away. He shoved Nathaniel aside and ran. Roots and branches shot out of the ground on the bluff above them, then vanished, revealing a Dalish woman. Why are you here? What do you want? Do you work for the Shems? I am a Grey Warden, Jiroth called to her. She folded her arms and glared down. Ah. You are here to battle the Darkspawn then? Fair enough. Should you encounter any merchant caravans, tell them to release my sister, or of their men will die. She waved him away. Now go, deal with your Darkspawn. And stay out of my way. Consider this a warning. The branches and roots enveloped her again, and she vanished. I think we may have found the problem, Nathaniel said. Okaran leered. Well, boss, at least you could have fun jumping on that one. Jiroth sighed. Okaran laughed and made a crude gesture. I mean, elven women are all bony and all, but she was pretty enough. I only jump on things bigger than me. He twitched a shoulder. Yeah, come to think of it, Morrigan did have a few inches on you, didn't she? Okaran laughed. We should find you one of those Qunari women. It'll be like jumping on an ogre, but with a happy ending. Jiroth shook his head at the dwarf. Why haven't I killed you yet? Talking Alamari statues. Probably a good thing Lenore was in Antiva, or they'd have been there all day. Or she'd have insisted on hauling them back to the vigil. He hoped they did find their rest. Why are trees attacking us? Nathaniel shook his head. Burhan said they were possessed by demons. Or something to that effect. He'd been too busy turning into a werewolf to pay a lot of attention. I spent a lot of time in these woods. Nathaniel frowned. I don't recall the trees attacking everyone then. I'm guessing our new friend is responsible, Jiroth said. He started moving forward. You're standing in my dirt. They all turned to see a woman in mage robes glaring at them, her arms folded. I'm sorry. Jarath raised an eyebrow at her. She gestured at him. Don't be sorry. Just move. Jarath stepped off the patch of bare earth. That dirt was specially prepared for my plants. I only have to find the seeds now. It's just a matter of time, I'm sure. He sighed. Well, at least she wasn't an abomination. Maybe. Are you Ines, the botanist? She actually smiled. You've heard of me then? Read one of my books, have you? Lenore had hit him with one once, after he'd jumped atop a pride demon so he could kill the blasted thing. He wasn't sure that would count. Wynn told me to find you. She best not want me to teach slack-jawed apprentices again. She used to pester Uldred about his duty to the apprentices when he just wanted to be left alone. No wonder he went crazy and tried to kill everyone. She said the College of Magi needed a voice of reason. Clearly, mages defined reason differently than the rest of the world. It's been some time since the college was called together. Why now? No. She shook her head. I can't go. Not yet. She set her jaw. I'm not leaving till I get the seeds of the northern pricklude. I've been here too long to just give up. For the love of. If I find the seeds for you, will you go to Cumberland? She described the plant. It took them the better part of half an hour and a bunch of trees nearly killed them again, but they found it. Wynn owed him. Ines was at least grateful. She actually cooed over the seeds. The pricklude was apparently one of the few plants that could grow in blight-infested lands, and helped recover the land. Ines practically forced a bunch of poultices and a sheaf of notes on them before taking her leave. And they'd found some black granite. Not a total loss then. Let's go find this crazy Dalish woman and get out of the woods. Jarath shook his head. I thought elves liked frolicking through the woods, Okaran said. You have me confused with the other elf. He frolics. I stab things. You don't feel some bloodline ties to the forest. Okaran smirked. The last time I spent this much time in a forest I nearly started biting people. Nathaniel started to say. Never mind. I'm not sure I want to know. The weapons were just lying around, as if they'd been discarded at random. He exchanged a glance with Nathaniel. The archer bent to look at tracks, then shook his head. This looks like a Dalish camp, Okaran said. Think they are hiding, watching us. I think they are dead, Jarath said, gesturing at the burial mounds. This scene. Staged, Nathaniel said. The question is by who? He shook his head. She's not here. Let's see what else we can find, then come back. These bodies were brought here. You can see drag marks, Nathaniel said, pointing out the tracks. Here and here. Someone was trying to hide them. Our Dalish friend displayed her kills quite openly. Jarath looked over the pit. No weapons. Nathaniel nodded. Because they were left at the Dalish camp. He cast out his senses. There. He pointed. I think I sense something. North. They sensed the tainted wolves before they attacked. Okaran and Jarath took up positions around Nathaniel, keeping the wolves off him as he used arrows to deal with the problem. Still something further down the hill, Jarath said. Nathaniel bent to retrieve the arrows, then nodded and followed. They found a soldier, his flesh already blackening from the taint. Don't look. The man tried to crawl away. Don't look at me. He watched Jarath approach the man, and nocked an arrow, keeping it ready. What are you doing here? Jarath asked. Olaf, my name. Came with friends to drive out, away the elf. But, the darkspawn were too quick. He gasped out his breaths. Everyone dead soft meat melting into the ground. I crawled away, came here. Can't stand to see it. Do you know anything about the elf's sister? Sister? I have a sister, do I? Elf sister, no. We did not take her. Probably dead. Or eaten. Nathaniel sensed the darkspawn moving in. He signaled Jiroth and Okaren, then drew back his bowstring, watching carefully for the first signs of their enemy. "Did you kill the elves?" Jiroth asked. He drew his blades, keeping them at hand as he continued to question the man. "No. No. Darkspawn came first. They slaughtered us, took our steel. Brought it to the elven camp. Tricked us, tricked the elf. Now, she thinks we are to blame. Hunts all in her rage, while they watch." His head came up. "The Dark Ones are curious about you too. They watch you as well as her. Can you feel them?" He could. They moved just out of sight, stalking closer. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Jiroth draw a knife from his belt and slit the soldier's throat in a smooth, practiced motion. Then he stood, weapons in hand, and prepared to meet the Darkspawn. Traps and trickery. Darkspawn are supposed to be all but mindless, Okaren spat. "They have a certain low cunning," Jiroth said. "But this..." He sighed. Something has changed. He'd killed an archdemon and lived. Could this be something he and Morrigan had set in motion? He fiddled with the ring. If it was, putting it down was his responsibility. "Let's head back to the Dalish camp. Maybe we'll be lucky, and she'll be in a reasonable mood." They'd reached the base of the hill when she appeared again. "Why are you still here? I told you to stay away from me. I warned you. This place is not for you. The humans did not kidnap your sister." She did not appear to be in a reasonable mood. Pale green light shone around her as the trees around them came to life and moved into attack. They found her at the camp, kneeling by the graves. The spells had clearly taken a lot out of her. She had to use her staff to stand up, and her breath came in ragged gasps. "You." She stared. "You will never take me alive." He gestured for the others to hold their position, and walked towards her. "I'm not going to kill you. At least, not until he knew more about what was going on. Then you will let me go? For the sake of our people and what we share." He needed a better reason than their ears happened to be the same shape. "Not yet. I wish to talk." She laughed. "Talk?" The Darkspawn were playing the humans against the elves. She shook her head. "What? The Darkspawn are mindless. It is not possible." The world seemed to take the words, "not possible," as a challenge these days. The humans can't be responsible. The Darkspawn killed them. They should never have come here in the first place. If they had just left us alone, all this would never have happened. She looked down at the graves. "If it wasn't the humans who killed my people and took Serenai, are you saying the Darkspawn did it?" He held his hand out. "I found this trinket on a Darkspawn." "That?" She stared. "That is Serenai's. She would never willingly part with that, our mother gave it to her before she died. She took it from him. Why would the Darkspawn do this?" "I don't know, but I'm going to find out. You have no reason to trust me, but let me come with you." He narrowed his eyes. She'd tried to kill him, but if he held a grudge over little things like that. It was what she'd done to the merchants that was the problem. He'd killed. She'd gloried in it. He could deal with that after he'd dealt with the Darkspawn. And if it came to that, he knew how to deal with mages. "Fine, but I'm watching you. My name is Vilena, if you care for such things. Do you know where the Darkspawn might dwell?" "Tunnels, most likely. There is an abandoned mine some ways to the north of here. The tunnels run far into the earth." She pointed. "We will likely find the Darkspawn there." Shoulda just jumped on her. Okaren shook his head. "She knows where to find the Darkspawn, and she has reason to want to kill them. If she lives through this, we'll find some way to deal with her." "Would this be before or after she brings the entire forest to life?" Nathaniel asked. "Hey, look. Darkspawn. Go Warden." Jiroth rolled his eyes. They had reached the base of the stairs when he sensed them. The dwarven woman was a warden, far gone to the taint. The emissary was something else. Unlike Bruhan, he couldn't tell all the types of Darkspawn apart. But this, it looked different. It felt different. He started to draw his sword, and then it spoke. SHHH, sleep. Beneath them, the glyph activated. He tried to counter, but the dwarf threw a pouch of dust into their midst. The powder rose up, choking. He felt himself fall, and then everything went dark. He awoke in a cell. His first thought was a realization that he wasn't wearing the ring. His second was that he also wasn't wearing armor, weapons, or clothes. He sat up. Vilena was sitting in a corner, knees drawn up to her chest. She'd also been stripped of gear. Okaren lay in the back. There was a bleeding knot on the man's head where something had struck him. He scanned the cell again. Nathaniel was nowhere to be seen. He cast out his senses. He could feel Darkspawn moving around in the distance, but there was no sign of his warden. He knelt to check on Okaren. The man's breathing was ragged, his skin cold. He looked up at Vilena. "Do you have any healing magic?" She blinked at him, then nodded. "I do. Okaren needs help." He narrowed his eyes. "Do you know where they took Nathaniel?" "I awoke only a few minutes before you did. He was not here when I did." She tried to cover herself with her hands as she moved towards Okaren, and Jarath turned away to give her some privacy. He heard her make a vexed sound. He must have woken, put up a fight. His skull is cracked. "Can you mend him?" "I can keep him from dying, but he will need time to recover fully." He stood, and went to the door, examining the lock. It was complex, and he had nothing to use as a tool even if he had known what he was doing. He really should have asked Cathiel or Braska to teach him to pick locks. A test of the door showed it was solid construction. Given several hours and a lot of noise, he might be able to loosen a bar enough for him to slip out, but he'd have to leave Okaren. "Any idea how long we have been here?" "No." He was about to ask her if she had any spells that might get them past the door when his senses told him Darkspawn were approaching. Along with a warden. A moment later, the door opened. Two Hurlocks were carrying an unconscious Nathaniel between them. A group of Genlocks aimed crossbows at the inhabitants of the cell as another Hurlock opened the door. They dropped Nathaniel inside, then relocked the door and left. Jarath moved to his warden. The man's pulse was steady. "Vilena." She approached, and knelt down next to him. Her fingers glowed white as she wove a healing spell. Nathaniel's eyes came open, and he flailed wildly. Jarath caught his hands as the man spasmed and screamed. He let go of one of Nathaniel's hands and tried to hold the man down. Nathaniel's hand formed into a claw and he tried to claw at his own face and eyes before Jarath caught him again. "Vilena. I'm trying. It's not working." Jarath pinned one of Nathaniel's hands beneath his knee, trying to hold him still. "What's going on?" "I don't know." Her fingers glowed again, but Nathaniel kept thrashing. "I don't." "Is he possessed?" "No. At least, it doesn't look that way." Nathaniel bucked, nearly throwing Jarath off him. Jarath caught his hands before he could do himself any more damage, and shoved him back to the ground. "Damn it, Nathaniel. We're trying to help you." "I don't think he's aware of us at all," Vilena said. She looked down at her hands. "There might be something I can do." "So do it." She hesitated. "I need something sharp." His head came up, and he stared at her. Then he looked down at his screaming warden. "That bar, there. The edge is jagged." She stood, and cut open her hand. Then she returned, and held the bleeding wound out. As the blood dripped from the wound, it formed into a fine mesh, almost like lace. It settled over Nathaniel's head. She closed her eyes in concentration, and then made a pulling motion with her wounded hand. The mesh came free. Nathaniel's body jerked, and then he went still. Jarath touched his throat. The pulse was strong, the breathing regular. "What did you do?" I took his memories. Everything that happened from the moment we entered the mine." She sighed. "Whatever put him in that state?" She shrugged. From his perspective it no longer happened. He sat down, and looked at her. Then he looked over at Okaren. "Will he wake the same way?" "You and I did not." "I do not know." "I can try." "No." Not unless it proves necessary. Nathaniel had yet to reawaken when the Darkspawn returned. The Genlocks aimed their crossbows again. One of the Darkspawn, an emissary, spoke. "Bring the dwarf." Jarath narrowed his eyes. He waited until the Hurlock had entered the cell, then caught it and snapped its neck. The talking Darkspawn held up a hand at the Genlocks, then snarled. "You will be standing down." "No. The woman is not a warden. She is not being of interest. You will be standing down, or I will be having her shot." Jarath stepped to the side, putting himself between Vilena and the crossbows. Not going to happen. He ran the tactics. The shield he provided her was limited at best. She was still in the sights of at least 3 of the Genlocks. Even if she joined the fight and brought her spells to bear, there was no way they'd be able to avoid that many crossbow bolts. And he had 2 wounded wardens. The Darkspawn growled, then gestured at the Hurlocks. "Be taking the elf. If he objects, kill the woman." There were no weapons on the Hurlocks he could grab. A chance would come. He let them take his arms, and pull him from the cell. They pulled him around the corridor. His wardens were out of the line of fire. Vilena would have enough time to react. He kicked the knee of the Hurlock holding his left arm. As it went down he twisted, flinging the other into the emissary. He grabbed a Genlock and got its sword, killing 2 more as the emissary grabbed for its staff. He countered the spell before the energy gathered, and started to move in for the kill. And then a Genlock threw another handful of that powder into his face. He tried to clear his eyes, and something hit him in the back of the head. When he awoke, he was bound to a table. He decided to take the amount of rope they'd used as a compliment. The strange emissary stood over him. It looked, strangely more human than the others. The effect was incredibly disturbing. "So you are the commander of the Grey Wardens?" "Yes." He looked around the room. He was in some kind of laboratory or ritual chamber. "Do not be frightened. Your injuries have been tended to." It gestured. "I apologize for what I must do. I do not wish to be your enemy." "What did you do to my warden?" "The human. I regret any distress he may have suffered." He tested the ropes. There was no give at all. "You almost killed him. I had hopes that he would be able to contain it. I was wrong." He touched the tip of his finger to Jarath's forehead. Jarath tried to pull away, but the bindings held him in place. "There is something different about you." A trail already blazed. What the hell was that supposed to mean? Where are the rest of my wardens? Now is not the time for this. Please, relax. The emissary moved to a strange apparatus. "What are you?" It hit like a tidal wave. He screamed. Something was shaking his shoulder. "Commander? Jarath, are you all right?" He blinked, and saw Nathaniel's worried face. He sat up, and rubbed the back of his head. "How long was I out?" "They brought you back here just a few minutes ago," Nathaniel said. Jarath glanced at the man. He was reasonably sure that Nathaniel was telling the truth. Plus his memories seemed to be intact, though few of them made any sense. He felt strange. He cast out his senses, then immediately regretted it as his head started to swim. There was a curious echo to them. He blinked, and rubbed his head. "How is Okaran?" "Sober," Okaran growled. "I don't like it." Nathaniel. Confused. "Vilena." He blinked. Vilena. She was standing, staring out of the cell. Another elven woman had entered. He could feel the taint within her. There was something unusual about it. Not like a warden, but not like a ghoul. "Saranai. Oh creators, what have they done to you?" "They haven't done anything. The woman nodded. "I'm fine, Vilena. It's not me he wants." She turned her gaze to the wardens. "I have to get you out before something bad happens. I don't want anyone else to be hurt." "Yes, all right. Let me out and I'll take you home. The Darkspawn have your things. You can still get it all back if you're careful and clever. Tell me what's going on. You must know something." He could see it in her eyes. I don't know anything. But take this key. It. She held the keys out. It opens a chest in the emissary's room. Maybe you'll find some answers there. How did you get this? What the hell was going on here? I found it. She was a terrible liar. And she must have realized it. She set the keys down outside the cell. You have to go, find a way out of the mines. Please. She ran. I can't just leave you. Saranai, wait. Nathaniel managed, just barely, to get the keys. He unlocked the cell, and Vilena started to dash off after Saranai. Jarath caught her arm. Let go of me. There are darkspawn all over. You run off, you are just going to get killed, or worse. I have to find her. We will. There was nothing of any use in the cells. It was rather disappointing to learn that the darkspawn had better security than Fort Dricken. Let's move. Are you really planning on fighting your way out of a dungeon while completely naked? Vilena asked. Jarath sighed. Again. What? I'm planning on fighting my way out of a dungeon, completely naked, again. Are you saying? She gave him a dubious look. You have actually done this before? Yes. By yourself? No, I had the Queen of Ferelden backing me up. Vilena glanced at Nathaniel. He is joking, isn't he? Nathaniel frowned. I am not entirely certain. He glanced at Jarath. When was this? After the talking cat, but before drowning the ogre in a vat of molasses. He is joking, right? Nathaniel asked Okaren. Okaren laughed and shook his head. Welcome to the Wardens, son. They used a ballista to topple a statue onto a group of darkspawn. Jarath slid jumped down from the ledge and used his Templar training to negate the survivor's spell. Then he punched it in the face as hard as he could. It went down. Quickly they stripped the darkspawn of gear, and headed in. Ahead, they saw an unusual-looking genlock. Jarath blinked. Okaren snarled. Hey. That's mine. That thing has my things. It's got its sallow, clammy hands all over my doodads, touching my junk. He shook his fists. No one touches Okaren's junk in lives. Somewhere, Lenore, Braska, and Zevran were mourning the opportunity to respond to that line. Jarath sighed, lifted the darkspawn blade, and followed the dwarf as he charged in. There. At the edge of his senses. A warden. He moved towards the sensation. A man was laying in a corner room. He was pale, and his legs were. They'd tortured and maimed one of his wardens. You're the warden commander. The man looked at him in surprise. His accent marked him as Orlshian. Would have expected to meet you here. He pulled himself into a sitting position. Did those bastards get you too? Not for long. We are getting out of here. And someone was going to pay. He gestured to Vilena, and the woman gave him a confused look. He should have brought Anders. I had hoped you would avoid capture, would be luckier than the rest of us. The injured warden coughed. I was to help rebuild the Ferelden Wardens, just as you were. We were at Vigil's Keep less than a week when the Darkspawn came. I think I'm the only one left. The others are dead or worse. He didn't look at Nathaniel. He had a rough idea of what worse might mean. We have to get you to safety. No, I'll not walk again. He sighed. But listen, there is a darkspawn here carrying a huge maul. He crushed my legs. He took my wedding ring. Please, Commander, slay him. Bring the ring to my wife, Nita, in Amaranthin. Tell her I died trying to make this world better. I'd rather bring you to your wife. No. I'll only slow you down. Please, do this for me. It is all I ask. Vilena, patch him up. Nathaniel, help me rig a travois. He's as good as dead, Vilena said. She took a step backwards as Jarath narrowed his eyes at her. I wasn't asking you, Vilena. She nodded, and bent, her fingertips glowing white. Commander. I'm not asking you either. He handed the man a crossbow and bolts he'd taken from a darkspawn. You aren't dead yet, Warden. Yes, Commander. Do you have a name? Keenan. Jarath. He pointed at the others. Nathaniel. Okaren. Vilana. He and Nathaniel lifted the wounded man onto the litter. Nathaniel, you got it. Nathaniel nodded. Let's move. He took the spawn's head off, then found the ring. Keenan clutched it to him, and smiled. Nathaniel's belongings were also on a dark spawn. The man changed gear quickly, then set the breastplate he'd been using over Keenan as a shield. They recovered Vilana's belongings shortly after. She actually seemed more embarrassed while getting dressed than she had walking through the dungeon naked. Her own staff was certainly more effective than the one they'd taken from the emissary. He put his sword through the throat of the darkspawn wearing his gear. His ring. He put it on. For a moment, he felt fear. And then a sense of profound relief, followed a few seconds later by annoyance before the sensation faded. His Morrigan had been worried. He smiled. Are you all right, Commander? Nathaniel asked. I'm fine, he said, and began pulling his armor on. Cunnery turned up in the strangest places. They recovered the rest of their gear from Armaz's crates. He considered killing the man, then decided to send him to Vigil's keep. He could be Mistress Woolsey's problem. They found the strange emissary in the next room. Saranai was with him, as was the not-quite-a warden. The emissary gestured, and 2 dragons leaped down to attack. Nathaniel and Keenan stayed by the door, firing projectiles as the dragons jumped and leaped about. One started to breath fire, then Jarath drove his sword up under its jaw. Okaren dispatched the other a minute later, and they started looking for a way to reach the strange emissary. The creature watched them a moment, then gestured for Saranai and the warden thing to go. They went through the tunnel. The creature used its magic to seal the tunnel behind it. No. Why is she with that monster? We must get to her. We'll find another way. He was fairly sure her sister was lost. It seemed she was following the creature of her own free will. That notion was seriously disturbing. Okaren spat. They're darkspawn. They'll head underground, to the deep roads. They always do. Vilana nodded. The home of the Children of Stone. Yes. She turned to Jarath. They say wardens can sense darkspawn even deep beneath the ground. I would join the Grey Wardens. Give me the ability to hunt down these monsters in the deep. She was a murderer. She was irrational. She was psychotic. The joining could kill you. I am not afraid of death. She gestured. I will pledge my service to you in exchange for the powers your order can grant. What say you? She was callous. She was a blood mage. He didn't trust her in the slightest. And he owed her Nathaniel's life. Very well. Welcome to the Grey Wardens. Ma Serenis. Shall we go then? I've had enough of this place. He hadn't really paid that much attention when Brujhan had been teaching Leliana Elvish. But he was pretty sure in this context, Ma Serenis meant big mistake. Vilana said they'd been underground for 4 days. He took her word for it. Brujhan had always seemed to know what day it was and how much time had passed. It must have been one of those Dalish things. 4 days. He just hoped the vigil was still standing. Chapter 9, Politics. He was dirty. He was hungry. He was tired. He had wounded with him. And he really did not enjoy being on this side of a riot. Thank the Maker you arrived, Guravel said. Things are getting out of hand. My son is starving. Open the granaries. Voices called out from the crowd. Bloody feed your people. He'd had a plan to deal with this issue. Of course, that was before he'd spent 4 days down a mineshaft dealing with whatever the hell that creature had been. Veril sighed. Grave times, Commander. The common folk are getting desperate. He gave Jarath a hopeful look. Maybe you can say a few words? Calm them down. Make them see reason. Veril, you don't coddle a revolt. You put it down. Just give me the order. We will not be dash. Various people spoke up from the crowd. Let the commander speak. But we must eat. We dash. Quiet. He was very much not in the mood for this. It was an order he would never give. Ever. But there was no reason they needed to know that. I kill Darkspawn by the score. What are a few peasants? What? What do you mean? Someone in the crowd spoke. You will all die. And your families will suffer. I will forget every face that leaves now. He turned to look at Veril, ignoring the people behind him. He pitched his voice to Carrie. Sanes Chal, have Pacton and Guy replied to my missive yet? Er. Veril blinked. No, Commander. Have their warehouses seized. Tell Constable Aiden to start distributing the supplies to all the law-abiding refugees in the camps by Amaranthin. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the rioters start to trickle away. And if Pacton and Guy object? Veril raised an eyebrow. They may bring a petition and be reimbursed for their losses, provided they do so in person. He saw Nathaniel try to hide a smile. He remained facing Veril for another count of 10, then turned back around to see an empty courtyard. Guravel was shaking his head. I don't know how you did that. Men, stand down. I'll be in the keep. Jarath sighed. Veril, this is Velena. She wishes to undertake the joining. Anders was tending to Keenan when Jarath entered the infirmary. Report. The mage sighed. I saved his right leg, Commander. But I fear his left one was too far gone. I am amazed you could do as much as you did, Keenan replied. Thank you. Anders, would you excuse us? The mage nodded and left. Kenan sighed, and looked down at where his leg ended just below the knee. I fear I won't be joining you in the field, Commander. Jarath set the packet of encoded documents down next to him. Then you'll have time to translate these. Keenan paled slightly. Commander, He shook his head. Please see this from our perspective. You are. He saw the man reconsider his words. You are barely more than a child. You killed an archdemon, and survived. What were your orders? He narrowed his eyes. Keenan sighed. Renault was to find an excuse to relieve you from duty and have you sent to Weishaupt. We wished to know the truth of what happened. Is that all? It was the overt reason, Commander. What happened in Ferelden, before and after the Blight, it is unprecedented. The Wardens went from exile to ruling a city in a generation. 2 Wardens rule a kingdom. Keenan shook his head. We did not believe the stories of you were true. And now? Keenan shrugged. I suppose I've seen you fight. Kristoff questioned your orders. Keenan nodded. He told you, then. We've yet to locate him. Oh. Keenan sighed. He and Renault argued. Kristoff started staying in the city after that. You said your wife is in Amaranthin? We will head up in the morning, and bring her back here. He told Valdrike where to find the black granite, and sent soldiers to help retrieve it. The dwarf promised to work fast. He stopped in to see Dworkin, and was pleased to see work progressing on several small trebuchets. Commander, Dworkin said. Sigrun had an excellent suggestion. Oh. Well, you know those fire bombs that the alchemist liked to make. Jarath raised an eyebrow, then looked at the trebuchets and smiled. How much gold do you need? Dozen sovereigns should do. Here's 20. And I found you more lyrium sand. Come see what I've made with the stuff you brought me earlier. He found Sigrun moping. It was a very odd expression on her face. She nodded when he approached. I didn't think I'd ever see Misha again. After all, she's exiled, and I'm in the Legion. She sighed. Maybe the ancestors thought it would be funny to see me get yelled at on the street. She was too hard on you. No, she wasn't. It's all true. She leaned forward on the railing. Misha caught me stealing a leg of nug once, and instead of telling the shopkeeper, she sighed. Paid for it. She said the casteless turn to crime because we have no options. If she could help one casteless girl. She rested her chin on the rail. But I proved that I'm scum, just as they always said. You're not the person you used to be. None of them were. Sometimes he marveled that it was only a year and a half ago that Duncan had taken him from the alienage. The Legion changes people. Some change for the better, others for the worse, but all of us change. I know now, having lost many friends, that friendship isn't something to be squandered. She brightened. Perhaps I could make amends. Misha said something about working for a tanner. I could visit, just to talk. We are heading back to Amaranthin soon. Thank you. Commander, we have a small situation. Yes, Varel. There is a man here to see you. He arrived just a few minutes ago and frankly I'm not sure. Who, Varel? Varel hesitated. Loghain, Commander. About time. He was going to need a damn army soon, the rate things were going. Varel blinked. Sir. He's a warden, Varel. Same as the rest of us. I see. I had Guravel escort him to your office. Thank you. Ah. There you are. Loghain smiled. Leadership looks good on you, I think. It's starting to grow on me, Jarath said. I came to pay my respects before I leave Ferelden. I trust everything is going well. Wait, what do you mean, leave Ferelden? I received orders from Weishaupt. I have been commanded to join the Wardens in Montsamard. Apparently I am not trusted to remain in Ferelden. I will interfere, I am told. He shook his head. Perhaps they are right. Still, to send me to Orlais? I thought darkspawn blood would be the last poison I'd have to swallow. Jarath growled. They were messing with him, and he didn't like it. You're not going to Orlais. My orders were. Show me. Jarath held out a hand. He looked over the parchment Loghain handed him, eyes narrow. You're defying orders just stopping by here. They wanted you to take ship in Guerin. Yes, well, I did not want to leave without saying goodbye. Loghain shrugged. You aren't leaving. Commander. That's right, I'm the bloody commander of the Bloody Grey, and I'm the bloody Jarl of this gigantic mess. I've got kidnapped wardens, talking darkspawn, a war between darkspawn factions, new types of darkspawn trying to start wars between elves and humans, and an Arling that would be on the brink of disaster without any darkspawn around at all. Jarath shook his head. So why in the bloody hell are they trying to reassign my general to? He shook his head and started laughing. Slowly, Loghain nodded. I take it you think there is something more to this order. Oh, I know there is. I was supposed to arrive here, be promptly demoted by my second in command, and sent on my merry way to Weishaupt. Naturally they'd have to get the only other Ferelden senior warden out of the way. He leaned on the desk. I imagine there are probably already some reinforcements coming. Older men, solid, ready to take over where my youthful inexperience has failed. Loghain nodded. Giving them a great deal of political authority in a land that practically worships wardens. And a land that has 2 wardens on the throne. Ferelden isn't going to stand still for another coup, not after. He sighed. But they can lay considerable groundwork, especially if there is a continued darkspawn threat. Talking darkspawn. Yes. There. Loghain folded his arms. You know it was Merrick that allowed Grey Wardens back in Ferelden, yes. He waited for Jarath's nod before asking, do you know why? Given Kaelin, I assumed it was because Wardens are big damn heroes. Loghain shook his head. During the rebellion, Merrick and I found ourselves in the deep roads, where we inadvertently located Ortentag. A group of Wardens, one that included Duncan, came to Merrick asking if I would go with them to show them the location. I refused. He narrowed his eyes. And Merrick snuck off to escort them himself. As king? Jarath asked. This was shortly after the death of Rowan, Loghain said softly. The king was. He sighed. Not in a good place. I believe, on some level, he was suicidal. In the deep roads, they encountered a talking darkspawn. It called itself. Jarath's eyes widened. The architect. So it is the same being. Loghain nodded. It apparently claimed it wanted to put an end to all future blights, and some of the wardens allied with it. It turned out some Orlshian mages were conspiring with and using the creature in an attempt to destroy Ferelden. We managed to rescue the king and what few of the wardens survived. Darkspawn in an Orlshian plot. That. Jarath shook his head. No wonder you were suspicious of the Orlshian wardens. He sighed. You aren't going to Orlais. The orders came from Weishaupt. Hang Weishaupt. He growled. How much is them wanting you out of the way, and how much is them not wanting you and I to be having this very conversation? Considering getting rid of me should be an easy task for them, I imagine it's the latter. But Jarath. Jarath sighed. This may have escaped your notice, Loghain, but I'm an elf. I'm 17. And I'm in command. He chuckled. I need you here. We've got recruits coming in to join the soldiers of the Vigil, and what few veterans we have served under you. You are a general, Loghain. And I need an army. And what are we going to do about this plot? Loghain asked. That's easy enough. All I have to do is win, Jarath said. Oh, good. As long as you have a plan. Now, what else did Merrick tell you about the architect? Loghain told him the tale. Jarath asked only a few questions, then gave Loghain a curious look. So you knew Alistair was Merrick's son. If you suspected Fiona, an elf, was his mother. Loghain sighed. It was known that Merrick had a bastard, he admitted. I thought letting it be known the bastard's mother was an elf would further dishonor Rowan's memory. He looked at the elf across from him. Jarath sighed and nodded as Loghain continued, and by the time I realized the deck had stacked far enough against me that I would be willing to risk that to discredit the man, I thought all I had to do was cut the head off this. He shook his head. Upstart elven child with the temerity to face me without even bothering to draw his weapons. I thought I'd won at that point, with the dwarf and Alistair not willing to stand against me. You thought they were sacrificing me to cut their losses. Loghain nodded. It would have been a sound strategy on their parts. They'd both live to fight again, with enough support in the nobility that I'd have to take them seriously. I would have only killed an elf, after all, surely I wasn't going to count that as a real victory. He sighed. Forgive me. I cut you to ribbons in front of the entire land's meat without you landing a single hit, Jarath said wryly. I'll count us even on that matter. I may not be an asset to you, Loghain pointed out. Given the mess I made in Ferelden. Jarath chuckled. In the halls of the nobility, you are an idiot. But on the battlefield, Loghain. He shook his head. Sedita said once that she'd studied some of your tactics in Orzammar. I don't need a diplomat, Loghain. I need a general. I need your military experience. I can't ask Weishaupt to send me a trainer, not without giving them a reason to remove me from command. They'll assume you are my trophy, and it may be best to let them think just that. The two of us will know better. I need you to teach me how to build and lead an army. Loghain smiled. That, Commander, I can certainly do. There were some stares when he followed Jarath down to the dining hall. Veril had a particularly baleful one. The other wardens were already beginning to sit down to the meal. Our latest warden finally arrived, Jarath said, nodding to them as he entered. Everyone, this is Warden Loghain MacTier. The warden in mage robes actually dropped his fork. Jarath continued, Loghain, this is Anders, Velena, Sigrun, Nathaniel, Keenan, and you already know Okaren. Okaren belched. Loghain nodded. I do. Pleasure to meet you all. He gave the man at Jarath's left a second look. Nathaniel how? Yes. Several expressions crossed the man's face before he settled on Duer. I see. He seated himself at the table. Repairs on the Vigil seem to be going well. Valdrike does good work. We will be heading back out into the field. I'm going to want you to remain here, start running our new recruits through drills. I want them all to know which end of a sword to hold by the time we get back from Amaranthin. So, Loghain. The dwarven woman looked up at him. Yes. I have a question, Sigrun asked. Go ahead. Did you and the commander really drown an ogre in a vat of molasses? Loghain sighed. Technically, we drowned it in a basement. He shrugged. with a vat of molasses. Anders saw the commander heading for the stairs, and walked towards him. May I point out that you're all right? He gave the man what he hoped was a charming smile. Jiroth blinked. Go ahead. You're all right. Anders nodded. Really, when the Templars came for me, you could have decided I wasn't worth the trouble. He gestured. But I apparently am worth the trouble. Considering I'm usually a lot of trouble, I should be grateful. I'm glad to have you around. Jiroth nodded. And I'm glad to be around, Anders replied. He gave Jiroth a flirtatious wink. When you recruited me, I thought I was jumping from the frying pan into the fire. But being a warden is almost tolerable. It's a pleasant stroll through the park with Darkspawn. So glad I could make it happen for you. He shrugged. You're a giver. I'm very grateful. He gave the elf an appreciative glance. He really was very pretty, with those forest green eyes set off by dark hair. I thought it was worth mentioning. Thank you, Commander. For everything. Jiroth nodded. You're welcome. He walked away. Pretty. And completely oblivious. Ah well, it had been worth a try. Have I ever told you that I find tattoos on women incredibly attractive? Have I ever told you that I find most humans physically and morally repulsive? Good to know. Jiroth sighed. Vilena wasn't make much effort to get along with her new companions. But then, Anders did seem to be going out of his way to annoy her. Sigrun fell into step next to him. It's much easier fighting Darkspawn on the surface. She gestured. On a clear day, you can see for leagues. I once heard about a contraption known as a spyglass, I think it is called. She shielded her eyes with her hand. My friend Varlin said they let you see distant enemies as though they were right beside you. She grinned at him. Is that true? It sounds like magic. It's true. I think it's a Qunari invention. She looked up at the sky as she walked. Then they must be the cleverest people in Thedas. She stretched her arms, then looked back at the road ahead of her. In the deep roads, the Darkspawn can appear from nowhere. A spyglass sounds the very opposite. She bent, scooped up a handful of dirt, and sniffed at it. Someday, while I'm on the surface, I would like to look through one. After a moment, she walked ahead again, stopping to pick a flower and stick it behind her ear. Vilena glanced at her. I swear I saw you pick up a handful of dirt and sniff it back there. I didn't, she lied cheerfully. You did. I saw you. Sigrun sighed. Fine. But it smells good, like falling leaves and sunlight. Aren't elves supposed to be close to nature? Figuratively. We don't stuff our noses in it. Sigrun rolled her eyes, then walked up to join Nathaniel. Cheer up, no one loves a grump. Nathaniel glanced down at her. For a dead woman you're remarkably perky. I could be less perky if you like. The darkness of the deep roads is seeped into my soul. The world is dead, my heart is black. Alas. Whoa. Whoa. Let's stick to perky. Jiroth just shook his head, and kept walking. It's a Dalish. Nella, come see. Oh, she's very stern, isn't she? The other elf turned towards her friend. What's she doing here, do you think? And there Vilena went. I'm right here, you slack-jawed oafs. At least have the courtesy to speak when I pass by. Oh, weary sorry, great lady. We didn't mean to offend. You two should have chosen your words more carefully, Jiroth said, trying to forestall more yelling from Vilena. Yes, we are very, very sorry. Vilena shook her head. Look how they cower. They're like frightened animals. The sight of them sickens me. First it offended her, then she did the same thing. Do I make you sick, too? She turned to him and blinked. You have proven different. You did not run in fear when I threatened you. She gestured back at the other elves. Who will stand up for them, or respect them, if they allow themselves to be terrified by passerby? He'd seen alienage elves armed with shovels and rocks stand against a horde. You're a particularly scary passerby. She scoffed. It makes no difference. Human, Dalish, dwarf, no one should be able to tell them their place. She turned back to the elves. You too. A Dalish amulet, carved from the heart of a tree as old as this world. Remember who you are. Keenan had been abducted by Darkspawn, lost a leg, was trapped at Vigil's Keep under the watchful eye of Loghain MacTier, and his wife was cheating on him. He should be the Grey Warden recruitment officer. Jarath sighed, and started walking towards the door of the inn. Sigrun entered just as he was leaving, and walked up to Misha. You? Going to get me kicked out of Amaranthin, too? Sigrun inhaled, then squared her shoulders. I know that and nothing I say will make things better, so I... She held something out to Misha. Want to give you this. A ring. What is this, a proposal? You're not my type. Misha threw the words at Sigrun. It'll fetch a fair price, even on the surface. To help you rebuild your life. Misha turned the ring over in her hands. This looks like the crest of House Volney. Stole this off a noble, did you? Varlin's ring. Probably Sigrun's most prized possession. Jarath put a hand on Sigrun's shoulder. Keep the ring. I'll give Misha some gold. How much are we talking? Misha raised an eyebrow. I reckon this thing's worth at least 20 sovereigns. It was probably worth about 3. But it mattered to Sigrun. Then take 30. Misha's eyes nearly fell out of her head. She took the coins. You've a true friend here, Sigrun. Try not to ruin it. And here's your ring, it must be important to you. It is. Thank you, Misha. This will. Misha looked down at the coins in her hand. Go a long way. I could start another business. You've done right, Sigrun. Sigrun made a happy grunting noise. She waited until Misha walked away. You didn't have to do that, Commander. Invest in a new business opportunity. He rolled his eyes. I am Arl, as Varil keeps reminding me. She shook her head. Thank you. They dealt with some smugglers for Constable Aiden. Amaranthin was still undermanned. Once Loghain pronounced the recruits ready, he'd have some of them stationed here. Setida would likely be lecturing him on how chasing smugglers through town was beneath the dignity of an Arl. He saw Vilena examining a tree, and walked over to collect her. This is a beautiful tree, she said. I did not expect to find one strong and thriving in a Shemlin town. Nature always finds a way. It was a tree. It looked like any other tree. Nature does, indeed. Her voice took on a lecturing tone. You may not recognize, but this is a Dal Amithil, the tree of Mithil. Our keeper's staves are cut from its like. She sighed. Our keeper, Ilshi, had such a staff cut for me, for when I would take on her role. So you were never given your staff? He raised an eyebrow. Clearly not, and besides, why do you care? She waved a dismissive hand at him. Ah, enough of this. I wish to move on. He couldn't believe he was actually starting to miss Brihon. Mervis was waiting for them. He stood when he saw them approach. You're back. Have you any news? I've dealt with your problem. The killings should stop now. Really? Oh, that's wonderful news. He smiled broadly. I hope the culprits have been brought to justice. Jarath didn't look at Vilena. They have. In a sense. I promised a donation, didn't I? Here. He offered a pouch of coin. Take this, with the Merchants Guild's compliments. He closed Mervis's hand back over the pouch. Keep it. Do something for the families of the slain. You are. Mervis's smile was warm. Very kind, Commander. I shall do as you ask. Make her smile on you always. Vilena gave him the strangest look. It felt like her eyes were boring into the back of his skull. And yet, surprisingly, she actually seemed pleased. Nathaniel. Loghain. Loghain set aside the report he'd been examining. The warden had asked to be trained, but he actually had matters rather well in hand. Though that wasn't much of a surprise. The young man had already proved to have a remarkable grasp of tactics for someone of his age and experience. The soldiers were a bit more spread out than he'd like, but more were joining daily. What can I do for you? You're a warden. As, it seems, are you. Jiroth had said he'd found Nathaniel in a cell after the man had arrived at the vigil to kill him. Forgive me if I'm a bit confused about. Nathaniel shook his head. Everything. He took a seat, then stared at Loghain. Why did he conscript you? I've asked him the same question. Perhaps someday he'll give me the entire answer. He leaned back in his chair. Why did he conscript you? He said it's up to me to redeem my family name. Nathaniel shook his head. He sighed. You and my father. Do you wish me to say I led your father to do what he did? Loghain sighed. I almost wish I could soothe your conscience and say yes. But in truth, all I did for your father was provide free rein and a blind eye. How was the club they'd beaten him with at the land's meet? He shook his head. A grave mistake among many. And now we are both following the man that killed my father. Nathaniel looked down at his hands. Loghain raised an eyebrow. According to Jiroth, Cathiel Kausland had killed Rendenhau. Then again, Jiroth had been the one that led her into the manor to do so. We are following the warden commander. A man I've come to respect a great deal. Nathaniel smiled. As much as it surprises me, so have I. He stood. He waved a hand. Shouldn't take up any more of your time. Nathaniel planted himself in Jiroth's path. Odd, how he'd figured out how to use his senses to tell the warden commander apart from the others. He couldn't do it with anyone else. Perhaps because Jiroth had been a warden longer than all the others? No, it didn't work with Keenan either. I owe you an apology. No need, it's fine. Nathaniel shook his head. There is a need. It's not fine. He sighed. When I returned from the Free Marches, I was certain my family was destroyed for being on the wrong side of the war. But my father did it to himself. No conspiracies, just one stupid, selfish man. I should have known better. Loghain, at least, had good intentions. The more he learned about his father. How could you have known? Jiroth raised an eyebrow. I should have dug deeper before I acted. He folded his arms. I was an idiot, and like a child I blamed you and the wardens. He looked at the young elf. And here you've even proven to be a friend, of sorts. Or am I reading that wrong, too? No. Jiroth nodded. I'd like to be friends. Good. It occurred to him he hadn't actually had a real friend in years. You know, when you conscripted me, I would not have thought I'd end up liking it. If he recalled correctly, he'd actually demanded the man hang him instead. That reminds me, Jiroth said. He went to the side table, and picked up a bow. Nathaniel blinked, and took it from him. Is this what I think it is? He turned it over in his hands. It is. That's the Howe crest burned into the wood right there. This is my grandfather's bow. He examined it. The string had been a loss a decade ago, but that was easy enough to fix. It was otherwise in surprisingly good condition. Or, rather, my grandfather was the last to use it. It was originally made for an ancestor during the Exalted Marches. This is the grandfather who was a Grey Warden. That's the one, yes. He smiled. I remember finding it before Father sent me to the Free Marches. A shame for it to sit in storage. Thank you. It's good to have a part of my family's legacy again, something to be proud of. Sigrun ran off to play with her new spyglass, nearly knocking Mistress Wolsey down. The woman narrowed her eyes, and headed towards him. Did you authorize funds for outfitting a new military force? Yes. It hadn't taken her long to notice. Less than an hour, actually. Young man, I thought it was made clear to you that all such expenditures are to come through me. He'd ruffled some feathers. No, you made it clear that all such expenditures that use Weishaupt funds are to come through you. She narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? I mean that I am not without resources of my own. You are welcome to control everything in that lockbox Weishaupt sent with you. He sighed, and shook his head. Frankly, you are welcome to take said lockbox, and shove it up your ass. Young man. Jiroth narrowed his eyes. He wasn't sure what was annoying him more, being dismissed because of his age or his ears. My title, Mistress Woolsey, is Commander of the Grey. You may address me as Warden Commander or Arlta Bree. Warden Commander. She set her feet stubbornly. Additionally, you will be providing a full copy of your accounts to both myself and Sanes Chalveril for review, along with a copy of all accompanying correspondence. Immediately, she began shaking her head. I'm not authorized to. Mistress Woolsey, I am Warden Commander of Ferelden. I am the Arl of Amaranthin. If you wish to work for Weishaupt, I suggest you get on a ship and head back to the Anderfells. She stared at him. He stared back levelly. And she lowered her eyes. I will have the full report for you by morning, Commander. Thank you, Mistress Woolsey. What's that? Dworkin's latest invention. Anders immediately jumped backwards and ducked. Jarath blinked, then laughed. Relax. It's just a container. No explosives inside. Oh. He came over and sat down at the table. What's interesting about it? Jarath pushed it towards him. It's metal, for starters, instead of glass. I was wondering if it would take a rune. What do you mean? Anders examined the item. Like on the weapons. The additional enchantment that provides fire, or lightning. Anders blinked, then looked down at the small metal globe. What would be the point? A bigger boom. He uses lyrium in the production of the explosive. Jarath shrugged. Would it react with the enchantment? Well. Anders picked up the globe, turning it over in his hands. Probably. He ran the scenario through in his mind, then nodded. Actually, almost certainly. But there would be a problem. What kind of problem? Getting far enough away from it in time. Anders shrugged. You'd need a fuse of some kind, so you wouldn't be able to use it with the trebuchets without disrupting the very interaction you were counting on. Good point. Commander. Yes. You aren't, well, considering marching a whole bunch of these into the deep roads and well, eliminating the deep roads, are you? Anders shook his head. I mean, not that I'm necessarily opposed to the idea of the deep roads going away. Jarath shrugged. It's not a bad plan. He took the globe back. Think you could make me a couple runes to play with? And go down in history as the man who blew up the Warden Commander. Why did you even want to be a Grey Warden? You thought it would make for great drinking stories. Anders said, glaring at Okaren. I can't believe you survived the joining. Okaren glared right back. You got drunk and made a bet, didn't you? I bet you I could crush your tiny human skull. I bet I could drink you under the table. You're on. Jarath watched them head towards the dining hall inside. That's not going to end well, is it? Nathaniel asked. Sigrun. Yes, Commander. I have orders for you. Right away. After those two pass out, see they are sufficiently humiliated. She grinned. You're the best, sir. Chapter 10, Black Marsh. They say this marsh was once inhabited, until the day everyone disappeared. Nathaniel kept his bow at hand. The Darkspawn have been here. You can already smell them, Sigrun said, looking around. Well, you two are just full of doom and gloom, aren't you? Anders said. Nathaniel shook his head. My father used to tell me stories about the Black Marsh when I was young. He said evil magic killed everyone here. This was just before the rebellion, a great mystery at the time. Did he tell you anything else about this place? Jarath asked. They never found out what happened here. Once the monsters appeared, the marsh was abandoned. Nathaniel chuckled. I used to dream of coming to the Black Marsh and setting things right. Little boy dreams. You're doing it now, aren't you? He laughed. So I am. He shrugged. If someone had told me I'd end up here, I would have laughed at them. But times change. When I was in Kirkwall, I thought I would return to Ferelden to take command of my father's garrison. Now here I am, a Grey Warden and fighting both Darkspawn and demons. Interesting. Jarath shrugged. Stick around. This happens all the time. And the fun never ends, I suppose? Good to know. He nodded. Anyway, the haunted marsh awaits. Maker, can we go back to the doom and gloom? The cheerful is a little creepy, Anders said. They found the first dead darkspawn only a little way into the swamp. It had been dead a while, perhaps as long as a couple weeks. Several others were scattered nearby. Dead. Kristoff's doing, maybe. Anders nodded. That answers that, I suppose. The darkspawn are definitely here. Something entered the edge of Nathaniel's senses. Commander. He frowned. Ghouls. No. Jiroth sighed. I'm afraid it's a bit worse than that. The blight-infested werewolves charged. I thought you all had fixed that werewolf problem, Okaren said, kicking one of them over. It appears the effect was more limited than we thought. You ain't going to go all yellow-eyed again, are ya? It's possible that the effect simply didn't work on the ones that were mindless, Jiroth said, examining one of the corpses. He'd send a letter to Lenore. Yeah, but you ain't gonna. Lenore and I were cured, Okaren. Anders blinked. You mean you? Welcome to the Grey Wardens. The camp had been empty long enough for mushrooms to be growing in the shelter of the tent. He'd been fairly certain Kristoff was dead when the man had not reported in, but he'd held a slight hope. An abandoned camp surrounded by more of those children made it fairly clear what had happened. They found the body in a dry, sheltered area, surrounded by darkspawn. A Hurlock in sturdy armor moved towards them. It was disturbing, seeing a gloating expression on such a face. Yes, that is your Grey Warden. The mother told it to me that if he was lured to this place, and slain, that in time you would come. It laughed, a sickeningly wet sound. And the mother, she was right. The mother is always right. Did she say you'd pay for killing a Grey Warden? The mother, she is no prophet, but she is most clever. Oh yes, that she is. It gave a mocking bow. I, here before you is the first, and I am bringing you a message. The mother, she is not permitting you to further his plan, whether this you know or not. So she is sending you a gift. It held out its hand, and crushed a silvery green orb. Light burst forth. They were still in the swamp. Boats seemed to float in the air, and the trees occasionally shifted and changed. The Fade. Okaren, Sigrun, and Nathaniel were looking about curiously. Anders looked about ready to wet himself. A mage would recognize the Fade. No. The darkspawn howled. We have come to the Fade as well? It cannot be this. Jiroth sighed. You weren't first in your class, I take it. The mother, she has deceived me. I am betrayed. I never could trust my mother either, Okaren said sympathetically. Now I am being trapped in the Fade with you. Ah, I am the fool. Looks like someone was considered expendable. It actually got indignant. I am the first. I am not being expendable. Both the Grey Warden and the mother shall be learning this. It gestured at the other darkspawn. I will be leaving you to the children. I will be finding my own path back into the world. Back to the mother. It fled as the other darkspawn attacked. Okaren smashed the last of the creatures to the ground with his axe. Then he looked around. His eyes went to a floating boat and widened. Wait, what did that snarly bastard say? The Fade? We're in the Fade? That's where humans dream, isn't it? Yes. Well, some humans. And some elves. Dwarves shouldn't be here. We don't dream. We sleep like the stone. Both Braska and Setida had been drawn in at the tower. Maybe you've been on the surface too long. Okaren glared. Explaining why bad things happen doesn't help. Bad things happen, you want them to stop. He gestured. And what happens to my body while I'm here? Someone could outrage my modesty. What little's left of it? He hit the dead darkspawn again. Sod. I can't say I'm happy about the notion that I'm lying face down in the mud somewhere, Anders said. The Fade? We are actually in the Fade. Nathaniel shook his head. I thought only mages could enter the Fade. It's kind of neat, Sigrun said. Look at all the floating boats. Why do they do that? Wynne had a very long and detailed explanation for that phenomenon, Jiroth said. Oh? What was it? I don't know. He shrugged. I wasn't listening. Something about tangibility and transience. Is transience even a word? This is bad. This is really bad, Nathaniel said. I'm so glad I left Ser Pounce-a-Lot at the keep. He'd be so scared right now, Anders said. Let's go, Jiroth said. Go where? Nathaniel asked. We need to find something and kill it. Is that how this works? Nathaniel gave him a dubious look. Always seems that way. Killing the desire demons didn't seem to do the trick. Neither did activating the runestones and killing the rage demons. Slowly, they made their way towards the village. The gate was locked. For a moment, he debated adopting the golem form and simply smashing it open. He glanced at his comrades. Probably not the best idea. Let's head around, see if we can find a way through. Memories faded in and out as they walked through the manifestation of the swamp. Conversations that had taken place decades ago played out for them again. He was torn between gratitude and concern that the other had not manifested. It had not been able to enter the dreams of the others as he had, due to them being domains of particular demons and none inside calling to it. He needed to learn more of the Fade. Especially if things like this were going to keep happening. You. A woman looked him over. You're not a spirit like everyone else. How did you get here? I could ask you the same question. This is where my grandfather's ashes are buried. I come to visit him often. She gestured at the cairn. He was the last person to stay in Black Marsh. Once he passed, there was nobody left in the village who remembered. He sighed. You know this is the Fade, right? This? Of course I know that. This isn't Desh, she ducked. Oh no. They've come back again. Quick, come hide in the crypt. She fled through a door. They turned to see some walking corpses. It took them only a minute to dispatch the creatures. Jiroth went to the door. So. He looked back at the others. Demon. Demon, Nathaniel said. Sigrun nodded. Demon. Definitely a demon, Okaren said, touching his axe. She could be a legitimate damsel in. Anders started to say, then sighed. Demon. Shall we? And so you came. Fell into my little trap. She turned around. Such wonderful creatures, you mortals. So full of yearnings. So full of hunger. He narrowed his eyes at her. She wasn't the keeper of this domain. Quite frankly, she wasn't intelligent enough to hold a domain. Do you truly think you can defeat me? She looked them over. You do outnumber me now, it's true. Clearly you mortals are not frail. She started walking backwards. Very well. Let the Baroness have you. I shall feed on whatever remains. She fled. Jiroth turned to his companions and raised an eyebrow at Nathaniel. Baroness. Black Marsh was ruled by an Orlshian Baroness when it vanished, Nathaniel said. I'm afraid I don't know any more than that. She disappeared as well. I'm guessing she's the one we need to stab then. Heh, Okaren said. You scared off a hunger demon. Anders shook his head. You actually scared away a hunger demon. The guard let them pass the gate. A spirit come to protect them. Nathaniel said. Another demon. Spirits are different than demons, Jiroth said. How so? They tend not to want to possess and slaughter mortals, to begin with. He shook his head. Some of them are actually helpful. Anders looked at the commander. The man actually seemed fairly comfortable walking through the Fade, and now he was talking as though he'd actually had encounters with spirits. Have you actually known any spirits? A couple. Really? He blinked. What kind? Faith. Purpose. And I'm still not entirely sure what the Lady of the Forest was. He shrugged. Let's find this protective spirit. If nothing else, it may be able to lead us to the demon. The mansion will not protect you, fiend. Come out and face your crime. The spirit appeared to be an armored knight, armed with shield and sword. A crowd surrounded him. We aren't afraid of you any longer. The witch hides. Break down the door. The spirit held up a hand to forestall them. Be cautious, my friends. The Baroness has power within her lair, and she well knows it. We rush in at our peril. The spirit turned, and saw them. And who comes now? More minions of the Baroness? Or yet more helpless souls she has ensnared? We are Grey Wardens, brought here against our will. The spirit was white, vaguely transparent. It made for a strange, and vaguely disturbing effect. Maybe he was just used to the other one. I cannot say what a Grey Warden is, but clearly you are a stranger. Perhaps it is a sign. The spirit's eyes glowed just slightly behind the slit in the helmet. I am Justice. I have watched the place and see that the wrongs visited on these poor folk, and now I seek to aid them. One of the villagers stepped forward. Once, we lived in the real world, and the Baroness ruled over us. She took our children and used their blood to work dark and evil magic. Another stepped up behind her. And when we burned down her mansion, she cast one final spell that brought our spirits here. We have been trapped ever since, still under her rule. This spirit knows the fate, Nathaniel said. If we help him, he might help us in turn. Anders shook his head. I think that since the Baroness trapped these people here, that she's our best chance of getting out. He might have a point. This Baroness was probably the thing they needed to stab to break free. Tell me, stranger, will you help us in this righteous task? The spirit asked. Being a Grey Warden appears to make you an able sort, and thus your aid will be most welcome. This was the side of a riot he was most comfortable on. I would gladly help you. Then we have the numbers to challenge the Baroness directly. Okaren smashed a fist into his palm. Oh, a direct challenge. I like the sound of that. Less talk, more killing. Anders looked frightened. They just said she was an evil, powerful witch. Do we really want to antagonize her? We could defeat her and make her use her magic to help us. Or just stab her. Stabbing seemed to be a good overall policy with demons. Now there's a thought, all right. You've convinced me. My intention is to storm the gate, Justice said. Are you ready? We are. Good people, we take the battle directly to the witch. Justice raised his fists triumphantly. For too long have her crimes gone unpunished? Now is the time to reclaim your freedom. He turned, and kicked the gate off its hinges. Jiroth sighed. He'd wanted to do that. She was dressed in fancy clothes, and spoke with an Orlshian accent. Per most of the stories his mother had told him, that definitely marked her as evil. My. All that shouting outside and now you've finally decided to barge in? Without even a proper invitation. Foul sorceress. You will release these poor folk and submit yourself to justice. The spirit certainly talked like something out of a children's story. Justice. The woman actually sounded insulted. Is that what you are calling it? What of their punishment, burning my home to the ground and me within it? Because you were stealing our children. Using their blood to feed your vanity. As was my due. You lived on my land, I your rightful ruler. Your blood was mine just as your lives are now. She definitely needed to die. Their lives are not yours any longer. What's this? The pathetic fools have actually managed to recruit yet more sympathizers. Justice stepped forward. We are no longer alone, Baroness. Your reign ends here. She smirked. As it happens, I am no longer alone either. The first walked up behind her, and gazed down at them. My path back across the veil lies in victory over you and your new allies. Then the mother will pay for her treachery. He shook his head. I figured you'd turn up again sooner or later. It turned to the Baroness. We must be ending this. Now. The Grey Warden, it is more dangerous than you know. Oh. The Baroness gestured. As you wish, creature. Slay them and you shall have the reward you requested. Justice drew his sword. Enough. The battle is joined. The ash wraiths fell before Anders' blast of ice. The villagers dealt with the risen corpses, with the aid of Okaren and Nathaniel. Justice went straight for the Baroness. That left him with the first. It tried to summon its magic, and he sent a wave of his own energy to cancel the spell. It knocked the first off its feet entirely. That was new. He'd never actually tried using Templar abilities in the Fade before. No. You fool. Why haven't you defeated them? The Baroness yelled. They are too much. It must be sending me back through the veil. Now, before it is too late. Oh, I will sunder the veil all right. I'll send them all back. But your life is going to provide the power. The first wailed. No. No. The Baroness's magic wrapped around the creature, ripping its blood out as it screamed. If it hadn't killed one of his wardens, he might have pitted it. Aside from being muddy, they appeared none the worse for wear after their brief trip to the Fade. Okaran was hugging a tree. Anders was picking bugs out of his hair. And then Kristoff's corpse started moving. Nathaniel immediately reached for his bow, and Jiroth held up a hand. He could sense something. The corpse stood, and looked around in confusion. What? Where am I? What is happening? It turned around. No. This is the world of mortals, beyond the veil. And this. Its hand touched Kristoff's face. This is a mortal body of flesh. I am trapped within. This spirit of justice? How did you get here? The witch sundered the veil in her haste. All of us were drawn through. She has returned to this realm as well. Can you not feel it? The Baroness is nearby. Jiroth drew his weapons. We've defeated her once already. You misunderstand. It shook Kristoff's head. The effect was disconcerting. The Baroness, she is not immortal as you are or as were the villagers she kept trapped. It gestured angrily. There was such a mortal, once, but now? That is a demon of pride. She assumed that role long ago to feed from the mortals she trapped. But here in your world, here she will be quite something else. He'd fought a pride demon once. At least, that is what Lenore said it had been. It had gone down fairly quickly once he'd jammed a sword through its head. Of course, until he'd done that, it had been smacking them around handily. What do you propose, then? The veil is sundered, and the tears must be closed lest they continue to spill demons out into this world. It folded Kristoff's arms, then gestured. I can alter your weapons for a time, allowing them to drive back the Fade's magic. It nodded. But if we are to deal with the Baroness, we must move swiftly. It felt a bit ridiculous, attacking what was essentially just a strange shimmer in the air. And yet two of his arrows actually hung inside, stopped by the resistance. Then a demon flowed out of it. The commander finished dispatching the revenant, then backhanded the demon with his sword in an almost irritated gesture. The arrows fell as the tear dissipated, and he bent to collect them. How many more? He asked Justice. I sensed 3, he replied. He pointed, and then began walking. The commander followed. Nathaniel shook his head, and fell into step. After all these years, solving the mystery of the Black Marsh. Delilah was never going to believe a word of this. He laughed softly to himself. Odd how days like this were beginning to almost feel normal. They found her looking up at the remains of the manor. So this is the world of mortals. How very dull it seems, so immutable and unchanging. She turned towards them, a triumphant smile on her face. Yet, I am here. I have crossed the veil. The spirits will watch in envy as the mortals of this realm bow down before me. That will not happen, demon. Justice readied his sword. Ah. It seems I was not the only one to be drawn here. How very tiresome. Jiroth shrugged. Defeating you one more time won't be a problem. Is that so? We shall see, won't we? Her form suddenly rippled and shifted, then began to grow, until before them stood the monstrous form of a pride demon. It snarled, then tore another hole in the veil to release more demons. He swept his axe through a shade, and started for the Baroness. Justice moved alongside him, and shifted to flank. The Baroness turned its attention to the spirit, clearly believing it to be the greater threat. It was a fatal mistake. Justice stood over the body of the pride demon as it faded away. Anders began tending to the wound Okaren had taken from Ashade. Sigrun was helping Nathaniel retrieve arrows. He approached the spirit. It turned to face him. For what it is worth, thank you. I have fulfilled my vow. May the victims of that woman's madness rest in peace, wherever they have gone to now. What are you going to do now? Jarath watched the spirit warily. The spirit considered for a moment, then shook its head unhappily. I cannot simply return to the Fade. It sheathed the sword. There are memories within this poor man's mind. They are difficult to see, but... The dead eyes widened. He was a Grey Warden? He was. It tilted its head. Slain by the Darkspawn, the one called the First. The Darkspawn are who the Grey Wardens fight. Jarath nodded. It seems I am at a loss. I know nothing of this world, and have only a few memories of this Grey Warden to draw from. I do not wish to die. The eyes met his. What shall I do, mortal? You seem to be a creature of good character, and you are of this world. Can you advise me? Good character. Here he thought spirits could read minds. Maybe that was just the other one. He considered all the times the other had helped him. No. He wasn't going to condemn a spirit that was only trapped because its compassion had led it to try to help others. Join me. The body you inhabit belonged to a Grey Warden. You mean continue this mortal's mission? As a Grey Warden. It considered. It was a Darkspawn who murdered this mortal most ignobly, and the ones that commanded it yet live. To avenge his death. It nodded. Yes, that would be a purpose. It gave a small bow. Very well. I will join you, Grey Warden, if you will allow it. Purpose. Odd how heavy that word was. I will. Should I call you Kristoff, then? I do not have a name, only a virtue to which I aspire. If I am to need a name, then use that. I am Justice. And for now, I am pleased to travel at your side, Grey Warden. They were almost out of the swamp when Sigrun set the bone she'd found back in the skull of the dragon. There was a great roaring sound, and then something up on the top of the hill exploded in a great ball of light. Nathaniel shook his head. We're going to need to go see what that was, aren't we? Jarath sighed. Yes. It's going to be something huge, and it's going to try to eat us. Yes. And we are going to kill it. Yes. I love being a warden. Chapter 11, Before the Storm. They put Justice in the closed helm on the way out of Black Marsh. Maybe Vilena could do something about the odor. How, exactly, are we going to explain him? Anders asked. I've been giving that some thought, Jarath replied. And? It occurred to me that I am both Warden Commander and Arl of Amaranthin. Anders nodded. And? So is Arl. The only people I actually need to explain anything to are the King and Queen, both of whom are technically under my command due to being Grey Wardens. He twitched a shoulder. Nathaniel shook his head. You know that's not actually going to work, right? Cathield shoot you again, Okaren nodded. If I am going to cause a problem for you. Justice started to say. Justice, everything causes problems for me. Without your assistance, Black Marsh would be overrun by demons. And whatever that dragon thing was. Jarath shrugged. Just keep that helm on whenever we are outside the vigil. Have you gone completely mad? I've been completely mad for as long as you've known me. Jarath shrugged. He's a warden, he helped us. He's a... Loghain shook his head. Is there anything I can say that would convince you this is a bad idea? Frankly, I think recruiting Vilena was a worse one. Jarath took off his helmet. Why did you recruit Vilena? Loghain raised an eyebrow. When I figure that out, you'll be the second to know. Jarath set the helmet on the desk. Anything interesting happen while we were occupied in the marsh? Dragons? Crows? Griffins? A Lord Bensley sent a rather large donation. Mistress Woolsey collected it, and promptly handed it over to Wade to continue outfitting the soldiers. Loghain set a piece of parchment on the desk. She's been somewhat more cooperative of late. As per your instructions, Vilena managed to teach a few of the refugees to make healing drafts. Did all the refugees survive the lesson? It got dicey a few times, but we should be able to build up a decent stockpile quickly. Since your distribution of supplies, we've had an influx of recruits. I envy the humans for so many things, but sometimes, I envy them most for their tales. Velena glared at the bookshelf. Even the youngest human child knows of at least a dozen heroes of legend. These tales are taken for granted, they are so abundant. Oh, it makes me angry, sometimes. We Dalish have lost most of our history and our legends. What we do remember, we hold dear. Burhan had also been obsessed with stories and elven legends. Of course, that man had dealt with the issue by going out and becoming an elven legend. We can share stories. They belong to everyone. At least, that had been Burhan's philosophy. Sometimes he almost missed listening to Burhan and Leliana trade stories at camp. But does a human value the tale of Paragon Ejikin as much as he does Dane and the werewolf? Stories connect us to our past. They shape a people in profound ways. Without them, we are lost. I just wish I could do something to restore this lost part of our soul. It took him a moment to realize she was talking about a different Paragon Ejikin. Though if he understood correctly, it was actually Paragon Setida. And maybe the tale of Burhan beating the hell out of the keeper who'd created werewolves would make for a somewhat inappropriate tale. Still, the solution seemed simple enough. Make your own stories. She scoffed. Now you are just being ridiculous. She actually snorted. Let's get on with the day. She stalked off. He sighed. He needed to ask Setida what she'd said to Burhan to get him to stop being a jackass. It was almost amusing how the surviving Orlshian warden stuttered whenever Loghain asked him a question. But then, all things considered, the man did have cause to fear. He had been involved in an active conspiracy against their commanding officer, and was coming face to face with the simple fact that said commanding officer had earned his reputation. Wade had fit the man with a contraption that allowed him to walk, a bit with the aid of a cane. Stairs, however, were still an impossibility for him without assistance. Dworkin was apparently working on the problem, which only seemed to make Keenan more nervous. He watched Dworkin showing something to Jarath, and couldn't help but smile. The man who'd inspired an alienage and killed a god reverted almost immediately to an enthusiastic boy whenever Dworkin revealed some new innovation. At first, he'd thought it was a waste of gold, but now, if they could rival what he'd heard of the Qunari weapons, Ferelden could begin to rival the might of Orlais or Tevinter. Provided they didn't blow themselves into the fade. Loghain shook his head, and went to where the recruits were gathering for drills. He handed the rocking horse to Ogun. Okaren started to thank him reflexively, then actually looked at the item and raised confused eyes. What's this? A baby's plaything. Jarath kept his face straight. I thought you'd like it. Funny, I was sauced the other day, and I was thinking, Okaren, don't you wish you had a pony? Realization suddenly dawned on the man's face. I didn't. He swallowed. I didn't say that out loud, did I? You might have. Okaren shook his head, then started to smile. You know, Branko loved toy horses, way back when. Old girl was always a little. He waved a hand. Odd. Too bad it's not a real pony, huh? He laughed. Just as well. The real one's poop. This is. He slapped his knee. Ha. You make me laugh, Commander. Thanks. Something wrong, Anders? Anders sighed, and looked at the commander. Maybe. Jarath raised an eyebrow. Talk. He looked down at Ser Pouncelot, focusing on the kitten mostly as a way to avoid looking at the commander. Those missing nobles. Did you kill them? Yes. He blinked. He hadn't been expecting such a simple answer. Why? What answer would you like? That was a good question. He liked Jarath. He knew the man could kill, after all, he'd killed Relock and the Templars. But that was different. Hunting nobles down and killing them. Did he even really want to know? He sighed, then turned his gaze to where the statue of Andraste stood in the courtyard. The truth. Because they failed. Jarath shrugged. Failed what? Their rebellion. Surely there had to be some other solution than just walk in and bloody murder them all. Ser Pouncelot grappled his hand playfully, and he focused his attention on the kitten once more. I'm sure there was. I could have moved pieces around a chessboard pretending there is a compromise that will actually solve the problem. But people were hungry, and suffering, and it just felt like a complete waste of my time. The status quo helped no one. So you killed them. A simple, direct solution. And yet, when the rebels had gathered, the commander had solved the problem without actually killing anyone. Jarath nodded. These silly little squabbles. Nobles playing their grand game, handing pieces of power around to keep score. Somewhere they forgot the reason they have power in the first place. He turned around, and gestured at the farmlands outside the city. Their power was granted because of their responsibility. To the ones out there. They failed their people. My people. Since they wouldn't serve their purpose, they can serve as examples. Slowly, Anders nodded. The spirit had only removed the helmet for a few minutes. A woman saw him, and headed towards him. Kristoff. Oh, thank the Maker. I fear you are mistaken, mortal. Justice glanced at Jarath. The woman's face grew concerned. Kristoff? Why are you? She got closer, and her eyes widened with shock and horror. What has happened? Jarath moved to prevent her from getting closer. Perhaps you should calm down. Keenan said Kristoff had been married, and had sent for his wife shortly after settling in at the vigil. Of all the times for the woman to arrive. She shook her head at him. Calm down. Calm down. Justice tried to help. Your husband is gone, and I inhabit his body now. His death will be avenged, I assure you. It had something less than a calming effect on the woman. Avenged? You've desecrated his body. How dare you? Justice shook his head. It was not intentional. There was dash. She glared at Justice, then pushed her way past Jarath and ran. Get away from me. Jarath turned towards Justice. The spirit was shaking his head, his face confused. This body has memories of this woman. Aura is her name. I did not know she would come. Poor woman. He'd meant to have someone meet her at the docks, break the news to her gently. It must be a shock to learn like this. I must rectify this, somehow. Justice paced, hands twitching slightly. Intentionally or not, I have done this woman a great disservice. Something had to be done, anyway. She was the widow of one of his wardens. Where would we even look for her? My memories suggest her home is in Amaranthin. It will prey on me if we do not seek her out. There must be something that can be done to assuage her pain. Something. I'll see what I can do. At the very least, he could arrange passage for her back to Orlais, maybe coin to make a start in a new life. Or find her a place, if she wished to stay in Ferelden. The Darkspawn call our attention, but should we get the chance to seek her out, I would be grateful. So you not only gave up on killing the Grey Warden who murdered your father, you actually joined the Order. Nathaniel sighed. Are you trying to pick a fight, Velena? Baiting me like this is juvenile. I just wanted to know how you felt. She folded her arms and glared at him. He was starting to wonder if she had an expression other than a glare. She, of all of them, had the least right to judge anyone. How do you feel knowing you murdered all those people because you were too arrogant to check your facts? Warm and fuzzy. You're a terrible person. He narrowed his eyes. And your ears are clownish. He saw the commander nearly choke as he tried not to laugh. Velena's hand flew up to her ear. What? Who's juvenile now? She stormed off in a huff. Nathaniel glanced at the other elf. Maybe I shouldn't have gone for the ear joke. She did start it, Jarath said. That may have actually gotten a better reaction than Okaren convincing her that dwarves hatched from rocks. She. Nathaniel's eyes widened. Actually believed that. I heard her ask Sigrun about it. Jarath shook his head. If I were you, I wouldn't eat or drink anything she's been near for a while. Right. He nodded. They found her praying in the chantry. He stood back slightly to allow Justice to approach. and hoped the woman wouldn't raise an alarm. Aura. Please do not be alarmed. I do not wish to frighten you. Tear tracks stained her face. You are the... Her voice hitched. In my husband's body. Justice's voice was gentle. I am a spirit of justice. I meant your husband no harm. I would ease your distress, had I the power. She brushed at her eyes. Knew, when he left, that this could happen. He told me. His father died a Grey Warden, too. Tell me, is there anything I can do for you? Justice tilted his head at her. Tell me and I will do it. She drew a deep breath. Avenge him, spirit. I will wait for his ashes a little longer, if that means that whoever did this to him will pay. She laid her hand on the spirit's shoulder. He looked at it, then back to her. The dark spawn. Yes, I understand. Aura walked away. He watched her go. Justice shook his head. And she is gone. Did I? He turned to Jarath. Do the right thing. It was not much, in the way of closure. She was a strong woman. I think so, yes. She loved this man a great deal, and he loved her. Justice considered his words for a moment. Envy what they had. I must think on this more. But another time. Thank you for bringing me here. Jarath stopped to speak with the revered mother, and passed her a small pouch of coins. She nodded. I will see that she is cared for. Thank you. He left to catch up to the spirit. Andoran audition, travelers. Do not be startled. We only wish to be about our way. Jarath was trying to recall what Brujin said were the proper words of greeting when Vilena stepped forward. Marin. Vilena. Distaste showed on the other Dalish's face. Well, this is certainly a surprise. You, traveling with Dash. Humans, yes. Believe me, the irony does not escape me, clanmate. Well, Nathaniel was human anyway. He supposed that counted. The other elf's words surprised him. We are no longer your clan, Vilena. Jarath glanced at her. What is he talking about? Marin sneered. Vilena was exiled. She does not have a clan. We Dash. Stop. I do not wish to speak of this. She sighed. Marin, the others who left with me, they are dead. And Saranai is gone, taken by the dark spawn. If she is still alive, we will find her. Perhaps it wasn't too late for the joining to help her, though he had his doubts. Thank you, whoever you are. You have my gratitude. Marin turned back to Vilena. Ilshi warned her not to go with you, Vilena. You see what you brought on her. Tears started to well in Vilena's eyes. Then tell Ilshi that she was right. Oh, I can see her smug dash. Ilshi has passed on. He shook his head at her and spat. You know nothing but hatred. The clan is better off without your poison. Enough was enough. Jarath stepped forward, putting himself between Vilena and the other elf. Vilena has changed. She's done good things. Marin gave him a surprised look. You care enough to defend her? Perhaps things are different. He shook his head. We have lingered too long. Andruil guide your path, Vilena. He and the other elves walked away. Jarath turned back to Vilena. Nathaniel put a comforting hand on her shoulder. She stood there for a moment, then started stalking back towards the vigil. Do not make a fuss over me. Let us be on our way. He found Justice staring contemplatively at a chest. The spirit looked up as he approached. This is a chest of belongings once owned by the man whose body I now inhabit. His essence lingers upon these objects like dust. You can feel it. The other one had said something about reading a location. I can even hear it whispering his name into the ether. In the Fade, nothing outlives the spirit that created it. Here everything does. This world has fingerprints on top of fingerprints, witness to beings long dead. Jarath shook his head. The concept was fascinating. Can you tell anything from these fingerprints? How does one describe a sensation? I have no words for it. He turned to face Jarath. The man who owned these things was a Grey Warden like yourself, yes? We intend to avenge him. Yes. That's my hope. Almost a week of scouting, and there was no sign yet of where the Darkspawn might be hiding now. Sigrun spent half her days climbing trees and playing with her spyglass. Good. These Darkspawn are a cancer within the heart of this world. He sighed. But there is nothing that can be done just yet, is there? A world so full of beauty that beauty goes overlooked. I must see it with different eyes. Commander. Keenan. You seem to be getting the hang of moving around on that thing. Dworkin started talking about modified golem limbs and Wade came to my rescue, sir. He tapped the metal limb. I can manage stairs now, but I fear my dueling days are well behind me. Jiroth nodded. Loghain has you assisting with the recruits. Yes, sir. The man's Orlshian accent was slightly different than Leliana's. I was a chevalier, before I became a warden. He has me running the shield drills. They are almost starting to look like soldiers. Keenan smiled. From a distance, anyway. He hesitated. I wanted to thank you, Ser. For what? Jiroth raised an eyebrow. For not executing me? Jiroth sighed. You were following your commanding officer, and doing what you thought to be right at the time. Why would I execute you for being mistaken? Keenan sighed. Out with it. Sir, the first warden is undoubtedly going to be sending more wardens. He is going to want an answer regarding your unexplained survival. That makes two of us. If he has questions for me, he's welcome to drop by and ask. Jiroth shrugged. Are you at all curious about my exile? Velena asked, folding her arms and glaring at him. Jiroth sighed. He really wasn't in the mood for this. If I said yes, would that earn me a tongue lashing? She shoved a finger into his chest. You make me out to be some kind of shrill harpy. He shook his head. My mistake. Yelling is clearly out of character for you. She caught herself yelling, then sighed. Fine. I suppose your mockery is justified. She rubbed her upper arms. The humans near where you met me were trying to drive my clan away. For a while, we resisted. Then they tried to burn us out. They would have destroyed the entire forest just to keep us from their farms. She lowered her hands. The others were afraid. Keeper Ilshi said that if I wanted to fight the Shemlin, I would fight them alone. And you left, even though it hurt you. That would go far to explain why she felt so bitter. I think Ilshi wanted me to back down, but I was too proud and angry. Thus I called Ilshi a coward, and I turned away from the clan. Valandrian hadn't wanted him to go. But he hadn't tried to stop him. He hadn't stopped Duncan from arming him. And Sorais, despite being terrified, had followed. And if it hadn't been for the guards, they'd have welcomed him back. Did others follow you? Saranai only followed me in the hopes of changing my mind. She hung her head. A few others wanted what I wanted, and left with us. They are dead now. There had been half a dozen graves at the camp. She'd buried her people. By herself. A late apology is better than none. There was a momentary gleam of hope in her eyes. Do you think so? Perhaps when this is over, I can find the clan again. Abruptly all trace of warmth and vulnerability was gone, and she glared at him again. Come, there is no point in dwelling on the past when there is work to be done. She stalked away. Nathaniel glanced at the spirit. Jiroth had sent the two of them to investigate a potential Darkspawn sighting, but they had only found 2 stragglers. The trail went dead. He gave the spirit a contemplative look. Will you ever need to switch bodies, Justice? I did not even wish to possess this one. Why would I switch to another? Kristoff's had been dead for days before the spirit had inhabited it. You might need to. Unless you wish to look even more obviously like a corpse. I would prefer not to think of it. They had started back towards the vigil when Justice spoke again. Thing you spoke of. Switching bodies. Not a favorite topic of yours, I take it. Would such a thing be permitted? Would it not be considered abominable? If they're dead, it's not as if they need the body, Justice. Some of them might even be alright with the idea, knowing that in some way they could continue the fight. But I can still feel the man who once lived. I know his life, his. Justice shook his head. It is not just a body. That's. He raised an eyebrow. Good, isn't it? Respect, rather than just a feeling of entitlement. He thought that sounded like the difference between a spirit and a demon. I'd rather you felt that way. Perhaps you are right. When the vigil was in sight, Nathaniel turned to his companion. What if you found a living body to possess? Justice almost stumbled. Even if I knew how, I would not possess the living. Such is an act for demons. What if the person were willing? He wondered if he would be. Odd, how easily he'd come to think of this strange being as a friend. Why would a mortal ever allow such a thing? Far life. Far love. Perhaps together, you can do what they cannot do alone. If you gave instead of taking, I would consider you no demon. It is something to consider. Thank you, Nathaniel. They walked the rest of the way to the vigil in silence. Okaren growled. Sod it. Jiroth glanced at him. What's the matter? Nothing. Stubbed my toe. Just one of those days. Actually, it's been one of those weeks. He sighed. Jiroth started to keep walking, then stopped. Would you like to talk? Please don't let this be about Felsi. This isn't going to make you think any less of me, is it? He grunted. Ah, who cares? I've just been thinking about Felsi and the Nugget. Didn't do right by them, did I? Damn it. He should have kept walking. If you have to ask. That's what I like about you. You're honest. Like a sock to the gut. I think Felsi knew, even if she never acknowledged it to herself. She knew I could never settle down again. I did once and. He shrugged. Well, you know. Felsi was definitely an improvement on Branka, he'd give her that. She'll survive. She was a formidable woman. People survive losing a leg, Warden, doesn't mean they're not damaged. He sighed. She'll be all right in the end though. But the Nugget. Okaren shook his head. Ah, that's got me all torn up inside, Commander. Little one won't understand. He shook his head. There was the child to consider. There's no reason you can't be part of your child's life. Maybe I could visit once in a while, write some letters. That's the least I could do. He nodded. As a father. And hey. He chuckled. The little one will grow up thinking Daddy's a great hero. I'll even vouch for you. Felsi would be in Denerim by now. She'd find a nice business to run. Surely she wouldn't want to come back. Oh, you. Okaren smiled. Get going before I get misty-eyed. Go on. This world is nothing like I thought it would be. The demons lust to cross the veil, but the rest of us scoff. We pity mortals, we do not envy them. The other had possessed him while a demon. Once it had changed, it had expressed no further interest, save to actually provide assistance. Perhaps you should help us, instead. The spirits consider mortals beyond their reach, and beyond help. They do not understand. We are wrong about this world. There is beauty here, and the mortals, they are worth saving. You helped me in the Fade, and have proven yourself since. It is not right to judge all mortals the same. He smiled. So glad you approve. He started to walk away. I wonder. Justice's voice called him back. May I make a request? There is something in this world you call lyrium. Might you find me an object made from it? Raw lyrium is dangerous. Not to a body that is already dead, surely. I desire only the smallest bit of pure rock. The version of lyrium that mortals dream of in the Fade. He shook his head. It is not the same. Here, it sings. The sound is something only a spirit could hear, but it summons an ache I didn't know I had. I'll see what I can do. Where had he put that ring? Thank you. That is most kind. What are you? The other swung low, then stepped to the left to bring in the offhand blade. What am I? The spirit that was torn from the fade in the Black Marsh. He's a spirit of purpose, aspiring to the virtue of justice. Jiroth parried the spirit's blow as they moved through the sparring ring. I am purpose. I am duty. Why? Because that is the force that drove you when you remade me. The duty that cannot be forsworn. Jiroth lowered his sword. In the fade, I tried to use the Templar training. Something odd happened. The spirit raised an eyebrow. You may be the only Templar-trained individual to ever actually enter the fade, let alone be audacious enough to actually try something like that. It manifested, well, almost like a spell. It tossed the first halfway across a courtyard. I am not certain that was merely a matter of the being in the fade. Tell me, was that the first time you used those abilities since the Wending Wood? Yes, actually. He frowned. You think it might have something to do with what the architect did? I am still unable to fathom what the architect did. I only know that it changed you on some level. Do you recall when I aided you in the Bricelean forest? You possessed me again to keep me from falling into the Shade's power. Jiroth nodded. We were still linked together then. That is no longer true. While I could try to possess you now, if you allowed, it would be a far different matter. One I believe would be harmful to us both, if not outright destructive. Jiroth frowned. Any ideas on how we could learn more? There are other spirits you could seek. But it is dangerous. Both to you, and to them. I am fixed in your mind, and you no longer change me. But you could affect them. What about justice? He will be changed, by you, and by the world. He is shaped by perception, and his own is changing. The other shook his head. That may be a factor in why he cannot return to the fade. Any ideas on how to fix that problem? None whatsoever. One can see for miles. I never thought the world of mortals would be so beautiful. Jiroth leaned out on the ramparts next to the spirit. I remember the first time I saw the fade. The parts that weren't terrifying were spectacular. You have a strange affinity for the fade. At first, I took you to be a mage. The fonts responded to you. That alone is unusual. I was an abomination. Justice blinked. Yet this is no longer true. He nodded. I saw you in the fade. He shook his head. That may explain why you feel. He frowned slightly. Odd to my senses. Different than the other wardens. I'd appreciate it if it stays between us. There are many who. He looked down at his hands. Would not understand. What spirit held you? Rage. You defeated it, then. He shook his head. We were drawn into the fade by a demon, similar to what happened in Black Marsh. It was a despair demon, I think. Sloth. The demon that inhabited me protected me, but the other wardens were trapped. I refused to leave them. He folded his arms, and looked up at the spirit's glowing eyes. I made it help me. He twitched a shoulder. And then it let me go. You. Justice nodded. Altered its nature. It said. He sighed. I gave him purpose. He twitched a shoulder. It's aided, from time to time, since then. When my dreams touched the fade. Part of me was surprised it wasn't there in the Black Marsh. It was the domain of another. I had difficulty getting in myself, as you recall, and it took me some time to get as far as I did. He looked out over the ramparts again, his gaze going in the direction of Amaranthin. I have been thinking of Aura, the mortal woman who was wife to Kristoff. He sighed. I continue to envy their love. But envy is what a demon feels, a desire for something it cannot have. Jiroth fiddled with the ring, twisting it around his finger. You aren't taking it from them. There's a difference. Justice looked again at the view. Think I understand. He went silent a moment. You coexist with both great darkness and great beauty. It must be confusing. Yet now I find myself wishing to be more. It is. He nodded. Enlightening. Thank you for bringing me to this world. Thank you for remaining at my side. Which I shall continue to do, if you allow it. You have proven yourself a friend, Grey Warden. An example of all that is worthy in the mortal world. He smiled. I am proud of what we will accomplish together. He decided to try one more time. Burhan had, after all, punched him in the face, and they'd eventually become friends. He found Vilena, and offered her the tree-embossed journal. She took it, then glared at him. What? This book is empty. Why have you given me this useless object? He sighed. Weren't keepers supposed to be wise? Because you are going to fill it. Fill it with what? She glared at him. Recipes for roast boar and pudding. Maybe he should have gone with his first inclination, and simply hit her upside the head with the empty journal. Stories for the Dalish. Burhan had written in one throughout the Blight. Stories? For the... She trailed off. Oh. It's the silliest idea I've heard, but... Slowly she began to smile. But brilliant at the same time. Her hands tightened on the book. The Dalish will never recover what we've lost. It may be time to start creating tales anew. Perhaps one day they will be what connects my children and their children to their past to me. She threw her arms around him and hugged him. He felt a trace of panic. Why did people keep bloody doing that? She kept talking. I see now this is a gift to be treasured. And I. She grabbed him by the back of the neck and pulled him to her before planting a kiss on his mouth. I thank you. She walked away, clutching the book to her chest. He was still standing there when the Mabari came over and nudged him. He looked down at her. What just happened? Loghain, have you seen the commander? He turned to see Mistress Woolsey. I believe he went on patrol with Nathaniel and Sigrun. He'd seemed somewhat eager to get out of the keep, actually. She nodded. I do not know where he found those merchants. The Cunary seems especially dubious. Her face became less stern. But the Vigil's market is busy once again. This will certainly aid in our upcoming efforts. She gave a pleased nod. There is actually a surplus in the treasury. She set a small lockbox on the desk. I took the liberty of withdrawing this. I know he has been paying for many ancillary expenses out of his own pocket. Loghain blinked. The discrepancy between the ledger Verrill had given him and Woolsey's account book was rather considerable. Then he shook his head. In the days just before the Land's Meet, several of his supporters had been terrorized by theft. They'd even robbed him. One mystery solved, anyway. I will let him know. And tell him job well done. I will do that as well. Near bankruptcy to a surplus in under a month. Well done indeed. Now if only they had enough soldiers. Commander, Wade's voice called out. Commander. He walked over. The smith was smiling broadly. Wade. It's done. My life's work. My greatest creations. He blinked. He'd almost forgotten the items he'd left with the smith. Wade gestured grandly, and he followed. The golem armor was a work of art. Heavy plate, fitted together perfectly. He'd wager that once adjusted to fit someone, it would be nearly as easy to move in as leather. Pity it was too large for him. Wade claimed it was terrible, and begged him not to tell anyone he'd made it. The shield was well balanced, and Wade swore it would be as strong as an item crafted of Aurum. He'd see what justice could do with it. Then Wade handed him the sword. The hilt was unusual, crafted to look like a dragon, yet despite its ornamentation it was functional. And it fit his hand perfectly. Sharp. Flexible. It's incredible. Check the description for the links to the author.